Good morning, everyone, and again a welcome to the county grounds here at Hove. If I could draw your attention, please, to the northwest corner of the stadium, with a squad that is convening to present a cap.
So did you apply for that, Nikki? Was that something you...
No, I had applied last year and I didn't get it, unfortunately. Got through to the final stage.
Yeah.
It was between like me and one other candidate.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's got it. Brilliant. Thanks, Alex.
Me and one other candidate, and yeah, didn't get it. But then they advertised again.
So many congratulations to Henry Croker on being awarded his county cap, cap number 166. Many congratulations, Henry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What a horrible buzzing noise on the line. What's going on? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing. Right, so we're going out. Well, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire. I can't hear any effects now, which is slightly... Oh, yes we can. Yes, we can.
It's very quiet.
There's not many people in the ground today. A lot of them would have gone to the Amex for the football later. But let's just do a quick chest around the ground just to see if anyone is in who could let us know that they can hear us loud and clear.
There we go.
Yeah, there are a couple of waves, I think, from the top deck of the Spankama. So thank you for acknowledging that you can hear us, which is good news. Glorious day here. The forecast is good, up to 21 degrees today. So a very pleasant day for watching cricket. People are starting to come into the ground. Actually, it was busy here yesterday, very good attendance. A lot of people for corporate side of things as the 2 umpires make their way out from the pavilion. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted that Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is with me as well. Let's start with you, Richard. Who did you speak to after close of play yesterday?
I had a chat to Tom Scriven, the young Leicestershire all-rounder who's 50, was a very useful first half-century of the season, both for him and for Leicestershire. He and Ian Holland put on 73 and dragged the Foxes to a score that looks reasonably competitive, and it was interesting to talk to him afterwards because he was talking a lot about the pitch and how it continued to offer something throughout the day. It certainly did in the 5 overs that Sussex faced last night, so let us hope that continues, and it continues to be a fascinating battle between bat and ball.
Yeah, I spoke to Jack Carson. That's an interview that's available on the BBC Twitter feed and also on the Sussex Cricket website as well. 2 Fridays in a row I've spoken to Jack. He made 100 last week at the Oval and took 4 wickets yesterday, so something about Fridays that Jack likes. He said that Sussex were disappointed with how they put down 6 catches yesterday. The one thing I forgot to ask Jack was about the 1 catch that was taken, the brilliant effort by Charlie Tier, short leg off of Jack Carson, which really was a wonderful effort. But Sussex certainly didn't help themselves putting catches. That being said, although they put down a lot of catches, none of them really cost them a lot of runs. Probably the one that cost the most runs was probably the one that Jack dropped actually when he put down Rishi Patel when he was on 16 and went on to make 45. I could see the first Brighton of Albion shirt of the day away to my right hand side. A gentleman sitting over there who will presumably be on his way to the Amex a little later on as the Albion play Wolves, but we're concentrating on cricket this morning, and it's Ian Holland who's going to get us underway from this, the C end of the ground, coming into bowls for the left-handed Daniel Hughes, who is on 1, and in comes Holland and bowls, and Hughes watches that all wide of the first ball of the morning, and Ian Holland looks round at umpire Shonmagan and says, "Are you sure that's a wide?" But he was very convinced it was.
I think he was right.
So a bit of a loosener from Ian Holland, who's got 3 slips, a point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance. As in comes Holland and bowls, and Hughes drives firmly to mid-on, fielded by Tom Scriven, and there is no run. I kind of expected Ben Green to open the bowling, but does he? Oh, he's warming up. There we are.
He's swinging a leg, but yeah.
What a good
he's
cricketer.
not quick. I mean,
but he bowled really well at
he did, but I'd have thought it'd be Tom Helm, really.
Holland. Up the hill, bowls, Hughes again. That's one go, taken low down by Ben Cox behind the stumps. And again, there is no run. Were you out? I know you do a lot of exercise, Richard. Were you out doing anything this morning, or did you?
Along the seafront, lovely.
What time was that?
Between about 7:30 and 8:30.
Right, many people about, or?
There were.
Were?
One of the things you always get in Brighton and Hove.
Yeah.
All sorts of shapes and sizes doing their morning runs and swims this morning.
Holland is in bowls, and Hughes plays that with a little bit of uncertainty into the slip corner on the bounce, the third slip, no run.
How short was it?
Not
just
that short. Wasn't that far short, was it?
His head jerked
And,
back.
and so, which way did you run? Did you run towards Shoreham or the other way, or
Basically, yes.
bit of both?
A bit of both, really. Sort of towards the eye, do they call it, and then back along the seafront all the way to the end of the to where it runs out, basically.
Yeah.
At the end of the lagoon.
In comes Holland. He beats Hughes outside the off. That was a good delivery, and this pitch has done a bit throughout. And Daniel Hughes is beaten. That's a good ball. It's just moved away from Daniel Hughes. I can see Tom Helm is warming up, so I think he's going to open the bowling on a nice tidy spell. I mean, it was a tricky 5 overs that Sussex needed to negotiate last night, which they did.
Well, they were all 3 were maidens, but they left quite a few as well, in fairness.
Holland runs away from us again in bowls, and Hughes is solidly 4 bat and pad close together, plays it down to mid-off where it's fielded by Ben Green, who stoops down to pick up the ball, and there is no run. But he did enough, Tom Helm, I thought, in those overs to suggest that he's a very astute signing for Leicestershire for a couple of games.
Well, let us hope so. They are in dire need of strengthening the seam attack in the absence of Josh Davey, Ben Mike.
Holland in bowls, and Hughes defends. So apart from the wide, a good over from Ian Holland, just probing away outside of Daniel Hughes's off stump. End of the over. Sussex are 4 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Good morning wherever you're listening from. I'm Adrian Harms, and my colleague Richard Ray from BBC Leicester.
Will be Tom Helm marching purposefully towards the top of his mark. Gets the ball from Tom Scriven. 3 overs, 3 maidens last night, so yet to concede a run in Leicestershire colours.
I hadn't spotted that, actually.
Watched him warming up yesterday before the start of play, and the umpire, Shunmugan, saying, "Oh, you're wearing a green cap instead of a blue cap," referring obviously to his Middlesex cap, presumably.
Oh,
he says, "I prefer green." Okay, right, you are. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark. Bowls. Clark leaves outside off stump. Ball doesn't do too much. Around about a foot outside off stump, taken by the sun-hatted Ben Cox, standing alongside the sun-hatted Rishi Patel at first slip, capped Ajaz Patel at second, and the capped Stevie Eskenazi at third. Budinger at mid-wicket also favours the floppy, wide-brimmed white Sunhat as in goes Helm and bowls. That's the shout for leg before. Looked to be going on down. It was foolish, thumped into the bottom of the pad. Certainly wasn't going over, but let's have a look see. Yeah, going well down. Around about the knee roll. But delivered from around the wicket. Didn't straighten. Got to really straighten a lot to win a leg before. Michael Goff. Far too good an umpire in those terms. In goes Helm outside off stump. Straightens his line up a touch, but again, Clark doesn't have to play. Doesn't. Wanders away towards short leg. Solid figure of a man, Tom Clark. Broad shoulders. Sort of Matthew Hayden type of left-hander. Give it opening bat, give it a thump. You would imagine if thumped by Tom Clark, it stays thumped.
Yeah.
In goes Helm, bowls to him down the leg side. Can't get his line right at the moment, and lifted his bat over the line of the ball as it almost brushed the thigh pad.
It almost seems this season with Tom, it's sort of all or nothing. The opening match of the season, he made 100 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. He then had a couple of ducks, but he made runs up at Headingley in the second innings of that game, and he made 93. They got a first ball at the Oval last week.
Helm in, bowls to him, drives it back past him. Lovely shot off drive. Helm threw down his right hand, couldn't get there. Over the ropes it goes at long off, and Tom Helm has conceded his first runs in Leicestershire colours, and Tom Clark has hit his first 4 of the innings, and a very nice 4 as well. Firmly hit low. It was in the air for a few feet as it went towards, as I say, the right hand of Helm, but he couldn't get down in time. And Clark picks up 8 without loss. Helm is in. Shout for leg before again, as that perhaps just came back in a touch off the seam. Again, it was going on down the leg side, and the appeal, such as it was choked off. So 4 from the over. Helm will be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't quite find a consistent line and length. Leicestershire got off to a good start with their openers, remember, 92 I think it was. Let's just check.
Yes, they did, yes.
Before they were parted. They parted themselves, really, didn't they?
No, they did.
Jake Weatherall.
Yeah, they did. I think probably Jake Weatherall probably owed Rishi Patel a drink of some sort, because he certainly did leave him high and dry with a poor call. And it was just at the stage when Leicestershire was starting to get on top. I mean, Sussex was struggling to take a wicket at that stage. Ian Holland running away from us in bowls, and Clark drives beautifully through the right. Well, the Hughes drives beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. That was a nice shot, over pitched, and Daniel Hughes driving that one away. Nicely paid. Ben Green needs to trot back to field the ball. There's quite a breeze here actually at Hove this morning. I'm just looking at the flags on the clock tower scoreboard, which are fluttering away, and the umbrellas in the corporate area just down below us are sort of catching the wind every now and again. There's Holland with 3 slips is on his way again in his 4th over in bowls, and Hughes again lets that one go through to keeper Cox, who takes it in front of first slip, and there is no run. So 3 slips and a backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As we said, not as big a crowd as there was yesterday. Friday does seem to be the cricket day at the moment. Lots of people in the ground yesterday. Holland. The hill bowls, and again Hughes just shoulders arms, lets that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. Well, what did Tom Scriven have to say about the pitch, Richard? Anything in particular? Or?
That it continued to nibble all day, which we could see. I'm just thinking it hasn't quite so much this morning. I'm not quite sure whether I didn't see a heavy roller going on before the start of play, but I wasn't watching all the time, so it could have been a heavy roller.
Holland in bowls, and again Hughes lets that one go. Good judgment by Daniel Hughes outside the off stump. Good carry through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. And again, there is no run. Ian Holland on his way back just scratches away at the crease.
It can take the life out of certain pitches for half an hour, can't it? A heavy roller.
Yes, it can. Yeah. Holland. Number 22, the Leicestershire skipper on the back of his shirt, is in a bowl. Hughes takes a couple of steps down the wicket. Well, that was preemptive, and drilled the ball down through mid-on for 4 runs. He always made up his mind about that shot, Daniel Hughes, as Ian Holland was running in. A couple of steps and drilled it firmly back down the ground for his second boundary of the over. Hughes goes to 9 and Sussex to 16 without loss.
Well, he's played 2 beautiful shots in this over.
Yes, he has.
The cover drive was an absolute cracker because he didn't overhit it. The follow through was minimal, only about a foot after it had hit the bat, and that was a cracking on drive.
Holland again bowls, and Hughes lets that one go outside the off stump. So 8 runs coming off of Ian Holland's over. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 12. Sussex are 16 without loss. Daniel Hughes is on 9, Tom Clark is on 6, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray looking out on a splendid ground, which is Hove. We said yesterday that how the condition the ground looked in. Just walking over to do the interviews last night as well, Richard, I walked across, I thought, wow, this outfield is, Ben Gibson and his team do an amazing job. It does look absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, like a bowling green.
It is, it really is.
Tom Helm with big white sweatband on his left wrist, almost a double sweatband, comes in outside off stump, flailing away there, Clark, and missing it, bounced over his top edge as he tried to smite that mightily away through the covers. Well, is he going to flash hard? He did.
Yeah, I guess that's one of those, Richard, that if that goes, if he belts that away through sort of point for 4 runs, we say great shot, but if you nick it to the keeper,
it looks a bit wild.
It does.
But, he's gotten away with it. Helm in, bowl straighter this time, and Clark considerably more respectful, just leans forward and blocks the ball back up the pitch towards Tom Helm, who stops it but sort of deflects it slightly towards Scriven at mid-off, and then just marches back up to his mark.
Yes, Tom Clark opening in replacement for Tom Haynes, who was hit last week at the Oval. We can only assume, I haven't spoken to the Sussex coaching staff, that Tom perhaps still feeling the effects of that.
Helm in, bowls, over pitches on the leg stump this time, clipped nicely away towards backward square. Ben Green lopes around from long leg to deep backward square, picks up, throws a fraction short. Ben Cox comes out to collect, and Clark picks up a couple, moves on to 8-18 without loss. So far so good this morning for these 2 Sussex openers.
Yes.
Played some very nice shots. And the pitch, as I say, looks as though it's just had a little bit of the life rolled out of it. It might come back in. Helm rather lopes in and bowls. Good lift, taken
Yes.
above his head by Cox, albeit slightly at a crouch, but outside off stump. And once again, Michael Goff, he's been worried about this a couple of times this morning, and he's saying to Tom Helm, you went on the line there, young man. Do not do so again, please, and marched out to show Helm exactly where his follow-through has been marking the pitch. Remember, Leicestershire do have a left-arm spinner, Ajaz Patel, round the wicket to a right-hander. In goes Helm, bowls, goes past the outside edge, and Rishi Patel started to leap into the air. Might just have flicked the thigh pad on these excellent replays. Let's have a look-see. Ooh, did he? I think he actually played outside line. No, he didn't. He brought his bat inside the line, but he was playing at it, and it flicked the pad high, well above the stumps. No point shouting from a leg before, but that's the first one that's moved a little bit.
Yes, no, I'd agree.
Both through the air and off the pitch. Helm is in again and again, edged, and this time it's carried to Rishi Patel at first slip, and Clark has gone. Good catch by Rishi Patel, low down to his left, found the edge. Clark wanders down, prods a little disconsolately at the pitch and heads off towards the pavilion. Well bowled Tom Helm, he's picked up his first wicket in Leicestershire colours, and the breakthrough has come. Sussex 18 for 1, Clark goes, caught, Rishi Patel bowled Tom Helm 8.
Good catch that, Richard.
Was.
Very low down.
He celebrated it as well, didn't he? He was pleased with it, he threw it into the air.
And it has been kind of feast or famine for Tom Clark this season. So a very good 100 in the opening game against Warwickshire, 93 against a good Yorkshire attack up at Headingley, just when Sussex needed the runs. They made 44 at the Oval last week in the first innings, on a really tricky surface on the first day. But then out for a first baller in the second innings, and missing out today. He's out for 9. And the new man coming out is going to be Daniel Ibrahim, who his first county championship match of the season. The Sussex batting order has been juggled around a bit. Looks like James Coles is going to drop a place and bat at 5. James has been short of runs, so one or two of the Sussex top orders short of runs, so this could be an interesting little session. Tom Haynes, as I say, not in the side. If you're listening, Tom, you may be watching the stream or listening to us. Hope you get better soon. Big Tottenham fan is Tom Haynes, so he's a little buoyed at the moment with Tottenham doing a little bit better, so that'll cheer him up. Ian Holland is going to come in from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Daniel Hughes. He's in a bowls, and Hughes is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So it's obviously still a little bit in this pitch, Richard.
I think we saw enough yesterday to think that there might be throughout, and that's how it should be.
No, I agree.
That's how it should be. We've both played on some. We've both watched our counties play on some roads so far this season. It's not much fun.
No, it just makes for dull cricket. Comes Holland over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Hughes, plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. I mean, nobody wants to see a green top where it's over in 2 days. But if you're, 600 plays 600 going into the final day, that I don't think it does anything for the game, and it's certainly not good for spectators or even drawing new spectators in to watch county cricket. And it's blooming hard work for the bowlers as well. It's got to be an even contest, and I think it's been very heavily weighted towards the batters in the early weeks. In comes Holland, bowls, and Hughes. That's a very good bit of fielding, actually, at backward point. It was hit pretty firmly, and a good bit of fielding. Who's that in there?
Weatherald.
Very good bit of fielding by Jake Weatherald, number 66 on his back. There always seems to be a story around numbers on the backs of players' shirts. I don't know what Jake Weatherald is.
He's from the Northern Territories up near Darwin.
Right.
So whether there's a Route 66 up there, I don't know.
There might be. Perhaps he's a Joe Root fan, who knows? In comes Holland bowls, and Hughes defends into the covers. There is no run, I doubt it.
I suspect not. No.
Did you watch the David Attenborough tribute last night?
Some of them, which I mean, they were on just about every channel. So
yeah, they did
a musical one. Or?
Yeah, they did an hour and a half show from the Royal Albert Hall.
Right.
And David Attenborough was there. He sat next to Prince William. It was good, actually. Here comes Holland over the wicket, bowls, and Hughes very nearly plays on. Back on his stumps, and he dribbles into the slip cord, and there is no run. Let's just see this one again.
Yeah, thick inside edge down onto the.
Yeah, on another day.
Foot or pad, top of the pad, could have trickled on.
But they showed this bit of footage I'd never seen before, which they said was a very famous bit of footage. Well, there's 2 bits of famous footage, actually. There's Holland. Final ball of his over. Good tight stuff from Leicestershire this morning. In and bowls, and Hughes lets that go through to Cox. There is no run. So good maiden over to back up the over in the wicket in the over before. 18 for 1. Sussex, Tom Clark, the man out this morning for 9. Very well caught by Rishi Patel at first slip of the bowling of Tom Helm. Yeah, there was a little, I think it was a little iguana who had hatched and was running away from these snakes that were chasing it. And then this is somewhere in the Galapagos Islands.
Is that the one when all the snakes?
Oh my! Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of the most terrifying
I know.
pieces of.
I know. There's that many snakes, and on 2 or 3 occasions they look like they've caught it, and he manages to wriggle free. But it's an unbelievable piece of film.
Yes, they all chase. Yes. Yes. No. A couple of years ago, I remember seeing that.
Yeah. Oh, poor old Ben Green. Look, he's realised he's on the wrong side.
Sprinting across from third man to the right-handed Dan Ibrahim to long leg Tom Helm then with 4 slips as he comes in to bowl to Ibrahim, who's plenty of time as he leans forward and blocks that slightly short of a length delivery back down the pitch. So Rishi Patel, Ajaz Patel, CV Eskenazi have been joined by John Tattersall at 4th slip. Weatherald is at just backward of point. Holland is trying to cover both mid-off and extra cover. Scrivens at deepish mid-on. Budinger is at mid-wicket. Helm in, bowls, edged, caught! Rishi Patel again. We could see that one all the way. Dan Ibrahim's second ball drags himself from the crease, shoulders down, bat dragging on the ground, went forward, just straightened a touch, took the edge, low down again to Patel, but good from Ajaz Patel because it was sort of almost within his purview and he could have reached across, got in the way. He was careful not to. Rishi Patel, 2 hands low to his right this time, makes no mistake. So double breakthrough for the Foxes and for Tom Helm.
Well, the experiment of batting Dan Ibrahim at 3 didn't work. A change around in the Sussex batting order this week with Tom Haynes out. Dan Ibrahim, who has been making runs in the second, but it's a big step up from second 11 cricket to playing batting number 3 in the county championship. And a quality bowler is Tom Helm. We spoke about that yesterday, that Richard and I both felt it had been a very astute signing by Leicestershire, and on a pitch that's just doing a little bit. And we have got a change in the batting order because Jack Leaning, who has been batting 5, is going to come in ahead of James Coles. I think that's probably reflective of the fact that James Coles hasn't been in great nick with the bat this season. Jack Leaning made a very good 100 here against Warwickshire, but other than that hasn't made runs. So there's players under pressure, you know, at the top of the Sussex order. And whereas Sussex dropped a lot of catches yesterday, Leicestershire have had 2 chances and they've both been snaffled by Rishi Patel at first slip.
So Helm very much with his tail up.
Well, he's endearing himself to his new teammates.
Yeah. At the moment, it's just a too much stint. In he comes and bowls, a little bit of bounce, and Leaning plays it well, gets up on his toes, drops it back down at his feet, then wanders off towards short leg. But a little bit of a reminder that it's not just about movement for Jack Leaning. Remarks his guard or marks his guard. Quite a slight figure after the more substantial figure of Tom Clark, certainly. Jack Leaning. Helm in, bowls, another good bouncer, and Leaning gets a sort of reaction from the crowd. It's not entirely one of approval. I think it's fairly legitimate at a new top order batsman to bowl a bouncer.
I see the Union Jack that was on the fence is still there this morning. That was someone from Leicestershire, wasn't it?
It was Hinckley, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
So that it's, having said which, it's looking a bit droopy, so somebody needs to refix it. In goes Helm and bowls. Oh, beauty that was just slightly short of a length. He wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, but it both bounced and straightened on Leaning, and well, the Bristolian was beaten to the wide.
Well, it's a good spell, this.
Isn't it? Confidence that goes to a bowler with a couple of wickets,
Oh,
finding
absolutely.
movement, and suddenly it feels a different game. It's odd to think of Leaning as a Bristolian. I always think of him as a Yorkshireman, obviously, because that's where he was brought up and played. In goes Helm and bowls, meaning leans forward, but he was born in Bristol and blocks it out towards mid-wicket. A wicket maiden for Tom Helm. And, well, his figures are not too bad. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6.
Well, it's not bad on your debut, is it, from Tom Helm? But I was just thinking yesterday with Ollie Robinson, when I interviewed Jack Carson last night, we were talking about Ollie Robinson, and he was saying that they thought at lunch that Ollie Robinson had gone past the outside edge on 25 occasions in the morning session yesterday, which
sounds a lot, but I mean, we had him well into double figures.
He did,
but 25.
Yeah. But he didn't get the edge. In comes Ian Holland over the wicket bowls, and Hughes. Well, he has a dart at that. That's gone past Eskenazi at third slip. Now, I don't know whether he got a hand to that or not, but it was diving away. Wasn't that for a slightly rash shot from Daniel Hughes? Let's see that again. No, it was wide, but it wasn't that far wide of Eskenazi. Hughes perhaps gets away with that. He picks up a boundary. He goes to 13, 22 for 2. The camera was just showing a load of lads who are all dressed in cricket gear at the back of the southwest stand. I don't know if it's a stag do or what it is. It looks like there's 2 groups, one with green caps on. Maybe they're Leicester fans, I don't know. In comes Holland again, and that's a lovely shot. Daniel Hughes clipping that one away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. So there's a group of lads up there in green caps.
They look splendid.
And the other lads seem to be in umpires' coats.
Well, laboratory coats or umpires' coats, something like that, but yes.
So I think they're going to be enjoying themselves today.
They've got hooped cricket caps on, Cambridge blue and Oxford blue.
Right.
So
stag do you reckon, or just a lad's day out?
Could be a cricket club before an afternoon game.
Yeah. Come Holland bowls. Hughes is forward, plays to mid-off, fielded by Ben Green. They thought about a single, it wasn't it? I reckon they're set for the day up there.
Well, they're adding to the atmosphere.
Yes, they're.
No question about it.
Yeah, good for them. It's all in good heart and they're enjoying themselves and they don't upset any other spectators. That's fine.
Absolutely.
Sorry?
Tactically chose those seats.
Did they?
Tactically chose the seats.
Yes, which is the closest seat to the bar.
Oh, okay. In comes Holland bowls and Hughes plays to a back. Before you've also heard the background that of Nicky Chowdhury, who's going to be our third voice today. Nicky will be with Rich. I've just got an update to do at 11:30 to the radio listeners. Then Nicky will be with us. And tomorrow we're going to hear from 15 minutes or so with Keith Ridge, who is the curator of the Sussex Cricket Museum, to talk about various exhibitions and events that are coming up during the year. If you go onto the Sussex Cricket Club website, you'll see there is the quiz, the matchday quiz. As in comes Holland bowls, Hughes is forward, plays down the onside of the track, there is no runner. Series of questions about Leicestershire and Sussex. And Richard and I, we think we've got quite a few of them right, but we're not going to divulge the answers. You can see them on the website at the end of the game, so as not to spoil the fun for everybody. Holland is back to his mark. He's got those 3 slips. 2 wickets have gone down this morning. 26 for 2 are Sussex. Holland in bowls and Hughes defends down the onside of the track. And it is the end of the over. 26 for 2. A couple of boundaries in the over. One of them a lovely shot through wideish mid-wicket for 4. The other one an edge past third slip for 4. So Hughes is on to 17. I'm just looking at those guys now, Richard. You can see them on the big screen, and they've got.
Those are the
laboratory
/ laboratory assistants.
They look like sort of forensics.
There's the pads. One chap in pads and
really
and batting gloves.
Oh, good lads. Oh, they're showing them. Yeah. We can see you.
Tom Helm in from the Cromwell Road end. 4 slips and outside off stump, and it's allowed to go through by leaning. It's not dissimilar to yesterday in some respects, where they're not dissimilar bowlers actually, Robinson and Helm. Tall right-handers, don't charge in, but they get sharp bounce and movement.
Yes.
And it looks a slightly different game when Robinson / Helm
I
bowling from that Cromwell Road end.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
To the sort of slightly gentler offerings from the C end at the moment. In goes Helm and bowls again, outside off stump again. Leaning can step forward and leave.
Yes, I think the two groups, there may be someone up there in one of the groups who is listening or watching on the stream.
These days they can have that on their phones, can't they? On
Yeah.
the screen, phones and what have you. And the quality of the pictures is outstanding, I would suggest. It's almost like watching TV.
No, I would agree.
Helm turns in, bowls again, 3 in a row outside off some, all good lift but all slightly misdirected and all left by Leaning. Wanders away towards square leg.
Well, we did say yesterday, Richard, that Leicestershire got the runs on the board, and you never quite know until both sides,
No.
from where they,
I'm not sure whether it was a good score or not, really, because the pitch we hadn't really seen enough of, or another side batting on it at the moment. It looks like it looks a reasonable score, that 328. Helm is in and bowls, leaning solidly forward. A solitary crow or rook flies past our window.
I mean, this is just the sort of situation that the reason that Jack Leaning was signed. Paul Farbrace wanted some experience in and around the top order.
Yeah. A bit of experience and
a bit of nous.
Ballast.
Yeah.
As we're near the sea. Bat raised very high as Helm is in to him outside off stump. He's lifted it high over point, backward point. Weatherald, as ever, loses his sun cap as he chases back to the backward point
good,
boundary,
actually.
slides, picks up and throws and keeps Leaning to a couple. It was a brave shot. It was there, I suppose, to be helped. He possibly got a little bit more of it than he thought he was going to, and it went very high and it landed about 15 yards behind Weatherald as he turned and chased back. So safe enough, but slightly risky.
Yes, it was.
Off the mark with that couple, anyway. Helm in again, bowls, and Leaning is beaten on the outside edge by a beauty. And judging by Eskenazi's reaction, Eskenazi at third slip turned towards us with his hands on his head, because that wasn't so very far from the outside edge. And it wasn't so very far, well, it almost went above the angle of off stump and off bail. Quite high, but the movement is there, and Helm continues to cause all sorts of problems. 2 for 8 from 7 overs from him. Sussex 28 for 2. They are exactly 300 behind.
Terrific delivery, and actually I was just thinking there, Steve Eskenazi would know Tom Helm very well from their days together at Middlesex. You never know, maybe it's a recommendation from Steve Eskenazi. Well, hang on, Tom Helm's not playing any cricket, why don't you get him in for a couple of games? Anyway, in comes Ian Holland around the wicket and bowls, and driven firmly through the offside. Good shot by Daniel Hughes. That's the second time he's played a nice shot like that, and it is 4 runs. Got an update coming to the listeners on
Well,
BBC
of his
Sussex.
21, 20 have come in boundaries, and
Yes.
16 of those have been 4 of the boundaries have been beautifully hit. There was
Yes.
the one streaky one down to third man that wasn't very far wide of third slip, but my word, he's hit some 4 beauties this morning.
Yes. Just to our update to our listeners.
Let's get the latest then from the cricket. Adrian Harms is at Hove watching day 2 of Sussex's game against Leicester.
Yes, glorious day here at Hove, but not a great start by Sussex this morning, because they're 32 for 2, both wickets taken by Tom Helm, the Middlesex player who's currently on loan at Leicestershire. He picked up the wicket of Tom Clark for 9, and then Daniel Ibrahim making his first appearance of the season. He was out for a duck, both caught by Rishi Patel at first slip. So Sussex here 32 for 2. Meanwhile, down at Bristol, Gloucestershire out this morning for 325. In reply, Kent 20 for 1, and poor old Zach Crawley, he's failed again. He's out for just 1.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. We'll get an update later, in fact, and that Kent game in about half an hour with Matt Cole watching.
Poor old Zach Crawley. Well, not so poor. I know what you mean.
Well, I'm talking to the Kent listeners as well, so I
I know what you mean. Yes, fair enough.
In comes Holland, bowls and played into the offside. I mean, you just can't buy a run at the moment, can he? I mean, it just seems almost inevitable that he's not going to be opening, and shouldn't do on current form. Let's be honest. There's plenty of people around the country who are making lots of runs, and Zach Crawley isn't.
Well, he seems to have been undroppable for the best part of 2 years.
Well, he does. Yeah.
Perhaps his time has run out.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll come again, but it probably might do some good not to be in a, because everyone's watching him. Holland in bowls to Hughes, who clips this one nicely away to deep square leg, and it is just a single to Hughes. I shall make way at the end of the over, 33 for 2. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the lights on our machine here, which have gone off a couple of times, but they seem to be okay at the moment. So you might worth keeping an eye on those, Rich. We seem to have a slightly dodgy line, but hopefully everybody can hear us.
Get these IPs switched on.
Oh yeah, well, everything's here. We're working off a slightly older system. For some reason, things haven't been connected. But I think that's the contractors who have to come and do the work, whatever. But either way, hopefully you can hear us. As in comes Holland to bowl to Leaning, who's forward, plays slightly uncertainly to mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Green. End of the over, 33 for 2, Hughes 22, Leaning on 2. Time for me to disappear. I'm going to leave you with Richard, and then you'll hear from Nicky Chowdhury.
Thank you, Adrian. A little bit of high cloud now coming over the ground. The sun is still out just about, but it's a little bit hazier now. That might just suit the Leicestershire bowlers, who have made a pretty decent start, Helm in particular, and he will certainly continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's going to be coming round the wicket. He hasn't bowled at Daniel Hughes very much this morning. Hughes has absorbed most of the bowling from the C end, 39 balls for his 22, but he's facing Helm now round the wicket with just the 3 slips. In he comes and bowls a beauty, which leaves Hughes on the back foot outside off stump, and has him playing at thin air. Oof! Oh, play that. That bounced and left him and swung away, and wasn't quite good enough to get the nick. Morning, Nicky.
Morning, Rich. How are you?
Good, thank you. It was about 2 years ago, was it?
It can't have been 2
was
years.
It wasn't last year, was it? Or was it last year that we commentated together here? It goes very quickly, and in goes Helm and bowls, and just dropped on the back foot out towards point.
It's as fresh as last year.
Could have been. Adrian will tell us. He's much better at remembering things than I am.
Pardon?
You were last with us for the Leicestershire game?
Yes, I remember being here for the Leicester. Yes, all I remember was
The Kimber game was 2 years ago. The craziness. But then you weren't here for that last day when he went completely bonkers.
No, I wasn't.
He went and hit a ridiculous amount of runs ridiculously quickly. Deep square has been posted as Helm is in. Bowls to Hughes, who strokes it away through extra cover and gets an approving crowd cheer. And it's picked up about a yard inside the ropes, that deep extra cover, and Hughes picks up just a couple, actually. I thought he might pick up 3 there. Just 2. 24 he moves on to.
What I do remember is, though, that when you were last year, you were trying to convince Adrian to go down to the sea and have a swim. And
Well, see,
you
Adrian
didn't succeed.
No, he's a long distance swimmer, so. He's just about warm enough, I think, now, judging by the people in the sea this morning. In goes Helm and bowls. Hughes, little uncertainly. Thick inside edge, perhaps down onto the pad, rolls out onto the onside. How many overs has Helm got left in him? He bowled 3 yesterday, so this is his 5th of the morning. But coming down the slope, he's not charging in, is it? It's not a use every ounce of energy sort of action. He's looking to move it rather than beat them on pace. In he goes and bowls, and that does bounce a little bit into the thigh pad of Hughes as he looks to turn it on to the leg side. Whether he prefers long spells, some bowlers do, 7 or 8. Might have a couple more in him. 35 for 2. A couple more wickets this morning for Leicestershire now. Feel they're very much on top. Certainly the bowlers are at the moment, leaning, having done a spot of gardening, has to hurry back to his position at the non-striker's end. In goes Helm and bowls. Hughes leaves outside off stump. Leaves nicely as well. Played that over pretty well for the most part. Hughes 24. A lot of weight on his shoulders at the moment, leaning, still playing himself in. 2 off 11. Sussex 35 for 2, trailing now by a lot, 293.
Yeah, Leicestershire will be happy if they can get perhaps a couple more wickets before lunch, and they'll go to lunch with a very big appetite. Wow, they're really enjoying themselves.
Well, they're giving Ben Green the big build-up there. Green-o, Green-o. So, I wonder if they are Leicestershire.
I think they
I
must
haven't
be.
seen them before.
Nor have I, but they've really come dressed up, haven't they?
Yeah, do you reckon umpires or laboratory assistants or...?
I think umpires.
I
There was
think,
actually
yeah.
one of them when I was on my walk earlier who was wearing pads and a thigh pad.
Yes, I can see the... Yeah, he's you can see him on the right of the blue caps.
And I definitely think that is a lot of commitment, but great to see that they're enjoying themselves as well. As Green runs up from the C end into Leaning, who's forward and plays and misses, and wow, that was very close to the outer edge of Jack Leaning's bat. It's almost on the walk as he tried to play that shot.
Wasn't far from off. Oh my word, it almost bowled him as well. Oof, you're right. He was on the move. Not always a good thing if you're a batsman. Oh, missed everything. A coat of varnish.
Green rocking the mullet as he makes his way back up the slope to Leaning, who's forward, outer edge. This one runs down towards deep third. They'll be able to get back for a couple. Does the ball have the legs to go all the way? It does. That will be 4, and that will take Sussex to 39 for 2.
Yeah, kept it down well, at least. Through the gully. Yes, Ben, he's a country boy, West Country boy, tash and mullet.
Just didn't know the mullet was back, but Ben Green's brought it back to Hove.
It is in the West Country.
It's always there as he makes his way in through to Leaning now. Forward and beaten.
They're very raucous, the chaps in the caps, and
You know what
it's
concerns
early
me?
goals.
Is that it is only
Just
11:43
thinking,
a.m.
It's early, isn't it?
and we have a long, long day ahead of us with plenty of overs, and I'm pretty sure
Well, come 3 o'clock, they'll all be asleep. They'll all be snoring.
makes for some entertainment. 3 slips in place. Green into Leaning, forward play and a miss. Getting some sound effects as well. They're louder than Leicestershire out there in the field.
17 wickets for Ben Green. He first class career best of 7 for last week. In defeat, it has to be said.
Green into Leaning, forward, play and a miss. Into the gloves of Ben Cox.
3 out of 4. Played and missed it.
Just looking a little bit unsettled here, Jack Leaning.
Yeah, 7 for 112 off 33 overs. Ben Green. That was against Nottinghamshire, who are a good side.
Just having a change in the field as well. Having one taken out the offside.
Extra slip has gone in.
Into
Fourth
mid-wicket. Yes, 4 slips in place. As this one's tucked behind square by Leaning. And that will be a couple of runs to him. Good over here from Ben Green. 6 runs from it. And Sussex are 41 for 2. Hughes with 24, Leaning with 8.
Ben Cox, Leicestershire's keeper, runs down to have a word with Ben Green. They're the umpires / lab assistants.
I think we need to get
Dana?
some clarity about what they are.
Yes, well, maybe we can wander around at lunchtime and find out. From both parties, the cricketers are slightly more, at this stage of proceedings, restrained. Tom Helm isn't restrained. He's coming in now from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Bowls to Hughes, who picks up a 4 off a thickish outside edge that is running wide of Eskenazi at third slip, and there isn't a third man. Again, soft hands on the back foot, managed to keep it down just about. It was an edge, but it wasn't in the air as it went past Eskenazi. So Hughes has dealt in boundaries this morning. I think that is his 6th. 24 out of 28 runs have come in boundaries for Hughes. 5 of them have been pretty good shots. A couple of slightly fortuitous ones. Third man has been posted now. Gentleman in black is walking out from behind the side screens, and Hughes politely puts up his right hand and asks Tom Helm to, who just about reached the crease, to just run through, not deliver. He doesn't. Turns, walks fairly philosophically, no teapots. Back to his mark, runs in and bowls. Hughes gets a bouncer. And, played pretty well by Hughes, just ducks underneath it, lets it go over his extended rear end. Didn't really get up quite so much. Might just be starting to feel it a little bit. Helm into his sixth over of the morning. Turns, comes in, bowls, fullish down the leg side, flick the pad. I think that's going to be 4 leg, buys. Cox dived across, no, just buys. Hence the fact Cox stayed down for a minute, head down. Goes down against him, which is a little bit tough. Speared towards the legs of Hughes, went down just down the leg side. I thought it had just flicked the pad. Umpire Michael Goff disagreed, said it didn't hit anything. Carried on from round the wicket. And poor Ben Cox concedes 4 buys.
Dive like a goalkeeper as well to try and get a hand to it.
A couple of really good takes, one last night that did involve a full dive, but it was in the air. Helm in, bowls, and back foot dropped out towards backward point by Hughes, holds up his bat. 2 leaning. He's played pretty well though this morning, Hughes. In terms of the proportion of runs, Sussex 49 for 2, Hughes has 28 of them. Well over half. .37 now done, Hughes, as in goes Helm, bowls to him outside off stump. He leaves, lets it go through, and then rehearses a back foot slash. It's just his 99th first class game. He's played 145 T20s. Made a 72 up at Grace Road earlier this season in Sussex's 2nd innings. His best score of the season in the championship, that is. No, it isn't. 83 at Edgbaston. Here against Warwickshire. So 83 was his best. 10 and 0 at Leeds, and then 22 and 39 at the Oval. So plenty of starts. He'd dearly love to go on. But Holland, trying to increase the pressure, has brought Weatherald into 4th slip because Helm is going over the wicket, trying to push it across Hughes, who drops it out into the offside, sees that Scriven is both quite deep at wideish mid-off and back on his heels, and calls leaning through for a quick single. He keeps the strike, moves on to 29 and brings up the Sussex 50.
I see the questions are back from the quiz from the Sussex Museum. long list of them again. Did you
No,
go through a few of these
we
yesterday?
did about the first 4 or 5, I think, Adrian and I.
Oh, okay.
Because they were sort of relatively recent Sussex, Leicestershire, which we felt we could answer. But we didn't get all the way down, for sure. If it goes deeper into history, we might struggle a bit. How about you? Are you
I'm terrible
remembering
with
some of them?
No, I've got a terrible memory.
Okay.
Don't question me. Ben Green going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. Forward. Defence. Straight back down the line of the wicket. A little bit overcast here today at Hove. Streaks of blue skies. It is warmer than when I was here a couple of weeks ago, which is nice. 3 slips backward, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg as Green makes his way in now. Hughes advances down the wicket, flicks this away, and this should go for 4, and it does. A bit of aggression there from Daniel Hughes, and he moves on to 33, Sussex 54 for 2.
Impressive intent, but I don't think Green and Holland will be too disappointed to see Hughes using his feet, trying to negate the movement, getting to the pitch of the ball and hit it pretty well. As I say, he's played well and positively in both attack and defence this morning, Hughes, but say Green won't be entirely disappointed.
Green to Hughes now, drops into the offside and sets off for a quick single. Has to be quick. They judged that well because they did push cover out onto the rope for that delivery, trying to encourage the single actually to Daniel Hughes. Seems like Ben Green would like to bowl at Jack Leaning, who's seeming a little bit out of his sorts at the moment. And that's what he shall be able to do now as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. 4 slips in place.
I don't know whether you saw much in terms of footage of Ian Botham bowling when he was young, but Green's run-up very much reminds me of him. It's all sort of, it's very strong, not the action, but the run-up.
Green into Leaning, struck him on the pads. There's a big shout here from Leicestershire.
Oh, it was close. That was close. Oh my word, that straightened on him as well. Well, Adrian thinks that might have been pretty... My word, what was that missing?
Can't believe it. Looking at the replay on the screen we have. And Green saying, what more do I have to do?
Goodness me, that was close.
Leaning away, it's tall in his stance. And this one's driven through the offside. Sliced. And that will go away for 4. And that will be a sigh of relief for Jack Leaning. He moves on to 12. Sussex 59 for 2.
So we had Surrey Shunmagan last week against Notts. He was hard to convince there. And he's been hard to convince here. Yesterday turned down... In fact, both umpires turned down every appeal, I think, until... just the very end of the day, leg before. He might just have thought it hit him outside the line.
Green to Leaning, forward in defence, solid. And that will conclude the end of the over. 9 runs from it, Sussex 59 for 2, Hughes on 34, Leaning with 12.
And to make Ben Green feel even worse, he was the one leg before decision yesterday. Given out leg before to Jack Carson. 209 for 7 at that stage, but my word, that was a close one. I'll make a note of it. Leaning on 8. Change of bowling. Helms, excellent spell, has come to an end. 6 overs, 2 for 15 he took this morning. To go with his 3 maidens yesterday. So he's made a very good impression on Leicestershire debut so far. Tom Scriven, though, taking over from him, and this is where it's crucial for the Foxes, and the sort of lower part of the First Division teams, that their backup seamers back up their opening bowlers. And sometimes it's the big difference between the top teams and the rest. Scriven then in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Hughes. That does move a little bit and bounce on him. He takes his bottom hand off the bat and just looks at his hand as he does so. Don't think it got up and hit him on the glove, but high up on the bat, just jarred his left hand a little bit. Just the 2 slips for Scriven, so a little bit more cover for him. Third man has gone in now. Weatherald goes to a conventional point just in front of square. Scriven is in and bowls onto the legs of Hughes. Worked nicely out to deep backward square. Tattersall runs in, picks up, throws on the run and keeps Hughes to a single. Moves on to 35. Sussex on to 60 for 2. So these two already added 42. Most of those runs to Hughes. Leaning less secure, but picked up a 4. Gets an acknowledgement from the umpires. Ben Green, that is, having gone down to long leg.
He's doing a very good job to keep a straight face as he's in front of them as well.
Over the wicket, Scriven to the right-handed Leaning, who is driving pleasantly, and that is going to be a long chase for Helm up the slope. He should drag it back about 2 yards inside the ropes at deep extra cover. Leaning picks up 2, and again, making just find it that much easier with the change seamers just to get the ball away. How many overs have we had with it? 18.3, so it should be close to its best, this ball. No lacquer left on it, plenty of shine and seam though. Scriven in, Hughes steps back, drives, it's in the air for a few feet as it heads out towards wideish mid-off. Bounces well in front of Holland, bounces a couple of times in fact by the time it reaches the Leicestershire captain, who falls rather to his right to make the stop. The first half hour belonged to Leicestershire, the second half, much of the damage is beginning to be repaired by these two. In particular Daniel Hughes, who gets a fullish delivery, digs it out rather, drives again out to Holland, who makes a rather more comfortable stop this time to his left at mid-off. Come on Tommy, is the encouraging cry from one of his teammates to Tom Scriven, buoyed by his 50 yesterday. Comes bustling in and bowls to Hughes, turns it neatly off his legs, just wide of mid-on. Helm trots to his left to field, and a comfortable single is taken. End of the 19th over of the Sussex reply. Scriven's first, conceded 5 from it. And the crowd, it's not a bad crowd, as Adrian has said, not quite as big as yesterday's, but it's still not bad.
But I guess given for a Saturday when plenty of spectators also probably play themselves, it's club cricket day as well, so...
Apparently there's footy at the Amex, so...
There's lots of sport.
Yeah.
Lots of sport going on.
They're a lot more relaxed though, the crowd, than perhaps they were half an hour ago, as we come up to the...
I wouldn't speak
midday.
too soon.
No. They're just beginning to relax.
Ben Green to Leaning, round the wicket. Forward and
Too high.
no one struck him on the pads. Well, I actually think that's probably thigh pad, right?
Yeah.
His back thigh pad.
Far too high. Green didn't really appeal.
Does a little bit of gardening. Just the 2 slips in place for Jack Leaning. Makes his way back to the top of his mark, turns, does a little bit of a skip and sets off again. Leaning forward, inside edged into the leg side and comes through for a single. Brings Hughes onto strike. Leaning moves on to 15. Sorry, Hughes moves on to 15. It's just struck 12 o'clock as well. 3 slips in place. 4 leaning, stood tall in his stance. He's forward in defence.
He's playing an innings a little like Ian Holland played for Leicestershire yesterday. Really struggled, Ian Holland, for the first, well, 50, 60 balls really. But he absorbed those balls, if you know what I mean. Made the ball softer, took some of the shine off it, and in the end went past a very useful half century.
Ben Green up the slope to Jack Leaning, uses his feet down the wicket and pushes this to mid-on. Really looking to try and find that gap. But again, Leicestershire won't mind if Jack Leaning and Dan Hughes try to play shots like that, because they're just increasing the risk ratio a little bit. Trying to negate the swing. Doesn't always come at ease. There's Green into Leaning now, forward. More purposeful in defence. The ball goes to mid-off.
A decisive moment might come in terms of sort of dictating the course of the day when Ajaz Patel comes into the attack. Leicestershires New Zealand international left-arm spinner. Carson picked up 4 wickets yesterday.
Green into Leaning, who's forward and lets this one go through to the gloves of Ben Cox. That will conclude the over, just the 1 run from it. Sussex 65 for 2.
It'll be interesting to see how early he does come into the attack.
Sussex trailing by 263 runs, having lost 2 wickets this morning. One of Tom Clark, and then the second of Daniel Ibrahim. Both caught by Patel in the slips after bowling of Tom Helm. And Ben Green gets a little bit of an ovation yet again as he makes his way down towards deep third. And gives the fans a wave. That's what they wanted. That's all they wanted. Away from Ben Green.
There's more fancy dress down there as well. What is that gentleman dressed as? In fawn with a chicken on his head. Round the wicket comes Tom Scriven and bowls. Driving is Hughes, thick outside edge, along the ground all the way out towards the now adopted as the most popular man on the field, Ben Green, clearly. And 1 is taken.
It is a chicken on his head. Were you much of a fancy dress person?
No.
No, never?
No, it's serious business going to watch cricket. I've never...
Not only cricket, just in general throughout your life. Have you been to many fancy dress parties?
Not since I was a child, I'm afraid. They were a thing when I was very little, but that was an awful long time ago. Certainly haven't as an adult. Yes, I did once. Back over the wicket goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump to Jack Leaning, who leaves outside off stump. It sounds like you might be quite experienced in this matter.
No, I've actually never been to a fancy dress party.
Okay. Oh well.
I guess Halloween maybe, but I haven't been to many Halloween parties, if I'm honest. Maybe some when I was back at school, but
Brighton is the place, isn't it, for costume? Should you ever need one. In goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump, comes back in a touch, and a good leave from Leaning.
Adrian Harm strikes me as someone who's been to plenty of fancy dress parties.
He likes a gig, does Adrian. He goes to an awful lot of sort of concerts and what have you, but fancy dress parties, not so sure. Guildford, you see, it's a very sedate place.
Oh, they secretly love a fancy dress in Guildford, though. It's all an act.
Scriven in, bowls, driving is leaning slightly wide of extra cover. Tattersall can't get there. Helm has to move to his left to field, and leaning takes one, beginning, whisper it Sussex supporters, to look a little bit more assured now at the crease. Jack leaning. He struggled early on and survived a perilously close leg before shout from Ben Green, but he has survived and he's beginning now to prosper. He's on 16 not out. Hughes has 38. These two have added 49 now for the third wicket, and Hughes again wants the bowler coming in from the Cromwell Road, and Scriven in this case, not to bowl, holds up his right hand, and there was no obvious cause for that. It just wasn't quite ready perhaps, but he won't be endearing himself to Scriven and the Leicestershire bowlers. Scriven is in, bowls, Hughes drives and drives for 4. Over pitches Scriven, and well, not to bang on the same message, but he's given away 11 from his first 11 balls. And the lift in pressure, the release of pressure once Helm is off and has been replaced from that Cromwell Road, and that is the 50 partnership, is palpable. At the moment, can Scriven find a consistent line and length? In he comes and bowls. Hughes almost thick inside edge, looking to force it away into the on side. It's in the air for 4 or 5 feet as it runs out towards Helm at wideish mid-on, but that is the end of the over. Scriven 2 overs for 11, and Sussex recovering nicely, having been 18 for 2. They are now 71 for 2, and Nikki will be joined by Adrian.
Thanks very much, Rich. Yeah, really having to settle deep here. Dan Hughes and Jack leaning, bringing up that 50 partnership as well. A long, long way to go here for Sussex. Ben Green will be continuing from the C end. Must be fully motivated having a little group of spectators in his corner. Rearing and ready to go as he makes his way into leaning. 3 slips in place. He's off the back foot, punches this straight to cover. Three slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg in place. As Green makes his way back to the top of his mark, turns and is set off again. Leaning forward, defends, straight to mid off, no run, and welcome back Adrian Harms.
Hello, Nikki.
Hello, hello, how are you?
I'm right. How are you?
I'm good, very good.
Good. That looked like a very close LBW. You'd have seen those given with Jack Lean. I think he's quite probably
think
relieved.
He's definitely got himself a life.
Yeah, it just looked a good shout. I mean, fair play to the umpire. If it's not out, it's not out. But it was you've seen those given, so a bit of fortune perhaps for Sussex.
Green to leaning forward, defends off the middle of the bat.
But as Richard was saying, these two have sort of got through Sussex through a difficult spell here, and this is exactly why Paul Farbrace was very keen to bring in someone of Jack Leaning's experience into the side, because 2 wickets going down this morning, 2 of the younger players back in the pavilion, 18 for 2, and Tom Helm bowling beautifully. You know, that could easily, a couple of seasons ago, become sort of 30 odd for 4.
Green to leaning, this time forward and defends into the leg side. Even though they've both been out there, and especially talking about leaning in this partnership, still looking a little bit scratchy. He's not looking very settled. Yes, he's hit a few boundaries, but again, driven through the offside, sliced it slightly, not showing full control currently, whilst he's out there in the middle.
I think Leicestershire bowled well this morning.
Green in now, outside the off stump. This is left alone and let through to the gloves of Ben Cox.
So what have you been up to, Nikki? Anything exciting? You're generally on sort of travels or something. Have you been watching much cricket or?
When did I last see you? I was-
You were here for the Warwickshire game, which was the second game of the season. Since then, Sussex have played at Yorkshire and the Oval.
So what did I do since then? I actually did travel, but nothing cricket related. I
Right,
went
okay.
skiing.
Wow.
Yeah, I went skiing for the first time in my
Oh,
life, and I'm
oh,
just
right.
happy I came back without breaking a bone.
Okay.
As green is in now, and again outside the off stump, left alone by Jack Leaning. This will be the end of a maiden over for Ben Green, and Sussex are 71 for 2.
Yeah, I seem to remember you said you were going skiing, so where did you go?
I actually went to Norway.
Oh, that's right, I remember you
Yeah,
saying,
so
yeah.
I've got family in Oslo, and I went to visit them, and then we drove to a place in northern Norway called Trysil.
Right.
It was
Was that far from Oslo, or?
Oslo. It was probably a 2.5 hour drive.
Okay.
And yeah, it was the closing weekend. I went to the slopes with my uncle. He taught me how to ski, although I do question his methods. But I didn't break anything.
Did you enjoy it?
I really enjoyed it. I loved it. And by the time it was Sunday, I was going down the kids' slope on my own. So I was very, very chuffed with myself.
In comes Tom Scriven down the hill, bowling to Daniel Hughes, who has a wild swing at that outside the offside. I don't even quite believe he's played that shot, to be honest. That's the sort of shot that if you nick that behind, you walk back to the pavilion and probably everybody looks the other way, I would imagine.
You don't make eye contact with anyone when you walk back to the pavilion.
And you could just tell that he was thinking, why did I play that shot? I mean, I guess it's a balance, is it? That goes for 4 runs. We all say great shot, but if you get out, that doesn't look great. Anyway, he's still there, Daniel. He's on 42, 71 for 2. Sussex, in comes Scriven again, bowls, and Hughes plays this deftly down through backward point, picks up a single fielded by Ben Green, who is going to get cheered to the rafters by his by the two. I don't know. We're assuming that they are, but maybe they're mates of Ben Green.
They could be.
Yeah, maybe they are. I bet they just did have a good time.
I'm going to make sure I find out now. I'm just
Yeah.
curious to know who they
Yeah,
are.
you have to go and ask them.
They've got literally a playing 11 of Ben Green supporters.
Yeah. There's 2 groups up at the back of the stand.
One's a little bit more quiet.
Yes, they are. One is more sort of watching the cricket. In comes Scriven again, over the wicket, bowls to Leaning, who drives handsomely through extra cover. This is going to go up towards the boundary. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for 4. Is it going to get pulled back inside? There's a good bit of fielding way out in the distance. There's Tom Helm all the way out there, gets in the throw, but not before Leaning comes back for his 3rd run. He goes to 19. Lovely shot by Jack Leaning, beautifully played. Total goes to 75 for 2. So, yes, I'd have thought, because that must have been sort of mid-end of April then, so was there still much snow around in Norway?
There was, yeah, there was. But they weren't doing any official ski lessons because it was the last weekend.
Okay. Comes Scriven, bowls, and Hughes plays a lovely shot down the ground, clipped beautifully straight. Helm again has got a long chase down to the boundary. Good diving stop though by the big man, who gets in the throw, and Daniel Hughes very quick to come back for a 3rd run. So Hughes goes to 46 and Sussex to 78 for 2 as Alfonso Thomas goes on a little lap of the ground just down below us. So would you go again?
I would go again at a heartbeat. It was such a good experience.
Okay.
I was a little bit petrified at first, naturally. But then I realised that when I was just in doubt or losing control, I would just fall to the floor.
Right, okay.
As long as you find a safe way to fall, you're okay. And we made it back in one piece.
Helmet bowls and Leaning. Probably he's come off the thigh pad. Let's just wait for umpire Goff's signal. Yes, indeed. Single to the total, which goes to 79 for 2. If you're just joining us, Sussex losing Tom Clark for 9. Daniel Ibrahim without scoring this morning. At that stage, Sussex were 18 for 2. So these two have very much steadied the Sussex ship. Was it cold up there at that time of year, or was it?
It was around 2-3 degrees, but
Okay, so
I didn't really feel very cold because I guess I was just wearing the appropriate clothing.
In comes Scriven bowls. Hughes thumps that one away, and that's a half century for Daniel Hughes, and that's a beautiful shot as well. Wide of the off stump, belted away by Hughes through backward point, and a lovely way to go to your half century. Daniel Hughes goes to 50. It's come in 68 balls in 92 minutes. He's been a little short of runs so far this season, Daniel Hughes, but he's played beautifully here today. as he goes through to his half century and has certainly steadied the Sussex ship. They go to 83 for 2.
It's a lovely shot to get to his half century for sure, and he just acknowledges from the balcony as well, his teammates applauding him, but he knows the job is nowhere near done.
Nope.
Subtly just raises his bat.
Well, there's been a bit short of runs, Daniel, this season, but that was a classy way to go through to your half century. I'm not a great here come down. I'm not sure whether the guys. Is this the first trip to the bar? Do you think there's
Well, they've managed
the
to.
guy with his pads on is now marching down the aisle.
I think it is because when they were waiting to enter the stand, they did ask the steward. They were like, "Could you advise us which is the best area to sit at the ground that is the closest to the bar?"
Right.
So.
Did you hear that conversation?
I was right in front of them when
Right.
that conversation was being had. As Green makes his way into leaning, this one's left alone outside the off stump and dies on its way through to Ben Cox. But now they all seem like they're on a mission
Yeah, they're all going out, aren't they?
to
Now?
go and get themselves watered.
Yeah. Yeah. Except I'm sure it won't be water. Anyway.
But so you were saying, have you been skiing before?
Yeah, I have, and I'm not very good. I have to say, I've been on several occasions, but I'm not great.
Green to leaning forward in defence to mid on. I guess it was quite a humbling experience when I was on the kids slope, which actually in reality is not very steep.
Yeah.
And then you have these 8, 9-year-old Norwegian kids that just ski up,
Yeah.
and they look at you and they just, it's not a very pleasant look that they give you either. It's just like, really, you're struggling? And
Well, they've probably been skiing since they can virtually walk, which is the thing.
but it was a really cool experience. I would definitely go back. As Green is in again and left alone outside the off stump by leaning once more. And yes, maybe perhaps probably get a bit more time in the slopes.
I'm told that Norway is very expensive.
Yeah,
Is that right?
it is extremely expensive.
So give an example, sort of a cup of coffee or something, or a glass
I
of
will
beer
give you
or
an
wine.
example. I was at the airport on my way back and just thought I'd pick up a snack to give me some energy, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by leaning. And all I got was a cortado and a packet of ready salted crisps.
Yeah.
Do you know how much I had to pay?
You're going to save like £5 or something.
£7.50. And there was the point when I got to the till and I thought, actually, now I've ordered, I can't really say no, because I kind of did want my coffee, I wanted a snack. But £7.50, and I was going to actually go for a sandwich. But then I thought, nah, maybe not, and thank goodness I didn't, as this one again outside the off stump is left alone by leaning.
And you listen to live cricket here on the BBC, on BBC Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury in conversation, and a beautiful day at Hove. Sun is shining, where Sussex have lost a couple of wickets this morning. At one stage 18 for 2, Tom Clark out for 9, Daniel Ibrahim without scoring. Both to Tom Helm, who's on loan to Leicestershire, but since then a recovery. Daniel Hughes on 50, Jack Leaning on 19.
Ben Green into leaning, full delivery, he's forward and defends. Ball goes to point, and that will conclude the over. Another maiden over here for Ben Green. Back-to-back maidens for him. Sussex at 83 for 2 with Hughes on 50 and leaning on 19. But yes, Adrian, it's a rather expensive place to go. So I'd say you make sure you've got enough cash on you when you do visit Norway. But it was a great experience. I got to be in the slope, something I've been wanting to do for years, and I couldn't do because obviously I was playing cricket at that point, and I didn't want to go on a trip and come back with broken bones.
Injured.
Yeah.
So that's Nicky, for those of you just joining us, Nicky Chowdhury talking about her trip to Norway to do some skiing recently. And Nicky, I think you're going to be doing some work for the BBC around the women's, perhaps later on this season, or you'll be looking forward to the World Cup anyway.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very big summer in women's cricket this year. The World Cup kicks off next month on the 12th of June.
There was a great programme yesterday on Radio 4, and they were talking about the Ashes of 2005, where of course England won the Ashes, but also the fact that England's women won the women's Ashes as well that year. The first match was drawn here at Hove, And then the Ashes were won at Worcester that year. So it often goes forgotten about that 2005 series, but it was called The Reunion. And it was a programme on Radio 4 yesterday morning. It was a really good listen. So we've got a delay because various pads and protective equipment's been bought out. And who's that who's going to go under the lid at short leg? It looks like it's Jake Weatherald, the Australian Test opener, who's got that rather dubious pleasure. But we've got a change of bowling, and it's going to be Ajaz Patel, who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road in left arm over the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who plays uppishly towards mid-wicket. And that very nearly carried to mid-wicket, just fell a couple of yards short. Hughes waits, Patel back to his mark, in bowls, and Hughes pulls a short delivery out towards the leg side boundary, and I think that's going to go all the way for 4. No, it's not. Good bit of fielding out there by Tom Scriven in front of the clock tower scoreboard, prevents anything more than a couple of runs. Daniel Hughes goes to 52. And Sussex to 85 for 2. For those of you just joining us, Sussex yesterday bowling out Leicestershire for 328, 4 wickets for Jack Carson. In comes Patel, and Hughes clips this backward of square on the leg side, and Ben Green chases round and fields. 1 more to Hughes. He goes to 53, and Sussex to 86 for 2. Jack Leaney survived a big appeal, Nicky, a bit earlier on this morning off of the bowling of Ben Green, which looked to be a very close decision, but he's still there.
Yeah, definitely got a life from that. Ben Green
19 not out.
Yeah, Ben Green couldn't believe his luck.
Mark West, the interim CEO here at Sussex, coming giving us a nice wave in the commentary box. He might have gone to get some biscuits actually, as in comes Patel, bowls to Leaning outside the off stump, let go, and taken by Ben Cox. There is no run.
There is quite the selection of biscuits in that media
It's
box.
a brilliant selection of biscuits. Patel in bowls, Leaning stretches for bat and pad close together, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Yes, you missed out actually yesterday, Nicky. You weren't here yesterday, and Margaret from the Sussex Cricket Museum made a fantastic lemon drizzle cake as Patel is in. Bowls to Leaning, who works this to backward point, fielded by Ben Green. There is no run at the end of Ajaz Patel's opening over. He's just gone for 3 runs, at the end of which Sussex are 86 for 2. Hughes on 53, Leaning on 19. So she brought it over yesterday morning, and Richard and I kept it here in this commentary box for a while because we knew once it went next door that there was a lot of people here, from a lot of press here yesterday. It would get devoured, and it did. So I'm afraid it's all gone. But thank you, Margaret. It was a brilliant lemon drizzle cake, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. I reckon Mark West has come to see if there's any lemon drizzle cake left. But it's all gone.
Well, you didn't leave me any.
It was all eaten yesterday, and Nicky missed it. End of the over, 86 for 2, with Daniel Hughes on 53, Jack Leaning on 19. Listening to BBC Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Hobbs and Nicky Chowdhury on commentary.
Ben Green in to Daniel Hughes, bowls outside the off stump and lets this one go through to Ben Cox, as the sun is making a bit more of a brighter appearance over the ground here at Hove.
Just a quick rattle through the other scores as in between deliveries here. Hampshire bowled out for 235 yesterday by Essex, who are in all sorts of trouble in reply, 114 for 5. So wickets tumbling at Chelmsford. Matt Critchley, 25, not out for Essex.
Green into Hughes now, and this one's just blocked into the leg side. They'll come through for a very quick single, have to be quick, but makes it through with comfort as Daniel Hughes. He's very quick between the wickets.
He is. Someone who's very much on the England radar is Asa Tribe down at Glamorgan, but he's rather missed out today. Somerset making 354, Glamorgan 47 for 2, Tribe out for 4. And we said earlier that Zach Crawley also out early today. He was out just 1 in Kent's game at Gloucester.
Ben Green, right arm over the wicket now to Leaning, who's forward, solid in defence. It's just starting to look a little bit more comfortable there now, Jack Leaning's been out in the middle for a while now. 46 deliveries he's played. I'd say they're probably the first 25 to 30 of them. He's still just trying to understand the wicket. Didn't look very comfortable now, just looking a little bit more in his groove. As Green turns at the top of his mark and sets off up the slope outside the off stump, leaning us forward and extravagantly leaves.
At Trent Bridge, clash of the top two. Nottinghamshire 381 for 9. Fergus O'Neill out for 41 this morning, the Australian, who I think is going to be a big part of the Ashes next summer. I think he's a fine cricketer. Ollie Stone 26 not out. Josh Tongue on 16. And Edgbaston, Warwickshire bowled out yesterday for 147. Yorkshire today 152 for 8 in reply.
Green in again. Around 7th stump line in. This one's left alone by Leaning.
Plenty of press, I'm sure, at Edgbaston as well to watch Harry Brook. He was out for 40.
Ben Stokes is playing again for Durham this weekend.
He is. Yep, he's playing down at Worcester. And in that game in the second division, Worcestershire 463 for 9. And Ben Stokes figures 20 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 54.
Green sets off outside the off stump, and it's left alone. And Leaning just resisting temptation there. And that will conclude the end of the over. Sussex 87 for 2, Hughes on 54, Leaning with 19.
I'm not so sure he didn't have a little nibble at that, Jack Leaning. I don't know whether we'll see a replay of that delivery.
He looked like he was about to go, and then just at the last minute decided that this probably wouldn't be the wisest shot selection.
Oh. So Hick, the guys who are dressed as umpires, he's come back with a... I wonder if he's the stag. What do you think?
Must
yes,
be.
Yes, he is. He's having to down his drink in one. Oh dear. Oh, well done. He's downed whatever he's drinking. As you said, Nicky, it's only 25 past 12. You've got a long way to go, lads. Anyway, it is going to be H.S. Patel who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. He's in and bowls, and Hughes is flicking this nicely through mid-wicket. Couple of runs here, probably for Hughes. They've taken one and they'll come back for a second. Fielded there by Scriven. Hughes goes to 56, the total to 89 for 2. Just running through the second division scores. Derbyshire 408 for 5 at Derby against Northampton. It is very, very flat there these days at Derby. At Bristol, Gloucestershire made 325 all out. Kent 59 for 3 in replies. Patel is in, bowls to Hughes, who swings that one away on the leg side, back to the square. Good shot by Hughes. He goes to 60, and Sussex to 93 for 2, and runs coming quickly now. Nicky, at Old Trafford, it's raining. Lancashire made 201 yesterday in reply. Middlesex 116 for 5. 3 wickets there for Jimmy Anderson. And as we said, down at Worcestershire 263 for 9. With a couple of wickets there for Ben Stokes. Patel.
Changing his angle now.
Yeah, coming around the wicket to Daniel Hughes. He's in and bowls. And Hughes, well, it very nearly works. Hughes looking to work that one away through backward point. He's beaten, taken by Cox, no run.
He's absolutely fired that delivery in Hajaz Patel.
Good bit of keeping by Ben Cox. He's a very, very fine wicket keeper. In comes Patel again. Bowls, and Hughes back on his stumps. Plays it back to Patel. And there is no run. For those of you just joining us, Sussex losing a couple of wickets very early today. Clark making 9, Daniel Ibrahim without scoring at that stage. Sussex 18 for 2 as Patel is in, and Hughes plays this down the ground as far as Tom Helm at mid-on picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 61, 94 for 2 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harbs, Nicky Chowdhury, Richard Ray back with us in 3 or 4 minutes time as well as we head towards lunch. Patel in bowls, gives that plenty of air, leaning forward, plays into the offside. They take a quick single, the throw comes in. Well, I think Daniel Hughes was safely in, but that was a very good bit of fielding. Played out into the offside, looking for the quick single. Throw came in, good bit of fielding there by Johnny Tattersall, I think. He came in very quickly. Throw came in, the bells were whipped off by Ben Cox, but Daniel Hughes was home. End of the over, 95 for 2, 27 overs gone in this innings, all in reply to the Leicestershire total yesterday of 328, in which skipper Ian Holland top scored with 63, Tom Scriver made 50, and Jack Carson took 4 for 40.
Yeah, it was a very good dive from Daniel Hughes just to make his ground. So now he is just calling
Well,
for
if it-
something from the dressing room.
I wonder if a pad was broken or a glove has got torn or something. Yeah, certainly something's been bought out. I'm presuming.
Gloves.
Actually, it looks like it's for Jack. Is it? I think someone bought out for Jack Leaning. I think. Yes, it is. So I thought that might be for Daniel Hughes, but it's not. Yeah, it's new gloves by the looks of it for Jack Leaning, and Daniel Hughes is now going to get a new glove as well. So new gloves all round for Hughes and Leaning. Looks like Danny Lamb doing the 12th man duties there for Sussex. He goes trotting off in his green bib.
You can't miss him. A very, very bright bib.
It is. And our friends from the stag party are making increasing amounts of noise. And they've been down and got their refreshments, I think.
I give it till probably 3:45, 4 o'clock, till they've probably, I'd say, quietened down as Ben Green makes his way into Leaning. Now, who flicks this off his legs and down towards long leg, come through for a quick single. He moves on to 21, Sussex 96 for 2.
He's just been a bit shorter runs, Daniel Hughes. He made, let's have a look here, the game up at Leicester. First match of the season, 19 in the first innings. He then made 72 in the second innings up at Grace Road. Then here against Warwickshire, he got a start. He made 30 in the first innings, and then 83 in the second innings. That's his highest score of the season.
Ben Green over the wicket to the left-handed Hughes now, who's forward and lets this one go through, just taking the angle across from him.
Then up at Headingley, he made 10 in the first innings against Yorkshire and a duck in the second. And at the Oval last week, 22 in the first innings and 39 in the second innings. So he scored runs, but he wants to really make a big contribution.
He's due a big one, you
He
could
is.
say.
Just have to, do you want if I take over, Nicky? Because I think we've got an update coming as in comes Green and bowls, and Hughes hammers that one away through the offside, picks up a single, well fielded by Scriven, racing around the cover boundary. Yes, glorious day here at Hove, and Sussex have recovered from the early loss of Tom Clark and Daniel Ibrahim. Clark out for 9, Ibrahim for a duck, both of those out when the score was on 18, and both of them out to Tom Helm, who's on loan to Leicestershire from Middlesex and bowled very nicely this morning. But since then, Daniel Hughes, 62 not out, Jack Leaning on 21 have steadied the Sussex ship. And there's, as I say, now 97 for 2 in the 28th over. Not such good news for Kent in their game down at Bristol. Gloucestershire out for 325. Kent in reply are 76 for 3. Dawkins, though, not out. He's on 34. In comes Ben Green. Bowls and Leaning this forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run. Richard Ray is back with us. We'll have a little bit of a juggle in the commentary box in a minute, I think, and so Richard can get to his laptop as Green wanders back to his mark. He's getting a cheer every time he runs into bowl. Is Ben Green from a couple of stag parties that were sat up in the southwest corner stand. In comes Green, lovely sunshine, bowls and leaning shoulders, arms, the ball goes through to Ben Cox, and there is no run. So it is the end of the over. We're going to do some jiggery pokery here with our...
You want to do the shuffle, do you?
Yeah, 97 for 2
Okay.
are Sussex.
Just about managed. Flawless. The chants. Probably as well we can't quite make out the words.
Probably a good thing, I think.
That's what I'm just thinking. But Ajaz Patel, in his sunglasses, is going to continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowling, interestingly, round the wicket to the left-handed Hughes, who leans forward and cleverly deflects it through the gully. Fancies a second, turns, but quickly to the ball is Stevie Eskenazi, who's out there. I wonder if he'll be adopted in the same way, or whether he'll be regarded as the intruder. It keeps Hughes 2-1, 63 now to the Australian. Another Australian, Jake Weatherald, dons the helmet, goes in at short leg, leaning, waits for him to prepare. Round the wicket to him goes Patel. Gives that one a little bit of air, but forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, is leaning, pushing it out into the offside. Tattersall is the fielder. One of the points that Scriven made, as in goes Patel and bowls, leaning pushes out to Tattersall again, is that as well as a little bit of turn for Carson, there was bounce, and in his first over Ajaz Patel did get a couple to bounce, but not really since then. He is a much shorter man than Carson. In he goes again, gives it some air, forward goes leaning. But I was saying to Nicky, Adrian, that leaning is playing the sort of innings that Holland played. Struggled at first, but absorbed a lot of balls and is beginning to look an awful lot more assured at the crease now. 21 off 59 as that one is left outside off stump.
No, I would agree with you. It wasn't easy early on.
This is a really good partnership now. Patel is in, leaning is forward. No great turn. Again getting to the pitch of it and just dabbing it towards mid-wicket. End of the over, the 29th of the innings. Remember we had 5 last night, so 24 we've had this morning. Over 8 plus 1 at the moment, and Patel gets through his overs quickly.
He does.
So, but as we all found out not yesterday, for me it was against Nottinghamshire, this 8-hour business is a factor now with the over rates. Holland's back into the attack. The captain need a wicket or preferably 2 before lunch, Leicestershire. At the moment, no sign of one coming.
A couple of nice emails in this morning. One's coming from Ted from who's this from? William, who says, my colleague Teddy and I are enjoying your coverage today. We're watching all the way from Lagos in Nigeria.
Nice one.
Yeah. The most waving weather here as we study some exam papers with the coverage on for light relief as in comes Holland bowls to Hughes. Let that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Graham has been in touch. Who's listening down in Bath. Good morning to you, Graham. He says, you may have commented and I've missed it, but why is Tom Alsop apparently being overlooked? As I understand, Tom Alsop has a calf injury, Graham. And we'll get the latest update on that from Paul Farbrace at the end of the match, and in terms of the other injured players that Sussex have as well. Holland in bowls. Hughes let that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. There is no run. Yeah, notably Tom Price, who picked up this ankle injury at Headingley, which seems to be worse than Sussex feared, because he's missed the game at the Oval last week and he missed this week as well. And it's a shame because he's been in good form in these opening few matches for Sussex. And we'll also get the latest on Sean Hunt and Dom Goodman, both who are out injured at the moment. In comes Holland. Around the wicket bowls. Hughes is hit on the pad, but the ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. And Simon's been in touch, Simon Goodman, who says, I'm just wondering what your views are on seat reserving etiquette. I've just arrived after 11 and my favourite seat has a cushion on it. I sat next to it and gave it an hour during which no one appeared. In comes Holland, let go outside the off stump. He says, I've now shifted the cushion across the bench and now afforded a slightly better view. Fair dues or not? I reckon that's
Absolutely
fair dues. Yeah.
In fact, I've seen notices around the ground, and I can't quite remember where, to the effect not to do this, not to reserve
Yeah.
seats in this way, because whatever you leave on them is likely in the end to be picked up by security or something like that and lost. So absolutely within your rights, sir, I would suggest.
Thank you, Simon. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. Holland is in bowls to Hughes, who plays through the covers, picks up his 65th run, and that's the Sussex 100 up. I think. Or was that 99?
99. It is lightning.
It is. It's very good, isn't it? It got up very quickly, almost before the run had been completed. No, I think that's fair enough. I mean, I think probably if you waited 15 minutes, perhaps someone has to go and get a drink or go to the loo or has to make a phone call or something. But yeah, I think an hour's well within your rights. Holland in bowls to Leaning, who takes a step down the wicket and plays into the offside. There is no run. End of another over. Ian Holland has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 26. 99 for 2. Sussex, a good recovery, having at one stage been 18 for 2. Both wickets taken by Tom Helm. I wonder whether he might be going to get another blast before the lunch break. We've only got another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think he's just adjusted a little marker at the end of his run-up, and he is going to come back into the attack. So Ajaz Patel just had the 3 overs from the Cromwell Road end, which actually I think is the wrong end for him to be bowling at. However, it will be just the 3, and Helm will try and nip out another, end this partnership before lunch. 2 slips. Something about Australia.
Something about. Have you ever seen an Aussie somewhere or another?
I was going to say, let's not.
Let's not go there.
Round the wicket goes Helm and bowls to Hughes, who off drives beautifully for 4, over pitch from Helm, and no great follow through from an Aussie, from a Daniel Hughes, but beautiful piece of timing, strokes it out to the very straight offside boundary for 4. He has played some super shots this morning.
He has. I think the cry might have been, have you ever seen an Aussie down a pint?
Oh, right.
I don't know, and I think that lad might have. Oh, it's great excitement.
They're enjoying their cricket. As Helm is in and bowls short, pulled out to deep backward square. Rate of knots. Tattersall doesn't feel cleanly, but he does manage to flick the ball back from the ropes as it bounced up. He formed the long barrier, did everything right, and it is a velvety smooth surface out there, just bobbled perhaps a little bit. And as a consequence, Hughes probably was always going to try for 2, 1 for the throw perhaps.
Yes.
And it made it safe, if there was any doubt about it. Hughes on to 70 from just 88 balls, so the runs have come quickly this morning. In goes Helm, bowls to him, a little bit short on off stump, and a relatively tall Hughes. It's an unfussy style and almost at times ungainly, but it's very, very effective.
Yes.
And as I went through his scores, I think you've done it as well this season. He's plenty of starts.
Yeah.
A good 70 up at Grace Road, a good 80 here against Warwickshire, and another 70 now this morning. Can he go on to 3 figures this time? Those are the scores that really make a difference. In goes Helm, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump as it swings away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's he has made runs, Daniel, but I think by his own high standards, he'll feel he wants to make a really big score and make a difference. He batted very well here against Warwickshire. That was the run chase where eventually it was Tom Price and Jack Leaning with a big stand that got Sussex over the line. But it does go to show about experience, doesn't it? Helm was bowling really well this morning, and
in he goes over the wicket to Hughes, who tucks him away off middle, and leg out towards mid wicket. Takes the first one quickly, but there was only ever going to be 1 run. We want our greenie back. They really have adopted Ben Green, who was heading in their direction, but now he's heading up to gully, it would appear, for the right-hander. Or is he going to go back to third man? He's asking for instructions. Ian Holland says, no, back to third man for
I
you.
suspect he probably
Ben?
doesn't want to go to wide leg.
He's quite, he's not shy, but
No.
as I say, he happily describes himself as a country boy. He's got a place not in Leicester, down at Market Harborough,
Okay.
which is a sort of little a very pretty and actually quite wealthy market town around 10 miles south of Leicester. Very close to the Northampton border. In goes Helm and bowls a little bit short. Leaning stands up tall, tries to force it into the offside. It's quite close to his body, so he doesn't quite get enough on it, and plays it more or less straight to Lewis Hill, who's out there deputising for somebody at point. It tended to be Weatherald in at point, so I'm looking for the Aussie, who is actually marching back, purposefully back from the direction of the pavilion, and Hill, as a consequence, goes jogging off. We might have Lewis's company tomorrow. He said he'd come across when Leicestershire were batting again.
Good. That'll be
He
good.
said, but when we're fielding, he said, I'm the sub-fielder ahead of Josh Hull, which isn't really a surprise necessarily.
Ian Holland, Leicestershire skipper, makes his way in, bowls to Hughes. He plays it into the offside. This is going to be a quick signal as a throw comes in. Well, it was a well-judged signal in the end. In fact, there's an overthrow as well, and Hughes is very quick to come back for the second run, and Leaney has to get on his skates because the throw actually comes into the non-striker's end. Hughes picks up a couple of runs. It goes to 73. He's getting rid of a move on here is Daniel Hughes. Sussex 108 for 2.
It was worth a shy, wasn't it? Eskenazi.
Yep.
Possibility was he'd give away an extra run, but it might have been quite tight had he hit.
Holland in again. Bowls. And Hughes with a play and a miss. Taken by Cox. That kept a little low on Daniel Hughes, whether it was just a misjudgment. Maybe it moved a little. Let's just see.
Yeah, a little bit of swing, but it was a little bit airy by
Yes, it was.
Hughes standards.
Yeah, it was. Sussex won't want to lose a wicket. This close to lunch. Quarter of an hour to go until the interval as Holland is in again. Bowls, Hughes, shoulders, arms. There's that one passed by outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, if you want to contact us, well, you've got Adrian's emails. You can contact me, richardray23@gmail.com. My last visit as a commentator to Hove. And love to hear from Sussex supporters as well as Leicestershire supporters, of course.
Holland in again. Bowls to Hughes. Now, I think that might have come off the pad. It makes its way down to fine leg. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, and it came off the bat. So one more to Hughes. He goes to 74. Joel is listening in from Liverpool. Hello Joel, he says, thank you as always for your commentary. Noting the temporary signing of Tom Helm for Leicestershire, could Sussex not bring in a loan to cover the temporary strain on our bowling unit, or would this come under the financial restrictions too? Not sure who at other counties would fit the bill, but it would be a real shame, almost unfair or immoral. In comes Holland bowls, leading plays onto the onside, there is no run, to see the restrictions impact the fitness and well-being of the players. Well, it's a great point, Joel, and a really interesting email. My understanding is that even loan signings for Sussex would need to be sanctioned by the ECB. But Paul Farbrace made the point a couple of weeks ago that, you know, if Sussex were to pick up any more injuries, you know, they have to be competitive. You know, you can't sort of just have. Here comes Holland bowls and Leaning clips through mid-wicket and picks up another single. He goes to 22. Sussex to 110 for 2 at the end of the over. I think it would be grossly unfair if Sussex were forced to delve into, you know, younger players or players with no experience just to put a side out on the field. That would seem nonsense to me.
Just to improve Sussex supporters' lunches, what happens if Robinson is picked for England and Crocombe is picked for the England Lions?
Well, absolutely, and in fact, because England Lions have got two first-class matches and then a number of one-day matches against England. I mean, it has to be a chance that I would have thought James Coles, Tom Haynes may all be in contention for those games.
Let's just fillet Sussex completely.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank
Fill
you.
out the second team.
Thank you, Richard. But it's a great question, Joel. And but my understanding is the ECB would need to sanction a loan signing.
You can't help thinking that they would sanction. It'd be fine. In goes Helm and bowls and leaning drives
Sure.
very nicely for 4. No chance for Holland, who puts his head down because it's going uphill to extra cover. It's going to get to the ropes. It trickles over them. And that is a very nice 4 for Jack Leaning, who moves on to 26 over pitched from Helm. This is his 11th over. 3 yesterday. A spell of 6 this morning, and this is his second in what is effectively his 3rd spell. Welcome to Leicestershire. Tom Helm, 32 overs going down, and you're into your 3rd spell. You wait. You will, if you were needing some work, needing some overs under your belt, you're going to get them,
Yes.
young man. Walks into his run up really. Over the wicket, bowls 2 leaning, bouncer that is going to go for 4 wides. It banged it in and there was no chance at all. 4 Cox flew high over Cox's head, down to fine leg for 4. Sol Budinger hops over the I was going to say picket fence, but it's actually made of plastic. It's a look-alike, and that is the 100 partnership between Daniel Hughes and Jack Leaning. It's come off just 131 balls, so in good time. That's gone past the sausage man and the ice cream van, and he's heading for the gate and down towards the sea, I suspect.
I think it is.
With Sol Budinger in pursuit.
I always worry at Hove when the ground staff
Here it
come.
comes.
Sorry, Richard.
Sorry, go on.
Come marching around the outfield. Generally, it's a sign that it's going to rain, but I don't think it's going to rain.
No,
today.
it's just a sign that we're going up to lunch,
Yeah.
I suspect, and they're
Yeah.
heading for their bits and pieces of equipment, perhaps. It's actually kept at the Cromwell Road, then, isn't it? In that
Yes, it is.
Most of
Yeah, it
those
is.
garages
It is.
over there, sort
Yeah.
of thing. But well, perhaps they're coming for some lunch. Do they get lunch here?
Yes, they do. I'd imagine they do. Yeah, keep the ground staff well fed and watered.
Helm in, bowls outside off stump, 2 wide. And his 3rd spell hasn't started as well as his first, and most certainly not as well as his second, which was very much the pick.
Well, someone has posted a picture on the BBC website of our friend sitting up in the stand. So
There we go. Now, the noise you can hear is the ground staff getting a cover for the blotter, I think. Or cover for something. As Helm is in and bowls, reaching for it a little bit, is leaning, but he got on top of the bounce, steered it down to Ben Green, hence the cheers at Gully. Well, covering it, they're covering the blotter from the sun, the ground staff, so perhaps the machinery gets a little bit hot in the merciless south coast sunshine. It certainly isn't going to be needed today, the blotter.
No, the forecast is good today.
touch
So.
wood. It's one of those very crunchy covers. In goes Helm and bowls. Hughes covers up, drops it out into the offside, and immediately calls for the quick single. Scriven having a long way to go to get to the ball from mid-off. They're just rearranging the covers below the effects mic. That's done now, so any scrunching will now cease. 121 for 2. This has become Sussex's morning. First half hour belonged to Leicestershire, and a 19 for 2. Sussex looked in bother, but 121 for 2 is a much stronger position. Helm to finish his over is in. 2 leaning, who drives pleasantly, and it bounces through Eskenazi at extra cover. He formed the long barrier, and he looks down askance at cut strip perhaps that he was fielding on, and it went a couple of feet behind him, and as a consequence Leaning was able to pick up 1. I forgot about the wide. the wides, the 4 wides in fact, earlier in the over. So there is going to be an extra delivery. 122 for 2. Helm in to the left-handed Hughes, who is squared up but just a touch. He was trying to work it on the leg side and came off something of a leading edge and rolled out towards mid-off. Hughes then remains on 75. Leaning has 28. Sussex 122 for 2, now trail by only 206.
Elsewhere around the country, as we approach lunch at Chelmsford, Essex in trouble, 137 for 6. 3 wickets there for James Fuller, still trailing Hampshire by 98. Glamorgan in trouble down at Cardiff, 59 for 4 against Somerset. As they ace a tribe out for 4. That in reply to Somerset's total yesterday of 300 and just break up as Holland is in leading. Let's that go, taken by diving Cox. There is no run. Somerset yesterday making 354. Nottinghamshire eventually all out at Trent Bridge for 400 oh no, sorry, they're not. 415 for 9. 5 wickets there for Dan Worrell, 3 for Sean Abbott. The battle between the two sides at the top of the county champion. In fact, 415 all out. They're all out now. On Notts, in comes Holland bowls, leading Let's That Go, taken by Cox. There is no run. Into second innings territory at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 3 without loss, trailing Yorkshire by 2 runs. Then after Yorkshire were bowled out for 152 this morning. Harry Brook making 40. Holland is back to his mark. 4 wickets there for Ollie Hannon-Dolby for Warwickshire. In comes Holland, bowls to leaning, he plays to mid-on. There is no run. These two have run really well between the wickets, actually. It's a little bit reminiscent of Patel and Weatherall yesterday, who did run very well between the wickets before Weatherall called for a sharp single that resulted in Rishi Patel being run out. But I think these two have certainly kept the scoreboard ticking along, and the scoring rate has been decent for Sussex since. There were 5 overs last night, so there's been 29 overs in the innings. So they're going on about 4 and over. In comes Holland, bowls to leaning, who's forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Second division, Derbyshire 442 for 5 against Northants at Derby. I was saying it does seem to be very flat at Derby, doesn't it, these days? It's quite tough to get results there. Kent 98 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 325. Middlesex 116 for 5, reigning at Old Trafford, and in reply to Lancashire's 201. In comes Holland, bowls to leaning, who works it onto the onside. Again, there is no run. And Worcestershire 275 for 9 at New Road against Durham. Jack Home, not a name I'm particularly familiar with, is 41 not out, batting at number 10 for Worcestershire. So there are your other scores as we approach lunch on the second day of this current round of county championship matches. In comes Holland and bowls, and Leaning is beaten. Took a couple of steps down the wicket there, did Jack Leaning, but seemed away from Leaning. End of the over. Holland has bowled 10 overs. 2 mains, no wicket for 30. Sussex 122 for 2. Having at one stage this morning been 18 for 2 with Tom Clark out for 9. Daniel Ibrahim without scoring. Both of them very well caught by Rishi Patel at first slip. Both wickets taken by Tom Helm,
who will bowl the last over before lunch. Hughes 75, leaning 28. Over the wicket to the left-handed Hughes. Helm is in, bowls. Hughes just leans forward, slightly angled back, runs the ball out towards backward point, where Eskenazi is the fielder. Eskenazi with a long sleeve sweater on. It's warm out there, you would have thought.
Yes,
but,
I would have thought so.
Most of the Leicestershire players in shirt sleeves, but Eskenazi has a full sweater on. Budinger is moved directly in front of the umpires in the crowd. The new stand, the new, now not so new stand. In goes Helm and bowls, bangs it in a little bit short, but Hughes plenty of time. His body language is interesting, Hughes. Quite expressive. He's cross when he doesn't like something he's done, he makes it very clear.
Yes, he looks like he gets quite annoyed with himself, doesn't he?
Unimpressed with his efforts. He shouldn't be. 75 off 99. Getting Sussex into a good position. In goes Helm, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump.
Daniel Hughes' wife is a very good netball player. Plays at a very good level over in Australia.
Any children yet? The children will be sporty then.
Yes, they have.
Right,
In fact, last year Daniel had his first. I should know this. I think it's a daughter. His wife was over during the One Day Cup last year.
But they basically they stayed, are they, in the family? I suppose. Yes, indeed. In goes Helm. Oh, he has a little fiddle for that one outside off
Good
stump.
delivery.
It was sharp, short, outside off stump, moving across him. And Hughes, for me, was drawn in just a little push at that one. He was. The movement almost drew him into it. It would have been a very safe leave, but he just couldn't help himself. Twitched at it. Lucky not to edge through to Cox behind the stumps.
Yeah, I do not want to get out in this last over before lunch, that's for sure.
2 balls to go. Helm perhaps just sensing those extra little nerves. Bowls, he drives back towards Helm. He tries to deflect the ball onto the stumps. He actually gets his fingers to it, but it goes past the stump down towards long on, and Hughes can therefore take a couple of runs. 77 to him now. 1-2-4 for 2.
Well, they bother overs at a decent nick here this morning, Leicestershire.
Yeah, they always they
30
do.
overs.
They usually do
Yeah.
get through them quite swiftly, especially if Ajaz Patel, who will bowl quite a lot this afternoon, I suspect, unless he's sort of knocked out of the attack. Round the wicket goes Helm, bowls to Hughes, looks to turn him on the leg side into the thigh pad, and the leg by is taken. And Hughes, having run to the other end, keeps going towards the Cromwell Road end, because that's where the pavilion is situated. It has been Sussex's morning. It began with Leicestershire picking up 2 quick wickets with the score on 18. Tom Clark and indeed Dan Ibrahim were both caught by Rishi Patel at first slip off the bowling of Tom Helm for 8 and 0 respectively, but Messrs Daniel Hughes and Jack Leaning have more than repaired the damage. Hughes has 77, Leaning 28, and they have taken Sussex onto 125 for 2, now just 203 behind with 8 wickets remaining.
Thank you, Richard. As the players make their way off the field, Richard and I are going to have a spot of lunch. Nikki as well. We'll be back with you on a glorious day here at Hove in about 35 minutes' time. But thank you for listening, and we'll speak to you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and once again, a very warm welcome to Hove. Home of Sussex cricket. If you're looking for refreshments today, we have plenty of options for members in the long room. Hot and cold food will be delivered to lunch and served around 2:30. Today's hot dishes is fish and chips. At the north of Cromwell Road area now, the golf bar is open for light refreshments, activity times, and other hot food selections available from now on until the close of play. Behind the south stand, the sausage man is here, serving such food and other hot food. game challenges our wonderful hosts, and there is a quiz going on at the moment. Questions about games involving Leicestershire. Upcoming games here at Hove on Sunday the 17th of May. Our Sussex mixed disability team plays at Hampshire D40-11 in the D40 League, and the game starts at 1 p.m. On Monday the 25th of May, England women take on New Zealand women. That game starts at 2:30. And on Saturday the 30th of May, the Sussex Sharks are back in town taking on Rothesay. The game starts at 7 p.m. So today's two-time teaser is Sussex legend and our bowling coach James Kirkgate, famous for his catch of the century for England against India at Lord's in 2002. But against which counties would James take his career best bowling figures of 7 for 21? Answer will be given at teaser. Once again, Sussex legend and our bowling coach James Kirkgate, famous for his catch of the century for England against India at Lord's in 2002. But against which counties would he take his career best bowling figures of 7 for 21?
Hello.
Cricket update. We've been getting updates throughout today's show. Let's get the latest now from Adrian Harms at Hove, watching day 2 of Sussex's game against Leicestershire.
Where it is the most glorious afternoon here at Hove. The players about to resume after lunch in about 10 minutes' time. And a good recovery by Sussex at one stage, 18 for 2, with Tom Clark out for 9, Daniel Ibrahim without scoring. But since then, an unbroken partnership between the Australian Daniel Hughes is on 77 and the former Kent man Jack Leaning. Their 100 partnership has sent Sussex to lunch on 125 for 2. Talking of Kent, they're playing at Bristol this week against Gloucestershire. In reply to Gloucestershire's 325 all out, Kent are 99 for 3 at lunch. Ben Dawkins batting nicely, he's 45 not out.
Lovely, thank you, Adrian. Of course, follow the action for yourself.
Have a great day.
For the next 10 minutes or so, and we have a brand new bit of music from the Rolling Stones.
Right.
Beautiful South.
Stuff for the
Well, I always do a lunchtime. permanent tweets I will feel that I want to really, but
Maybe that's why I'm getting binned off.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your day this year. County ground at Hove, which is about ready to get underway.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to sunny and lovely Hove for the afternoon session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Sussex and Leicestershire. The game is nicely poised, Leicestershire having scored 328 in their first innings yesterday. Sussex 125 for 2 in their reply, having recovered well from 18 for 2 after half an hour's play this morning. The men responsible for that recovery, Daniel Hughes and Jack Leaning, on 77 and 28 respectively, heading out into the middle to join the Leicestershire players, and the two umpires, Michael Goff standing at the Cromwell Road end of the ground in the first half of the game, and Suri Shunmugan standing at the C end in the first half of the game. He is at the crease at the moment because the bowling will resume from this C end in the person of the very popular, with a couple of the parties of the stag parties that have come down. One of them's come down from London apparently to join us, and they have, the Leicestershire photographer John Mallett was showing me on his laptop a few minutes ago, an absolute dead ringer for Ben Green among their number, which is why Greener has been adopted. They have a young man with a lot of hair, including something of a mullet and a moustache as well, and has a fairly unshaven appearance, and he really does look like Ben Green's younger brother. Round the wicket goes Green from the C end, and bowls tucked to mid-wicket by Hughes. Nicky Chowdhury from BBC Sport, myself Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Your starting commentary team, Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, will be back with us eftsoons.
I did see that chap you were referring to.
Right.
And yeah, an uncanny resemblance to Ben Green.
John did check he wasn't related because of the resemblance. It was so great, but apparently not. It's just a sheer fluke. In goes Green, and bowls worked off the off stump by Hughes, wide of John Tattersall in the covers, and one is taken. He's got an uncanny knack, Hughes, of just working it sufficiently wide of the fielders in the single saving circle to pick up a single anyway. He moves on to 78, 126 for 2.
It's quite a tongue twister. Single saving circle.
Yeah. Yes. I wouldn't get those chaps.
I was going to
in
say,
the
try
coats
getting them to say that.
Come tea time, it might be an issue for them. Apparently a few of them came down last night and had the night in Brighton. In goes Green and bowls over the wicket to Jack Leaning, who leaves outside off stump.
All I can say to that is I'm glad I wasn't out in Brighton last night.
It was lively. I had a walk
Oh.
down sort of from Hove to the pier after play yesterday, and after getting our interviews and what have you. And this was sort of only about 8:30, and it was pretty lively down there. The police were sort of wandering among the crowds. It was good natured for the most part, but what it would have been like come midnight, don't know. In goes Green and bowls onto the hip of Leaning, worked nicely off through backward square. Tattersall pursues the ball, but it's Scriven coming in from long leg who picks up first, and Leaning takes 2.
I assume very lively, that's for sure. I was fast asleep at midnight.
Yeah,
That's well past my bedtime.
ditto. Those days, those Panasar days are long since gone. Bless him. It was a celebration, wasn't it? They got a little out of hand. In goes Green and bowls forward. Solidly, decisively goes Leaning, pushing the ball out into the covers. Picked up by Sol Budinger. Holland just bowls a couple of looseners in front of us here at mid-on, suggesting he might be picking up the attack. He hasn't bowled from the Cromwell Road end, so it is worth a try, perhaps. It was Helm who was bowling at the end of the morning session. Green is in. I think he just played inside the line deliberately there. We could maybe have a look at the replay, but it went past the outside edge. It went a long way past the outside edge of Leaning's bat. I think he just sort of leant forward appropriately and saw it go by outside off stump. Some of the Leicestershire faithful, familiar to me, sitting in the seats quite a long way away from the stag parties. All quiet, actually. I saw them all outside. The cricketers, the guys with the Oxford and Cambridge blue hooped caps, are relatively sedate.
But they have been.
Compared to the umpires who once let off the leash are enjoying themselves.
Tom Helm.
Holland, I think.
Apologies, yes. Holland. It was Helm on the scoreboard and then it blinked and it's changed. Tom Holland to open proceedings for the afternoon session from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex 128 for 2. Daniel Hughes on strike. He's on 78 with 2 slips in place. Right arm round the wicket. Comes Holland and Hughes is forward and flicks this to mid-on. Either side by a metre or 2. That would have gone away for 4, but this time Daniel Hughes has picked out the fielder. Trailing by 200. Here's Sussex, but over lunch the clouds have cleared up. Now we just have a few here and there. It was much murkier in the sky earlier.
There was a bit of haze around, wasn't there? But yeah, beautiful now.
Holland in. Hughes lets this one go through to Ben Cox outside the off stump. Leaves on the back foot.
Yeah, went into the 70s, the temperature now. 2021, which I think is 17 old money.
What's the calculation you do to find? What's the... I have no idea.
They used to sort of translate it all the time, and that's the only way I can work it out, just from remembering what the Met people used to say, essentially.
Holland steams down the slope as Hughes is forward, looks to drop this into the offside, but cover comes round very quickly to pick this one up.
21, I do remember, is about 70.
Some people watching from their balconies as well.
I wonder what the premium is on the flats with views over the county ground. Hefty, I would imagine.
I think so too, as Holland is in. Hughes is forward, and there's a shout. Has this one come back and jagged him on the pads?
Hit him outside the line either way, even if it was going to hit the stumps. Yeah, a bit high as well, but hit him outside the line.
Yeah, I guess especially the block of apartments on the Cromwell Road end side of the ground.
The scaffolding ones at the
No,
moment.
the one to the right.
Okay.
It's the ones behind the floodlights. There's I'd say the penthouses must have quite the premium as Holland is in now. Hughes drives and this one will go away for 4. Quick hands through the shot, a little bit of width. And Hughes moves into the 80s. On to 82, Sussex 132 for 2.
Yeah, that was worrying from Leicestershire's point of view because that was just dismissed by Hughes. He's looking as though the only way he's going to get out if he gets himself out, if that just gets a little bit too casual. He has a slightly casual air, but he's hit some glorious shots.
Holland in. Hughes uses his feet and this time drives again. And that will be 4 more. The gap between points and cover picks it out with perfection. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over here for Sussex. They are 136 for 2.
Same again. Used his feet. More or less got to the pitch of the ball. Didn't quite, but he got near enough and cracked it away through the offside. And it's all looking almost too easy for Daniel Hughes at the moment. Best score of the season so far, 86 not out. He'll be very keen to go on and make a big 3-figure score. Yeah, Tony Gregg bought one of those flats behind, he says, pointing on the radio. The ones with scaffolding are up at the moment, apparently.
It's a bit of an eyesore right now, though, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes, with that scaffolding, which has been up forever. Certainly well over a year, 'cause it was certainly here last year. But hopefully, once it's all down, it could be revealed. It was splendid. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Leaning steps forward and leaves.
Do you think we're going to have like a Madame Tussauds sort of reveal where the scaffolding finally comes down? It's like, voila. This is what it's been in the works for the last 2 years.
But you can't take scaffolding down.
No, you can't. That is
quickly,
true.
can you?
It's a health and safety hazard.
Got a great big clatter. It all comes falling down. It is of an I'm not sure. It's of its time, that block of flats, but at least it's white and it looks quite nice in the sun. In goes Green and bowls, shuffling forward slightly is Leaning, just turning his bat face on it and blocking it out into the on side.
Do you think that was like they have to be white on purpose just because of where they're placed as well, though?
I don't know, because the one in the corner that you like is brick fronted, and the one behind us, which is an absolute horror and has been there since the 60s, I would guess, is also sort of red brick fronted. So it's a sort of quite pleasing mixture looking on. In goes Green and bowls, Leaning leaves outside the off stump.
I guess just because where they are placed directly behind the line of the wickets, and it's probably more central, that even if they were to play on a pitch maybe to its left a bit more, that would be in the visibility. So if it was a red brick building that's slightly closer to the ground, then I don't know.
Bigger sight screens, you'd be
Maybe
alright.
sight screens. They need to be pretty big.
Green is in and bowled, leaning forward. Again, pushing into the on side. Tattersall is quickly on to the ball. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but moves quickly enough to prevent any chance of taking one. Holland is waving at the 12th man, who is Lewis Hill at the moment, saying he'd like a drink. Quite early. Only been out there 10 minutes since he presumably was having one. Anticipating a long spell, perhaps. Green is into his 9th over, none for 22 at the moment. In he goes and bowls. It does seam away, but from wide it went wider. And Leaning, who has been cautious, he's been the rock really. He's playing the Holland innings that Ian Holland played yesterday. 30 off 82 for Leaning. That was roughly the same strike rate, in inverted commas, that Holland had in his first sort of 80, 100 balls. Whereas Hughes, 86 off 111, 80% plus. He's watching as Green is in, bowls, Leaning leaves again outside of stump. That's a boy who's been brought up in Yorkshire, Jack Leaning. Leave it if you can. 136 for 2, a maiden in which Leaning left, I think, 4 out of the 6 deliveries. 136 for 2. It's quieter. The ground is just digesting its lunch at the moment. It's getting quite raucous beforehand. Did you try the fish and chips?
I did have the fish and chips. Haven't had fish and chips in a while.
No. You sort of feel as though you should when you come to Hove, don't you, or Brighton?
I'm just not sure if I'm a huge fish and chips person. You know, you get
Well,
some
it's-
people who have to have
it's
it
gotta be
every
good.
Friday night.
Oh well, yeah, that's
And I feel like that's proper dedication.
yeah, that's more to do with not having meat than not having fish than having fish and chips.
Here's Holland. This one, the back of the length of the back foot. Hughes
Oh,
pushes
shot.
this, and that's gone away for 4. Brilliant timing. I thought that was going to get cut off by the fielder in the deep, but Daniel Hughes has timed that to perfection. He moves on to 90. Sussex 140 on the board, the loss of 2.
He looks in absolutely prime touch now. Barely seemed to gesture at that. Flew across the boundary. Often the second day that the wicket's the best to bat on, isn't it?
Holland in, this one down the leg side, taken swiftly by Ben Cox. Yeah, I don't think I could have a fish and chips every week, but sometimes it's a nice treat, especially if you're down by the seaside.
I was brought up on the east coast of Yorkshire, so we had it fairly regularly.
Holland seams down the slope as Hughes is forward and pushes this just wide of mid-off. Will come through for a quick single, and that's actually gone away for 4 as mid-off has dived over it. Fine touch. 2 shots that Daniel Hughes has played this over, but it's pure timing rather than power. It's gone on to 94 now. Sussex 144 for 2.
It's all looking a bit ominous for Leicestershire. The mornings followed a similar pattern: early wickets and then 2 batsmen digging in. But what Sussex did really well yesterday in the afternoon session was keep things tight for a good part of the first part of the afternoon, and then they picked up wickets in the second part of the afternoon. And because, to a certain extent, of scoreboard pressure, and Leicestershire at the moment aren't able to do that. Both Holland, well, particularly Holland, has gone for runs. Again, it's a little bit of a pattern from last season. He didn't go for more than 2 and over. At the moment, he's going for 4 and over, and he kind of has done throughout much of this first division season.
Holland over the wicket this time, and Hughes forward defends. Ball goes to point. Just trying to change the angle here. Now get something different. Take it across from the left-hander. Try and get those slips in play. But he just looks very comfortable out there in the middle now. Daniel Hughes is on 94. This time off the back foot, opens the blade straight to point. No run. Very relaxed. Holland makes his way back to the top of his mark. And sets off again to Hughes, who's forward, drops this into the offside and will come through for a quick single. He was on to 95. That will also conclude the end of the over. Sussex 145 for 2.
Another of the differences is obviously that Holland and Green, neither are quick bowlers, but neither are remotely really sort of pacey bowlers. Green can bend his back and get it through into the 80s, but Holland is always usually sort of can be skiddy, but sort of late 70s. And we saw the difference with Helm really when Helm sort of bowls early 80s and gets a little bit of movement. It's that much more difficult to play. And Robinson and Crocombe for Sussex in that category. Crocombe quicker. Robinson sort of can get into the early 80s. But it's a big difference, that extra little bit of pace, and if you're getting movement, it's so much harder to play. Green then round the wicket to Hughes, who's walking down and is pushing it in the air just past Green, who stuck out a big left foot. Well, it would have been a complete fluke if he'd sort of managed to kick it up into the air, and it ran out to Helm at mid-on, and 1 was taken. Hughes onto 96. he get to his century before? When Adrian is back on commentary, will he be polite? Will he wait? I have to go and do an update at 2, which is 3 minutes away, but he's not on strike at the moment, so we'll keep going. There's a single hairy plane goes overhead. Sounds fairly basic, so probably heading to Shoreham. In goes Green and bowls, leaning, turns him off his legs, and it brings Hughes on 96 back onto strike.
Well, he brought up his half century with a lovely cut through point, and that's how he brought that one up. But how's he going to bring up his 3 digits here?
He's hit 15 fours already.
He is a shot away.
Green, with the encouragement of the stag party, is round the wicket to Hughes. Bowls. Hughes clips him off his legs, but it's going to go more or less straight to wide-ish long legs, so it'll be just the single. Tom Scriven is the fielder down there. Hughes onto 97, 148 for 2. 3 balls to go in the over. Green, expression rarely changes. Tosses the ball from hand to hand because he's waiting for Scriven to head across from one long leg to t'other. Turns, runs away from us, bowls, leaning, leans forward, blocks the ball back up towards mid-on. That was a fairly gentle delivery from Green. He was into his 10th over, none for 25. Holland works on the ball. When we went across to get our interviews yesterday, we found the old ball, which had just been rolled to the front of the pavilion. As Green is in and bowls outside off stump left by leaning. And I'd have been quite happy to open in a club game with it. You know, it looked still in pretty good shape. Well, literally, it was nice and round still, which is good for a Dukes. But also it had, you know, you'd shine that up. You'd get 3 or 4 matches out of that club cricket, I would suggest. Green to finish his over is in and bowls again wide, again leaning, leaves, end of the over, 148 for 2. Hughes on strike now on 97, leaning has 31. Sussex looking good. I'll leave you with Nicky and with Adrian.
And we're back.
That was a seamless change, wasn't it?
You would have never known.
So, are we going to see Daniel Hughes go through to what will be the 12th first-class 100 of his career?
Will it be this over? Will it be whilst I'm on air? Will it be whilst it's your over? Who knows?
Let's see. Well, it's going to be... our stag party is singing away. And it's going to be Ian Holland who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. It's just the one slip in place now, and runs have come very quickly since lunch, Nicky. As in comes Ian Holland down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Hughes is forward. Plays back to mid-off, and they scamper through for a single. Hughes goes to 98, and Sussex to 148 for 2. So since lunch, we've had 5 overs, and Sussex have added 23, so they're going at 5 and over since lunch. There was a little bit of discussion. I mean, the guys at the stag do, they're clearly having a nice time. 1 or 2 people, just as I walked round, were sort of saying, well, you know, people are here to enjoy the cricket. They don't necessarily want people singing all afternoon, but you know, if they're behaving and it's not, you know, foul language. In comes Holland, bowls to leaning, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And to be honest, Nick, if you went to a test match and you had to be sitting next to a group of people who were singing and the rest of it, or to a football match, I mean, if their behaviour isn't abusive in any way, then that's kind of where you sit, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah, I guess. I think maybe the format of the game can make a difference to how you would approach it as well.
Yeah. One of the stewards was there saying it's quite tricky, really. You don't want to be a killjoy. In comes Holland, bowls, and leaning is forward. Plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
So there is that, but yeah, you do get a fair few stag do's at the cricket now. I've seen that Lots of birthday parties as
Yeah.
well.
And you don't want to put people off coming. I mean, this is the thing, an enjoyable day at the cricket, and certainly, as I say, if you're trying to enjoy the cricket, you don't want it to become something that becomes unpleasant. So there's a fine line. Either way, in comes Holland. Better over from Holland on this occasion. Bowls to Leaning, who's hit on the pad. That's a good shout. Although he was taking a good step in, did Jack Leaning. Bounces in front of him, and there is no run.
But you know the one I wouldn't, the one I'm not so fond of when you do go to a cricket ground, is when you see proposals happening.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm not sure about that. You
Right.
know, it's quite risky territory, don't you think?
Well, just in case someone says no.
Yeah, and then the big screens on them, and it's a lot of pressure.
In comes Holland again. Bowls to Leaning. It's a good over from Ian Holland, and he's just troubling Jack Leaning, who's hit on the thigh, but the ball bounces out into the slips. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, you do see that now and again, don't you? With
And the way the entire thing is orchestrated as well, you have to
Yeah.
obviously let the people who run the big screens know, the camera camera operators as well. And what happens if some people are just shy?
in comes Holland Bowls, Leaning lets that go outside the off stump. Good over from Ian Holland, who has now bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 48. I went for a short break to Verona a couple of weeks ago, and there's a lovely area that overlooks the town and a beautiful square, and a guy proposed to his girlfriend there as well, which was very nice. And the family was sort of hiding away, and so they all took pictures as she said yes. So that was very nice. But at least there weren't lots of cameras there. And
Yeah, I think it's the entire ambience at a ground, and with the big screens, the cameras. Anyway, here's Ben Green. From the C end, running round the wicket into Hughes, who's off the back foot and punches this straight to cover.
got his eyes on this century, hasn't he, Daniel Hughes?
He has indeed.
Will be his first of the season and the 12th of his first-class career, if he goes through to it.
He's played a fine innings so far. As he awaits, Ben Green comes in, wide of the crease, forward and beats the outer edge of the bat into the gloves of Ben Cox.
Good delivery, wasn't it? Just bowling a good line is Ben Green. He bowled extremely well up at Leicester in the opening fixture of the season. To double check his figures on that occasion. 21 overs, 3 for 54 in Sussex's first innings. In the second innings, he took 2 for 54 in 21 overs, so he bowled very well in that opening match of the season.
Green runs in now. Hughes forward, drives this straight past. Green will come through for a single, moves on to 99. Sussex bring up the 150 with that as well. 150 for 2.
Well, I'm sure he's going to get a big cheer from the guys who are watching the stag party, who've just gone quiet for a moment.
I'm sure they'll bring the energy as soon as Ben Green starts his run up again. Sussex trailing by 178. 2 slips in place for Leaning. There they go. As Green is in, Leaning forward, lets this one go through to Ben Cox outside the off stump.
Well, been a couple of good overs, haven't there, here? We're just Ian Holland probing away, and Ben Green just bowls that sort of nagging length outside of off stump.
Yeah, Chuck Leaning hasn't got tempted so far. He's been very patient as he sets up and is ready to go again. Green in, leaning forward, does take a step down the wicket, just showing a little bit of aggression, but this one carries through to Ben Cox. Just the 1 run from this over so far, 1 delivery remaining. Currently +2 on the over rate, which is good for Leicestershire.
No, they've got through their overs very quickly, haven't they? And they've only used Patel for 3 of those overs, so they've certainly got on with it, of Leicestershire.
Green into leaning, forward, left alone. As Cox dives to his right to take that delivery. Just one run from the over. Sussex 150 for 2. Hughes on 99, leaning on 31. And surely it's going to be this over that Daniel Hughes reaches his 12th first-class century.
Oh, you listen to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury and Richard Ray, your commentary team. As the ground is half in sunshine, half in shade. In fact, as you look at the sky, it's pretty much all blue skies. There's obviously a cloud behind us, which is just obscuring the sun. But here we go, Daniel Hughes on 99. He's faced 123 balls, and he faces Ian Holland, who comes in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Hughes, who drives handsomely through the covers. What a way that is to go to the 12th first-class 100 of your career. Over-pitched, he belts the ball through the covers. He raises a fist and shakes it towards the Sussex dressing room, takes off his helmet. He's absolutely thrilled to bits, is Daniel Hughes. 124 balls, 16 fours, a magnificent innings. The first 100 of the season for Daniel Hughes, and he's gone to it in style and taken Sussex to a very good position in the match on 154 for 2.
Yeah, great innings from him so far. Just patient throughout the course of it, but then dominating when he needs to be. A very good balance.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Holland in bowls, and Hughes plays that onto the onside. I want to reset here though, will Daniel Hughes, because he's in, he's made 100, it's a beautiful day, good pitch, and he'll feel there's a really big score here for the taking, and he's scoring his runs quickly as well. You know, Sussex are rattling along here, not far shy of I'll say not far shy of 4 and over. If they carry on like this, they could be in a very good position in the match. In comes Holland, bowls to Hughes, who drives through the covers again, and this time he just picks up a single. He goes to 104, and Sussex to 155 for 2.
Yeah, he brought up his half century with a lovely cut that went for 4, and just now his 12th first class 100 as well, driving through the offside.
Well, it's a great day to be batting, isn't it, Nicky?
It is ideal conditions.
It really is. You're not going to get many better days than this. Holland makes his way in, down the hill, bowls to leaning, and leaning lets that one go by outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. And these two are closing in on the 150 partnership as well. Came together when the score's 18 for 2. Tom Clark out for 9. Daniel Ibrahim without scoring. Initially it was quite tough, certainly against Tom Helm. But Sussex weathered the storm, and these two are now batting Sussex into a good position in this match. Holland in bowls, leaning his forward, plays to back one. He's going to move on here. Tattershall very quickly in, gets in the throw. Daniel Hughes scampers home to the striker's end. That was the danger end to run to. Picks up another single. Have I pinched your ball? No, I didn't. It's still Ian Holland who's bowling, sorry. One more ball to go in the over.
Yeah, gritty innings from both of them at the moment, and especially for leaning. He knows how to do that, because it was just a couple of weeks ago that innings against Warwickshire here.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, great innings. In comes Holland, bowls, and Hughes defends out into the offside, and there is no run. So end of the over. Sussex 156 for 2. Hughes 104. Leaning is on 32. Elsewhere around the country, Essex 155 for 6. Still trailing Hampshire by 80. Somerset 101 for 5. In reply to Somerset's 354. Surrey 32 without loss. In reply to Nottinghamshire's 415. Warwickshire 35 for loss, leading Yorkshire by 30. A low scoring game at Edgbaston so far. 147 for Warwickshire, 152 for Yorkshire. Second Division, Derbyshire 508 for 5 against Northants at Derby. Kent 113 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Bristol, still trailing by 212. Still off for rain at Old Trafford. Middlesex 116 for 5 after Lancashire made 201 yesterday.
Green up the slope into leaning, and this one's outside the off stump and almost dies as it's taken by the shins of Ben Cox.
I should just mention the game down at Worcester, where Worcestershire are now 303 for 9 against Durham. At one stage, Worcestershire were 251 for 9, so a last wicket partnership of half-century last wicket partnership for Worcestershire. Ben Stokes has taken 2 wickets in the match.
2 slips in the gully in place as Green is forward and leading uppishly drives to mid-off. There is no run and the stag parties are getting very excited yet again.
Yes, they are.
I bet Ben Green's never had such support in
I agree.
a game. As he runs in away from us now, and this one's outside the off stump, leaning us forward and lets that one go through.
I can see Tom Helm is warming up Nicky at mid-off, and Leicestershire are getting to the stage here where they do need a wicket. I mean, this ball is only, what, 43 overs old. It's a long time until a new ball is available.
They need something, a little bit of magic to work their way. Leaning forward and lets this one go through.
Well, he's very happy here, isn't he, Jack, leaning just to play second fiddle.
Absolutely. Looking very different to how he was when he first came out into the middle, a little bit scratchy, but since then, and then especially post the lunch break as well, he's looking a lot more comfortable out there in the middle. He's in no hurry whatsoever. He's forward now, outer edge past gully, and that should go all the way for 4. Ball just kissing the boundary line, that does. That takes leaning on to 36, that takes Sussex to 160 for 2.
Yeah, well, as I say, he's very happy to play second fiddle, but he's very happy also to pick up boundaries where he can, is Jack Lean. That was a slightly forced shot, nonetheless it was all the way along the 4, and the ball races away across this beautiful outfield here at Hove, which is, to be honest, it's like a bowling green. It really is magnificent, but it's very quick.
Here's Green in now, straighter line, which means leanings forward in defence. And that will conclude the end of the over as well. Sussex 160 for 2, Daniel Hughes 104, Jack Leaning 36.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury, Richard Ray, your commentary team here at Hove, where the sun has momentarily gone behind some cloud. If you're just joining us, Sussex slumping to 18 for 2 this morning. Tom Helm on loan to Leicestershire from Middlesex, picking up both wickets. Tom Clark caught by Rishi Patel for 9 at first slip, and an identical delivery accounting for Daniel Ibrahim. Caught Patel, bowled Helm also at first slip without scoring, an 18 for 2. Sussex were in a good deal of trouble. But these two experienced players have steered Sussex through something of a crisis, and the top order has been a problem for Sussex this season. I think all the players have made runs at some stage or another, but not together and not consistently. Maybe today's the day when that's going to change. Daniel Hughes does a little bit of gardening. There are 2 slips a point. There's a fielder on the cover boundary. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg as Helm is in over the wicket. Bowls, and Hughes flirts with one outside the off stump, and he's absolutely furious with himself. Wanders away to square leg. It was wide outside the off stump. He was tempted to have a go at it, was Daniel Hughes, and just watch his reaction. Well, they're not going to show that on the replay, but he was fuming that he had a little dart at that wide delivery.
Yeah, he knows he shouldn't have.
Yeah, he knows, and there's a big score here in the offing for Daniel Hughes, and he won't want to give it away just because he's reached 100. He's 104 not out as Helm is in. Bowls, and Hughes, I'm not sure if that came a bit of pad or whether it came off the bat as well. Wait for the umpire's signal. It is signalled as a leg by. One more to the total for Sussex, 161 for 2. Many congratulations to Henry Crocombe, awarded his county cap for Sussex today, cap number 166. Looked as if Henry was enjoying a bite to eat with his family and in the long room at lunchtime. So well done, Henry, richly deserved, and certainly his performances this season are starting to get him noticed, as in comes Helm and bowls, and Leaning plays and misses outside the off stump again through to Cox, and there is no run. So well done to Henry Crocombe. And certainly the way he bowled at the Oval last week, I was commentating up there, and there was quite a few journalists there, and a few people came in and said, oh wow, Henry Crocombe, he bowls quickly, which he does. And there's certainly people taking a bit of notice. The sun is back with us. Helm is in again. Bowls and Leaning. I don't know if that came off bat or whether it came off a thigh pad. That's wait for umpire Goff's signal. I think he's going to signal a leg by. Yes, indeed he does. So one more to the total. 161 for 2. The sun is back with us. And Sussex going about their business in a very positive manner since lunch. Lunch was 125 for 2, so these two have added 37 since the break. The majority of those to Daniel Hughes. He was on 77 at lunch, now he's on 104. In comes Helm, bowls, and Hughes is rather squared up by a quick delivery from Tom Helm, and Hughes looking to play that on the leg side. The ball ends up at backward point, and there is no run. For me, Tom Helm has looked by far the most threatening of the Leicestershire bowlers. He's bowled a good lick down the hill. A not dissimilar spell to Ollie Robinson. Yes, Ollie Robinson went past the bat so many times yesterday, we lost count. As Helm is back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. For those of you who don't know the ground, he's running down the hill. Bowls to Hughes, who plays this. Time that Daniel Hughes. Nonetheless, he gets a single to mid-off. He will pinch the strike. He goes to 105. And Sussex to 163 for 2 at the end of the 45th over of the innings.
And just rotating strike nicely here, these two. They seem to have a good understanding between them of when to run.
I think they've run really well between the wickets as well. That was... oh dear, someone's making quite a lot of noise over there, aren't they? Yeah, I suppose the spectators who are sitting in that stand, if they are getting irritated by the amount of noise, they can always go and sit somewhere else in the ground, I guess. But you just hope... It's that fine line, isn't it, Nicky, when people become a bit of a pain. In comes Green. Oh, sorry, around the wicket. Bowls. Hughes playing a miss outside the off stump, and I've just pitched the first ball of your over.
It's all right. Got 5 left.
Yep.
Wow, they really are getting right into the thick of it, aren't they?
Yeah. In fact, there's only one, see, there'd be one stag do there now.
Because the other group went off to refill their cups.
Oh, did they? Okay, all right.
As Ben Green sets off from the C end, round the wicket to the left-handed Hughes. Forward and sends this to mid-wicket. There is no run. Trailing by 165 here, Sussex.
Well, he certainly seems to be, Ben Green is the target of their encouragement, shall we say.
Are they related to him? Are they just friends?
No, I don't think so. Well, maybe.
And they come now. Hughes uses his feet, advances down the wicket. Struck on the pads. There's a shout and almost plea from Leicestershire saying, come on, we need something. Because right now, Daniel Hughes and Jack Leaning are really holding the fort together for Sussex.
Yes. He's determined not to be dominated or bowled to here, is Daniel Hughes. Whenever he's got tied down, he likes to take a step down the pitch. Which he did on that occasion.
Here he runs in now, and this one just tucked behind, down towards long leg. Come through for a single. That takes Hughes on to 106. Sussex move on to 164 for 2. But actually looking at the stag group in the Shark stand, safe to say some people have vacated, I'd probably say within a 2 to 3 metre radius of where they're sat.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I don't blame people either, really.
with ball in hand, sets off to leaning. It's forward and just tucks us behind square. Goes through for the single and is going to come back and push hard for the second, which they get through comfortably. He moves on to 38. Score moves to 166 for 2.
Yeah, again, good running when there was always 2 there. But what's interesting with these 2, how fast they run the first run. And sets them up for coming back for a comfortable second run.
Green. Ready to go. Wind blowing through his mullet. Is in and leanings forward in defence. That will conclude the end of the over. 3 runs from it. Sussex 166 for 2.
Ben Green takes his jumper and cap from the umpire. He has bowled 13 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 33. I'm sure Tom Helm is going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37. He's picked up both wickets that have fallen today, and for my money has looked the most dangerous of the Leicestershire bowlers, much as Ollie Robinson did yesterday. Ollie Robinson eventually finishing with 3 wickets, or the way that he bowled. Certainly he deserved better than that. I can see James Taylor, one of the Leicestershire coaching staff, just chatting away here down to Ben Green. And it's going to be Helm, who's going to come in down the hill to bowl to Daniel Hughes. 2 slips in place he bowls. Short pulled away by Hughes down towards deep backwards square. Johnny Tattersall is very quickly in from the leg side boundary to field. However, there's one more to Daniel Hughes, who goes to 107, and Sussex to 167 for 2. And in reply to the Leicestershire total yesterday of 328, Ian Holland top scoring was 63, Tom Scriven making 50. At the field, for the right-handed Jack leaning, 2 slips, a third man, point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Helm over the wicket, bowls and leaning, drives handsomely through the covers. Hasn't quite got all of that. I'm not sure it's going to go for 4. Johnny Tattersall is in hot pursuit towards the clock tower scoreboard. A sliding stop, but 2 more to Jack leaning, and that's the 150 partnership up in 216 balls, and it's come quickly in 143 minutes between leaning and Hughes coming together when Sussex were 18 for 2, when Daniel Ibrahim was caught at slip by Rishi Patel off the bowling of the man who's bowling now, which is Tom Helm, who is back to his mark. So those 2 slips in place. Helm is in, down the hill bowls and leaning plays that firmly to backward point, fielded by a tumbling Tattersall at backward point, and again there is no run. The sun is sort of going in and out at the minute, but from where we're sitting there seems to be a lot more blue sky than there is cloud.
Yeah, it's being a bit moody. It can't make up its
I mean,
mind right now.
No, it can't, can it? I can only assume it's just sort of what's behind us, down towards the sea.
Maybe I should go and sit with them during my break.
Well, yeah.
Find out where they're from.
Yeah. In comes Helm. Bowl. Short, pulled away by leaning. Through mid-wicket. That's a very good stop. Excellent piece of fielding down on the square leg boundary. That's very good indeed. Herring around the boundary edge. You can't quite see who that is, but it was an excellent piece of fielding. Jack Leaning probably thought he'd picked up a boundary. He goes to 42, 171 for 2. That's the sort of fielding, though, that can really encourage a fielding side, getting someone around the boundary that quickly, and preventing the boundary.
Yeah, it was a really good piece of work. It was struck with quite some force as well from Dan Hughes.
In comes Helm bowls, and Leaning is forward and punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. Helm, in trying to stop it, sort of half falls over. Fielded at mid-off by Jake Weatherald, and again there is no run. I think we're going to get some spin because Ajaz Patel is going through a very vigorous warm-up routine at second slip.
It's very flexible.
Isn't he? Yeah. That's pretty good to be able to sort of kick your hands like that.
Yes, full range
Straight
kick.
leg kicks.
Maybe he was a secret gymnast.
Well, maybe. In comes Helm bowls, leaning, turns it onto the onside, looking to take a sink, but it isn't there. It is the end of the over. The Sun has got back in at 171 for 2. Sussex, Daniel Hughes at 107, Jack. And Ajaz Patel into the Leicestershire attack bowls to Dan Hughes, who plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Nicky threatening to find out whose stag do it is.
I'm a bit scared to go over it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
They're from London.
Right.
Certainly two of the parties. John Mallet was snapping them.
In comes Patel, bowls to Hughes, plays to deep square leg, picks up a single. Does Hughes? He goes to 108.
I can tell you one of the reasons they've adopted Ben Green is they have a Green look-alike amongst them.
Oh, right.
And he
okay.
does, I mean, it's extraordinary. He looks like Ben Green's
Really?
younger brother. Tash, unshaven, mullet, the works.
So the field is being reset for the right-handed leaning. There's a slip and a short leg. As Patel is in bowl, and leaning his back and strokes this handsomely through the offside. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Or more to the total.
They just haven't been able to get any control on the scoreboard at all, Leicestershire.
No. And so, I certainly think Helm has looked the most dangerous of the bowlers.
Yeah, that extra little bit of sharpness.
Yes. Patel over the wicket, bowls. Hughes swings across the line, I thought, but he gets a single as he sweeps down to deep square leg. One more to Hughes. He goes to 109. As I say, he will have his eyes on a big score here, Daniel Hughes. It's a lovely day, good pitch, quick outfield. That's why he was so annoyed when he reached his 100, and then he played a very loose drive outside the off stump and could so nearly have got a nick to that. Patel in bowls and leaning, strokes this handsomely through the covers for another single. So 4 singles off the over.
Width. They can get it away comfortably.
175 for 2. Sun is back with us. Patel bowls, Hughes back on his stumps and works this through point and picks up a single. 176 for 2. Hughes on 110, leaning on 44 at the end of the over. So we're going to have an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex shortly. The programme coming live from the Amex. But Sussex really going along very nicely. So, I suspect we could be a little while before they come to us, Richard. So
I agree.
So
It's
you go.
It's a danger during the sports programmes. I had to listen to an awful lot of chat about Leicester Tigers before they eventually came to me. Helm is in bowls. Pulling out of the pool is Hughes, Daniel Hughes. It was a decent bouncer. He got in position to pull, but there are 2 men out at deep backward square and long leg. Messrs Tattersall and Ben Green. So Hughes decided not to take the ball on.
Oh,
They've decided
disappeared.
they're going to keep up with the footy chat for a while, so
Yeah.
they've abandoned us, which is good. Helm into his 15th over now, bowls, and just nicely played wide of second slip, absolutely deliberately by Daniel Hughes, delicately, little glance really with the outside of the bat, down wide of the diving Patel at second slip, down through about 3rd or 4th to the 3rd man boundary for 4. He is playing quite beautifully.
He is.
And has done really for much of the day. 114 to him now. Leaning, happy, I'm sure, to play second fiddle at the moment when Hughes is playing so well. He just keeps his end up, picks up his singles. He's on 44. And Sussex chasing towards that Leicestershire First innings score of 3-8, 180 now for 2. Gone quieter out there in the outfield for the Foxes as Helm is in and bowls straight on the back foot. Hughes plays it back down the wicket to the Middlesex loanee, who just tosses the ball to Scriven to do a bit of polishing.
Well, he'll feel this is a big opportunity, Daniel Hughes, won't he? I mean, the ball is getting softer now. There's still another 30 overs to go until a new ball will be available. The outfield's quick. It's a lovely day.
It is. All those things, especially the first, that big opportunity.
Yeah.
Pitch, well, it may have flattened a little bit under the sun. In goes Helm and bowls, pulled down to fine leg. Green
Well fielded.
slides along, makes the stop, just checks that his feet weren't on the rope. They weren't. Really nice work by Green. That would have been a 4 in just about any club match you can think of, I suspect.
That was a great bit of fielding, wasn't it?
It was.
And how honest?
They're
how
pretty
honest,
good these days, aren't they, these boys?
And how honest was he as well? He looked at the rope just to make sure that he hadn't touched it.
Just checked his back foot, having slid along it, sort of sideways, sort of a long barrier slide, so to speak. Took it cleanly, and that ball was travelling.
Yeah, it was.
Absolute rate of knots. Helm is into leaning, bowls outside off stump, leaning, ignores it really, just sort of steps forward, but was already thinking about other things as it went into the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps. Rishi Patel cleans a bit of grass, perhaps away from his spikes. Salt Budinger runs back from mid-wicket to deep backward square. He's in position now. Helm to finish that 15th over. Is in and bowls, brings leaning forward with a good length delivery. It just begins to climb a little bit on him. Leaning plays it well, drops it out into the offside. 2 for 47 from 15 for Helm. He's bowled pretty well for the most part. Remember, he was 2 for 6 off about 7 at one stage. But otherwise, really, none of the Leicestershire bowlers. Green has been solid as ever, hasn't given it too much away, but the other Leicestershire bowlers, Holland, Scriven, Ajaz Patel, haven't been able to put any sort of break on the Sussex scoring.
No, they haven't. So, Daniel Hughes, 115 to his name. I've got a slight delay here because Jack Leading just getting some help from the umpire to some sort of adjusting of equipment going on. Patel is going to come in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Daniel Hughes, who is 118 not out. He's in and bowls, and Hughes is down the wicket, driving firmly. That's a big hit. Actually, it didn't go where he intended. He was looking to play it straight down the ground. But he's been rather squared up, and the ball ends up at deep mid-wicket, but he picks up a single. Does Hughes? He goes to 116.
He got away with it. He dragged it in the air. Sort of a little bit done in the flight.
Yes, he was. He was sort of looking to get down the wicket to Ajaz Patel. Who's in again, bowls. And leading is, I think that's a mis-stumping. Well, that's a collector's item because Ben Cox is very, very good behind the stumps. Leading looking to get down the track. I think it was fumbled by... Yes, and Sussex here, Robin, batting themselves into a really good position. They're 182 for 2, and that is some improvement. At one stage, they were 18 for 2 this morning. They lost 2 wickets in quick succession, Tom Clark for 9, and Daniel Ibrahim without scoring. But Daniel Hughes, the Australian, has batted beautifully. He's on 116, his first century of the season, and 12th of his career. Jack Leaning with him on 44, and these two are putting Sussex into a good position. That being said, Jack Leaning has just been missed behind a mis-stumping by Ben Cox. But Sussex going along nicely in the sunshine, 182 for 2. Patel in bowls, Leading plays to backward point, there is no run.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, it was a mis-stumping, saw the replay a couple of times. Most uncox-like.
Yeah, he's such a fine wicket keeper.
Again, dancing down, ball turned.
Patel again bowls, leaning is more circumspect on this occasion, plays into the offside. There is no run. Well, he's annoyed with himself, Ben Cox. He comes running down the pitch. Whatever word to Ajaz Patel, I'm sure it's going to be a sorry about that. But he's such a fine keeper. Yeah, there we are. Shake hands. No hard feelings. Just one of those things. But an opportunity nonetheless.
Yeah, they needed it, Leicestershire. Well, we saw chances go down yesterday in the slips, and I think that's the first real chance that Leicestershire have missed.
Yes, I would agree.
Chance it was.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, there's a bit of debate about how many catches Sussex put down yesterday, but the general feeling seemed to be it was 6 in the end.
We had 6, didn't we? We reckoned, but none were massively expensive, and
No.
at the moment they are forgotten as these two take Sussex inexorably towards that first innings score of Leicestershire, 3-208. Helm has looked the most likely, certainly of the seamers. Down the slope he comes and bowls short, pulled around the corner. A full pirouette, a full swivel from Daniel Hughes, who eventually I'm going to call Chesney, you know. Down to green he goes. He was a chanteur of the what was he, 1990s, something like that. Good while ago now.
Yeah. For a minute, I lost track of that. Actually, I have to say, he pulled the ball around. As I say, it was almost a full pirouette by Daniel Hughes. But he's showing signs he wants to get on with it. Hughes, he has done throughout the innings.
Yeah, he's got a very good strike rate. Helm into leaning, it comes back into him, tucks him up a bit, and he was on the back foot looking to cut it away and found the ball coming back in towards him and managed to keep it out.
Just talked to a couple of people over lunch, Richard, and they were talking about Steve Eskenazi and Tom Helm playing together at Middlesex. Apparently they are very good mates, and the suggestion that either Helm was best man at Eskenazi's wedding or the other way round. So I think they are good mates, apparently.
Well, at some stage, hopefully I'll get a chance to have a chat to Tom and find out. In he goes and bowls, and it's on driven very nicely by leaning to the long on boundary for 4. As it went past him, Hughes, who's a demonstrative soul, was already sort of clapping. He was clapping with his left hand on his bat above his head. And
Yes,
there you go. It had actually gone just past him when he were, but yeah, he liked that.
I think they get to know the ground, don't they? Wherever your home ground is, when it goes, you think, yeah, that's 4.
It does go up that slope quickly.
Yes, it does.
Really does. Helm is in again to leaning, who goes back as it comes back into him a little bit riskily. Didn't get up quite as much. He managed to fiddle it out to mid wicket. On to 48 now, Jack leaning. It's do him good as well, won't it?
Well, it will. I mean, he made a good 100 here against Warwickshire, but other than that, he's been a little short of runs, so he'll be very pleased to make a score here. I think it just goes to show with Sussex the change in bringing in some experience. I mean, 18 for 2, 3 or 4 seasons ago, that could have easily become a sort of 54 for 6. Scamper on here as the throw comes in, and Daniel Hughes had to rather throw himself into his crease then to make sure he got home in time, but indeed he did. Leaning goes to within 1 of his half century. Overs left today.
Plenty.
Yeah.
We are not at the halfway stage.
No, we're not. Still 49 remaining after this one. Patel in bowls. And Hughes lets that one drift by outside the off stump. There is no run. Well, Sussex would expect, I think, if they can bat through the rest of today with best part of 50 overs, that they would be suddenly round and about the Leicestershire score. In comes Patel bowls, and Hughes helps that down to deep backward square leg and picks up a single. Does Daniel Hughes? He goes to 119. I think that's going to go up to. Now I think the stream is just slightly behind. And Sussex to 189 for 2. The scoreboard has also gone off as well, so it's not desperately helpful. As the camera sort of swings round to the area in front of the pavilion where a lot of the parents sit and watch the game. 190 for 2 at the end of the over.
That's literally the family enclosure.
Yes, it is.
Or a family enclosure. So Helm has to be given a break. He can't keep them. 15 overs is plenty. Scriven, who's only bowled 3, they went for 22 this morning. He's being given a chance to redeem himself from the Conrail Road end. He hasn't got many options though. Holland, himself, Green, Scriven, and Helm, the seam bowling. Ajaz Patel, front line spinner. Rishi Patel bowls some off spin. Eskenazi bowls a little bit of off spin as well. Otherwise, the Leicestershire cupboard, one has to say, is somewhat bare. And at 190 for 2, Holland may be scratching his head a bit, so he needs Scriven to hit his straps. In he comes and bowls from round the wicket. It's stroked out into the offside. He's a stroker rather than a bludgeoner, Daniel Hughes, but it's been an aesthetically very pleasing innings as well as a productive one. Like so many left-handers, he does have that extra little touch of grace, really, about the way they play.
Well, and Leicester, everyone would know all about that with the great David Gower and all the runs he made at Grace Road. Now, the cover drive just looks so much better from a left-hander, doesn't it? I don't know why, it just does.
Helm goes back over to the right-handed Jack leaning, though, leaning on 49 as Helm is in and bowls to him. He looks to work it on the offside. Again, it comes back in to him and he ends up in a rather ungainly fashion playing it back down the pitch on the onside. Weatherald comes into field. Rishi Patel thinks he's seen something, comes out from slip and speaks to Ajaz Patel in the covers. Could be about where they're going tonight, but I suspect not.
Yeah.
Over 8's +2.
Yes, they've got their overs very quickly, Richard, haven't they? It's been very much a feature, so they can afford to change the field around as they're doing now. But you were spot on with your over rate.
Scriven is in and bowls wide left by leaning.
Your over rate knowledge yesterday, Richard was saying that if an innings lasts for less than 8 hours, then the over rate doesn't come into it. Even if you were minus locked, you don't get deducted points, which I don't think any of us knew. But
except Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah.
He told us last week. Not our Radio Nottingham colleague.
Then Nick Friend was here from the Cricketer yesterday, and he backed it up and said, "Yep, that's absolutely the case."
Well, I was sent the actual regulation as well, Scriven outside off stump. Cricket regulation, or first class regulation, 12.4.5. Should you wish to look it up?
Yeah.
And 8 hours is a long time. It's obviously 4 sessions.
Yeah.
Not many innings last 4 sessions these days. This might. This partnership might. In goes Scriven, bowls too short outside off stump. Not timed though. That throw from Weatherald misses. There's a general ooh and an ah, but it is the single that Leaning needed to go to his 50. Hughes did his partner a big favour by responding to that call, and had the throw hit, it would have required a decision of umpire Shun Mugan, because Daniel Hughes had a lot of work to do. Yeah. But he responded, made sure that Leaning had got his 50, goes and congratulates him. And well, there's a nice symmetry about the scoreboard now. Hughes 120, Leaning 50 197 for 2.
Absolutely.
Round the wicket goes Scriven. Bowls to Hughes, who steers him away through gully for 4. Width from Scriven. Enough. Not massive, but enough. And Hughes is now seeing it pretty well. He knows exactly where the field is, and he knew there wasn't a gully. And off the back foot, he just waited for it and steered it away absolutely deliberately to the third man boundary for 4. He moves on to 124. Sussex approaching 200, 196 for 2.
Paul from Sunny Crawley has been in touch. He says, hello everyone, and thank you for the great coverage. Just a quick query. What is the black device the umpire is wearing on his chest? I'm pretty certain that's a monitor, or a camera that monitors how fast people are bowling. Is that right?
Could be their radio. It could be the, yep, they have a...
I thought umpires were all fitted with
Monitor
devices
now, yeah.
now, and this is used by England to monitor players in terms of how fast they're bowling, how accurate they're bowling. I mean, we are in a stats-driven world, as in comes Patel, bowls to Leaning, who works this down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So, as Richard says, it could be a radio, or it could be one of these cameras which is used to provide all sorts of statistical information on players. Patel in bowls, Leaning is forward, plays down the track, there is no run. So I hope that answers your question, Paul, but thank you for listening. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. Comes up Patel, bowls, Leaning is going to be caught at mid-on, and he's really given that away as Jack Leaning. He can't believe it. That's very, very similar to the Ian Holland dismissal yesterday. He just tossed it up, and Jack Leaning, having got to his 50, has just driven the ball straight down the ground. Ben Green's taken a good low catch, but Jack Leaning will be absolutely fuming with himself. That's a poor shot, having got himself to a half century. Well set, good pitch, and that's disappointing. He goes 196 for 3, wicket for Patel, but you can tell by Jack Leaning's body language that he knows he's rather given that away.
Everything about that innings was not dissimilar to that played by Ian Holland yesterday. But the value, just as much to Sussex as Holland's almost was to Leicestershire. A lot of balls absorbed, and a lot of overs put into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers. And Sussex put into a much, much better position. He came in at a very difficult time, 18 for 2. And played a huge part in steering Sussex to a pretty strong position. 3 each now on bonus points, but Sussex with plenty of power to add now as they approach that 200.
Partnership of 164 between Hughes and Leaning. Brings out James Coles, who, interestingly, has dropped down the order this week. Now, I don't know whether that was a Paul Farbrace decision or a James Coles position, because James has been short of runs this season. And you'd have to say, actually, that probably if you're short of runs, you don't want to come in at 18 for 2 and facing Tom Helm, so maybe that's proven to be a good decision. However, James will feel that he could do with the score as he marks out his crease. Heather and Ian have been in touch in sultry Kemp Town, which is an area of Brighton.
Started, but Michael Goff decided otherwise.
Yeah.
So Hughes will be on strike, and it'll be still Scriven. Stream is back with us. The guys are able to show us a replay. Oh, it's having problems with the old freezing at the moment.
Yeah. What if they missed it? It might have been off when the stumping happened.
Yeah. It certainly wasn't on the screen, but whether they can dig it out of the archive, so to speak. So, round the wicket goes Scriven, and bowls down the leg side, continues to struggle with the consistent line and length. Got away with that one.
Yes, he did.
But he's gone for 7 and over in his 4 overs.
Yeah.
And Leicester can't afford that. They really can't.
Come on, Tommy, was the cry from some of the Leicester lads.
He's got to be able to spell the other seamers. In he comes. Bowls and punched out to wide-ish mid-on. One is taken. Not easy bowling against a good player like Hughes when he's gone past 3 figures, but even so.
I think we see a bit of pressure being put on James Coles here.
One, 2, 5 now to Dan Hughes. Well, it's an opportunity for Scriven against the new man, who may or may not have been fortunate to survive a stumping possibility in the previous over, so that may still be on his mind. Weatherald padded up, runs across from offside to leg side, and green for the new batsman is summoned from third man to go in at backwardish point. Scriven also telling his long leg to go a foot or 2 wider. In he comes and bowls very full on off stump, and it's very cleverly steered by Coles into the sort of 4th slip area. It runs down to third man, whence Green had been summoned the previous delivery, and that is a very clever, adept way to get off the mark.
It is.
Brings up the Sussex 200 in the 55th over, as you possibly heard. The avuncular voice on the tannoy.
Yes, I'm not sure who's doing that this week.
I like that voice. It's a nice, friendly one. Scriven is in. Bowls whipped away nicely. Strong right hand by Coles out to mid wicket. There isn't a mid wicket, only the sweeper on the leg side boundary, who is Helm, and one is taken. So again, 6 off the first 4 balls of the over.
Yeah, that's been disappointing, isn't it?
Scriven goes back around to Daniel Hughes. No slips now as he bowls, and Hughes just leans forward, walks forward into the defensive press, drops it out towards cover. His compatriot, Jake Weatherald, comes in from extra cover. Cox telling his third man to go wider. Salt Buddinger's down there in front of the stag parties, who are very quiet now. In goes Scriven and bowls. It's on driven. I don't think that went exactly where Hughes was looking to place it, but he's managed to get it in front of mid wicket. Again, Holland's options already limited, and if he has to take Scriven off, or feels he has to, the likes of Green, Helm or Holland himself already bowled plenty of overs.
So, I'll do one more over, then Nicky Chowdhury will be back on commentary with Richard. It's going to be bowled by Ajaz Patel. The stag party in their umpires' coats have returned. Patel comes in, bowls to Hughes, who sweeps firmly onto the leg side, and that's gone for 4 runs. Good attempted stop out there. Not sure who that is out there on that leg side boundary. But it was
Sol, I think.
It was a good effort. But Daniel Hughes swept hard, picked up another boundary. He goes to 130. I think they're the more singing stag group, aren't they? They have come back with some new songs. 130 off 158 balls, I think that is now. More strength onto the leg side field, so there is a backward square leg, deep mid wicket, and now 2 fielders, 3 fielders saving one on the leg side as Patel is in bowls, and Hughes works this one firmly down the ground to mid-on even, fielded by skipper Holland. Hughes goes to 131. And Sussex to 208 for 3. James Taylor just standing down below us. Did I hear somewhere that was 10 years ago that poor James had to retire from the game?
I think he did a little post about it.
Battalion bowls. Coles is forward and plays only to the offside. There is no wrong. Well, if James Coles wanted an opportunity to bat himself into form, this is it. You know, an oldish ball, 55 overs gone. You know, good track, lightning fast outfield. These are ideal conditions. Sun out. But Leicestershire will know he's struggling a little for form. They put a silly mid-off in place as in comes Mattel. Bowls to Coles, who drills that down the ground. Well, no sign of anything there from James Coles. Used his feet and hammered the ball down the ground through mid-off for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 9 and Sussex to 212 for 3.
Sort of a wristy, very straight drive as well. Slightly sort of inside out. Clever shot, played it. Clever in the way that the little dab down to third man was to get off the mark. He's innovative batsman.
He is. Well, we've still got another 45 overs left today, Richard?
Yeah.
40, yes. He goes to tell bowls to Coles, who plays a loose shot on this occasion. He's got away with that as James Coles. He was looking to play a similar shot, but he's not timed that at all, and the ball has ballooned out towards the offside boundary. Tom Helm was there, but the ball fell short, and that's a little fortunate from Coles.
Yeah, very. I think he's got instructions. If you can get Patel out of the attack, you can hit him out of the attack. Leicestershire really are in trouble.
Patel again. Over the wicket bowls, and Hughes sweeps, and I think he's going to pick up a boundary. It's Daniel Hughes, and the chase around the leg side boundary doesn't get there, does Budinger, and Daniel Hughes rather helps himself to another boundary. He goes to 135, Sussex to 217 for 3 at the end of the over. I'm going to have a breather. Would you like a cup of tea, Richard?
Always. Thank you.
Make Richard a cup of tea, and I will leave you with Richard and with Nikki.
14 off that Ajaz Patel over, which means 35 off 8 for him, so he's going at 6s, just under. Scriven at 7s. The Stag Party welcome, I think it's one of their number rather than Sol Budinger. Back to their grouping up there. James Coles twiddles the bat in his hand as in goes Scriven. Bowls to him, short, wide, 4 cracked away through the offside. And again, control. There ain't none, Nicky, I'm afraid, from Leicestershire's point of view. Sussex batters all over the Foxes' attack at the moment. 2-2-1 for 3.
It's a really shame to see how Jack Cleaning gave his wicket away, though, wasn't it? He was well set and building on a very solid foundation with Daniel Hughes.
Scriven is in again, short, wide, again cut. Has to have the sweeper out there now. Tattersall is there, does a good job to keep it to 1. Coles onto 15 already off just 10 balls. But again, I think it's part. I think sort of Leaning's demise wasn't strategy that he should get out, but I think it's strategy that they attack Patel, because if they can get him out of the attack, the Leicestershire seam bowling cupboard looks pretty threadbare at the moment. Scriven is turned off his legs by Daniel Hughes down to Ben Green at wide-ish long leg. 1 is taken, so 6 off the first 3 balls of the over. To whom can Holland turn? Well, as I say, Helm hasn't bowled that much in recent weeks, so they don't want to break him. He's already got 15 or 16 under his belt. In goes Scriven, and bowls driven by Coles very pleasantly, but again the sweeper stays out there on the offside for Coles, and Tattersall could be busy out there. And running into field, and Coles took one. It's just basically Holland and Green. Helm will have to be kept back. Scriven around the wicket. Into Hughes, who drives in the air and he's caught. Well, I can't believe that. It was foolish, it was there to be driven. And he basically just drove it in the air straight to Jake Weatherald at extra cover. And he can't believe what he's done. He was playing so nicely. But Daniel Hughes' innings has come to an end. He's rather given it away. He just drove that foolish delivery, full and wide really, from Scriven. It was there to be carved away. And Hughes shaking his head as he can't go off. He gets a pat on the behind from the bat of James Coles, and indeed he deserves all the applause he's getting, but he's punching his bat in annoyance. He really could have scored anything today, but he comes to an end on 136 off 162 balls with 24s.
Yeah, fine innings comes to an end from Daniel Hughes, and he's very frustrated with himself. There were big runs due for him today. Just watching it on the replay as well. Just comes off the shot. He gets a standing ovation as he makes his way back towards the dressing room. Goes for 136. He was quite annoyed with himself just based on his body language as he was walking back. Bit of a stomp.
Yeah, it was there to put away. He was maybe slightly tired as well. Just a little touch of loss of concentration, but huge bonus out of nothing really for Scriven and for Leicestershire. Can they take advantage of that little gift? 224 for 4. Still then 104 behind. 6 first innings wickets in hand. John Simpson, a man to rely on. Well, I was going to say crisis, but I don't think 224 for 4 is a crisis as such. Under most circumstances, Simpson. A very fine middle/lower order bat. Scored runs for both Middlesex and obviously Sussex against Leicestershire in recent years. Scriven now does have 2 slips as comes in and bowls. Simpson drives him away for 4. Well, it was a similar delivery to that which Scriven bowled to Hughes. Hughes in the air. Simpson got on top of the bounce and drove it away for 4. So, well, I think probably Leicestershire would have taken 1 for 11 in the over, but again, an awful lot of runs off the over. 46 off 6 for Scriven now, so 7.5 runs and over, but that wicket which could be crucial.
Yeah, very big, important wicket for Leicestershire. And just like that, Sussex have 2 new batters out there in the middle. It's going to be James Coles on strike against Ijaz Patel, who's donning the sunglasses. Doesn't take them off when he bowls. Keeps a little bit of style.
Carson does, doesn't he? He bowls in his sunnies for Sussex.
Left arm around. This one's off the back foot. Punch down towards deep cover. Single is taken. Score moves on to 229 for 4.
Looks like Ben Green is starting to warm up, so not exactly reluctantly, but a little wearily he's having to warm up again. Jazzy is Patel's inevitable nickname in the Leicestershire dressing room.
In he skips now, over the wicket, down on one knee goes Simpson and sweeps behind square. Will just get the single. Sussex move on to 230, trailing by 98. Ben Green's doing some jumpy twists in front of us. That's what I'm going to call them. Twisting as he jumps. As he stood at mid-on. James Coles awaits. Patel just defends this into the leg side. It's picked up at mid-wicket. The sun's made an appearance again, though. It's been in and out, but it's out now. As Patel skips through. This one's defended. Long lunge forward from Coles. Definitely expecting to see Green again soon, as he's getting rather animated with his warm-ups. Shorter delivery of the back foot. This is hit hard, but straight to extra cover.
Well, he came into this match having bowled 139 overs in the first 4 games. He's bowled 13 more already in this innings, Ben Green.
Coles forward, defends into the offside. A very speedy over comes to a close. 2 runs from it. Sussex 230 for 4.
So 152 overs in 4.5 games. Not quite a half yet. Is plenty. Green is a big, strong fella. He's going to have to be. Didn't really play much red ball cricket for Somerset over the last 2 years. He's greeted inevitably by his supporters among the in the stag party. His name on the tannoy. He's kept things tight-ish. 33 from his 13 overs to date. No wickets in the innings. It's just his warm-up run, getting not exactly a raspberry from the stag parties, but I didn't think they'd quite realise that it was just a warm-up run through the crease. The batsman wasn't backing away. Simpson. Not an elegant stance, but an elegant player as Green bowls outside off stump. A little bit of bounce for him. Simpson watches it with interest go through into the lime green gloves of Ben Cox. I don't know whether he chose them because they match the Leicestershire green numbers, but they do.
I guess nowadays you see fewer pretty stances. Just going.
Yeah. The coaches don't sort of mind too much, do they? As long as the product is all right. Outside off stump again from Green. That doesn't bounce as much, and again Simpson lets it go through to Cox. Not so many coaching sort of manual. Yeah.
There's a huge variety in stances nowadays. Some stood really tall and with a high bat, some crouched a bit low, and gone are the days where it was the standard feet shoulder width apart. Flex your knees a little bit.
Green is in, bowls, that's straighter. Simpson covers up, defends it out to point. Buttinger the fielder. Simpson, you would have thought, might be from the old school, but it is a slightly idiosyncratic stance. He's actually quite an orthodox player once he's on the move, once he's triggered.
Yeah, and you do see that with a lot of players. They might have a slightly different stance, but upon ball release, they're back at a neutral position, which does go back to the textbooks.
Green is in, outside off stump. Had to reach for that one, Simpson, but reach for it he did successfully. Steered it out to backward point. Really good work down there by Tom Helm, chasing up the rope, flung himself along the rope in front of the pavilion. There was some in the pavilion suggesting that might have gone for 4. And we're going to get a replay. Let's see how. Yeah, I think it did, I think it did. I think his hand was touching the rope, but doesn't look like it's been signalled. Hard to tell for the fielder. In goes Green and bowls. Simpson is beaten on the outside edge. Slightly casual push at that one from John Simpson. Yeah, definitely did play at it. 11,537 first-class runs for John Simpson. 205 not out, his best, and I'm pretty sure that was against Leicestershire at Grace Road. I'd have to get a who's who to find out. In goes Green and bowls. Again, straight on off stump this time, a touch short of a good length, and Simpson stayed back and played it firmly back up the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder. 2-3-2 for 4. Simpson 7. Coles, who's been aggressive and full of intent since he came in, is on 17 off just 16 balls.
Patel giving the ball a shine against the front of his shirt as he awaits. Number 21 printed on his back. Simpson and Coles just finishing their discussion.
You missed out on the lemon drizzle cake that Margaret brought us yesterday, Nikki. I'm sorry about that.
You didn't even save me a slice.
we guzzled the press box.
Did you inhale it?
Pretty much.
Patel in. This one off the back foot is cut away down towards deep cover. A single is taken. Score moves on to 233 for 4.
Width again from Patel. Yep, it was delicious though, Margaret. Moist and lovely.
Maybe we'll get some tomorrow. Maybe I'll have to bring some cake in tomorrow.
Ooh. Ah, you've made yourself a hostage to fortune now.
Maybe, I did say.
Oh, okay.
We'll see what happens.
Right.
Patel to the left-handed Simpson, slipping a short leg in place. He comes left arm over the wicket, use of the feet down the ground, and that will be 6.
Massive 6.
Straight out the middle of the bat. Authoritative shot there from John Simpson. And Sussex move on to 239 for 4.
That might have gone into a couple. That's very close to the ice cream franchise. It has been thrown back, so one of the stewards managed to stop it as it headed between the stands. But that was a lovely hit, and again, indications that Sussex putting Patel under pressure, making Leicestershire have to think about taking him out of the attack.
They're just going to check the ball. But there was a little bit of flight on offer there from Patel. So Simpson, I think rightly so, saw that, just saw the temptation and it took his fancy. Now I guess Patel saw 4 balls remaining in this over. He's got to do something to make sure that doesn't happen again. But I don't think they're happy with the ball.
That might have taken a chunk out. It hit, it was really travelling, and it thumped into one of the buildings between the stands, and umpire Shunmagun is heading for the replacement balls. Adrian will remind us of the name of the lady who always brings out Brenda, the ball carrier. And there she is on the boundary. Yeah, but she's waiting politely on the pavilion side of the rope.
There she is.
Hiya, Brenda.
How long has Brenda been given that responsibility for then?
Ever since I've been here,
Ever
10 years now, but she's always first in the queue.
For what?
Getting to the ground.
Oh, right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's
Always first in the queue to get to the ground. That is some dedication.
now, and she's just Sussex's biggest fan.
Do we mean first in the queue to get to the ground? Is she here before the players have even arrived? Or the first one as the gates open? Okay.
Well, she doesn't look over 80, Brenda. Fantastic sunglasses. Extremely neatly coiffured. You're looking good, Bren.
There she has it.
And she does indeed, as she carries the replacement ball case back up the pavilion steps.
Oh,
Love it.
well, the ball has been changed after it's taken a beating.
Yeah, 60 overs old, or pretty much, so we'll have to find one that is with a 6-0 penciled on it somewhere.
Patel into Simpson. Flatter delivery. He defends off the back foot into the offside.
Lovely hit though from Simpson. So early in his innings as well. Clean as you like.
Will he do it again though, as he comes down the track this time, drives, but straight to extra cover, and that has been hit hard. And
Poor Eskenazi.
Eskenazi is shaking his left hand with pain. I think that's got him at the end of the finger.
He's got plenty of bandages on his fingers, Eskenazi, battered over the years. I think they're fairly sensitive.
Patel in, and Simpson almost in two minds, defends off the back foot into the leg side, no run. He almost seemed like he was about to advance down the wicket.
Little bit of turn for Patel. He's got footholds to bowl into there to the left-hander.
And he comes now down on one knee, sweeps, and that will be 4. That's hit firmly. That's a beautiful shot there from John Simpson. He moves on to 17. End of the over. Sussex 243 for 4.
Yeah, he wasn't sweeping behind square either. That was through mid-wicket. So 11 off the Patel over. Simpson on to 17 off 13. Coles 18 off 17. They've got Leicestershire under the pump and they're intent on keeping them there, these two. Runs coming fast. 7 away from a first batting bonus point for the Martlets, as nobody calls them. I presume they're still the Sharks in T20.
Yes.
Yes. You wouldn't change that nickname, would you? It's a cool name for a coastal county. Green then. Over number 15, tosses the ball from hand to hand, spins it almost from hand to hand. Just Rishi Patel at slip now, close catching, as he runs in and bowls to Coles, who is turning the leg side delivery down to deep backward square, where Budinger is the fielder. One taken. 260 for 6 is usually what they'd be crying by now, something like that. Add 2 for not very many. But these two have made a rapid and impressively aggressive starts to their innings. Just 84 behind now, Sussex, as Green round the wicket to do the left-handed Simpson, who covers up. Straight delivery. Green, as the ball rolls towards him, puts down a big right foot to stop it. Hands it to Weatherald to do the polishing. They knew the floodlights here. This particular iteration, are they? They've got new floodlights at Cardiff now, which means that they can use them during championship matches. They couldn't previously. They're now much more targeted. In goes Green and bowls. Simpson turns him off his legs through square legs. Should be 2. Tattersall slides, picks up and turns, throws on the turn even, and keeps them to 1. And of course, since they got the floodlights in and got permission, they've had endless series of sun-filled days that they haven't had to use them at all. Which for Wales throughout April is a good effort.
That is actually pretty impressive.
We've been lucky with the weather, I think, April and May, this first tranche of championship fixtures. Green is in and bowls. Coles, careful, covers up on middle stump, pushes the delivery, slightly cross-batted, out to Weatherald.
I hope we're due a good summer. I really do. Although tomorrow there might be a bit of rain around, apparently.
Oh, really?
A little
That's
bit.
not allowed.
How dare it?
How very dare it. Just not used to that, especially down here. I'm sure we must have had them in the past, but My memories of Hove as Green is in and bowls outside off stump, caught, brilliantly caught. Went for the big booming drive off the back foot, edged it, and Cox made no mistake. And it wasn't necessarily an easy catch. It was travelling two-handed high to Cox's right because Patel was standing quite wide at first slip, and a really good catch by Cox, a smart catch. Made no mistake, and Green punches the air, and Leicestershire have their 5th wicket.
Another one down for Sussex as James Cole strides back towards the pavilion almost in slow motion. He's been out of the runs, he's been struggling this season so far, and while this one does not help his case, has a flash at it.
So 196 for 2 to 245 for 3, so 49 for 3 since that 196 was reached when Jack Leaning was dismissed, caught by Green. Charlie Tier comes in to replace James Coles. That pleased the Stag Party, didn't they? Their adopted son picking up his first wicket of the day, and indeed of the innings. Bonus wickets, really, these for Leicestershire.
I think they've
Leaning, they all three gave it away, really.
Yeah,
didn't
it
they?
wasn't. I wouldn't say it's as a result of the bowling from Leicestershire. They've just been sloppy shots.
Attacking shots, so I suppose Dan Hughes looked a touch tired, but Leaning, dancing down, hitting it straight to mid-on. Cole's trying to flayed away off the back foot. Green into Tier, then bowls. Tier leaves outside off stump, and Green, 2 runs, 2 singles off the over, but a wicket. His first, as we've been saying. Now has 1 for 37 from 15 and gets plenty of pats on the back from his teammates.
Spectators enjoying themselves in the sun as well on the deck chairs.
A few shirts off up there. Hope they've got plenty of cream on. Gorgeous afternoon. Be plenty of people on the beach, I would imagine. Beach.
It's a little bit breezy to be on the beach, don't you think?
Be nice. It's warmish though. The breeze is quite warm now. First day it was sort of easterly and cold. It is a bit easterly, but it's basically fine now. It's lovely.
Here's Ijaz Patel. Into Simpson, who's off the back foot, plays with a straight blade, straight to mid-on. Slip and a short leg still in play as he skips through again. Flatter, bit of width, and cut down towards deep point. Single take Simpson on to 19. The scoreboard here at Sussex is frightfully fast.
It's lightning.
It's
isn't it?
almost like they can predict the run before the ball is hit.
They do change it, drawing it. Yeah, they do. It's amazing. You can be sure when you glance at it, it is the correct score. It's usually ahead of you.
So adjusting the field for the right-handed Tier is Ijaz Patel. 2 slips and a short leg. Getting right in there. Left arm round the wicket, and this one's left alone by Tier as he watches it into the gloves of Ben Cox, who's probably less than half a metre away from him. Right up there on the stumps. Patel skips through, offers flight. Tier forward in defence to extra cover. Really speeds through his overs, doesn't he, Ijaz Patel?
He does, yeah.
And he is again Tier forward, defends into the offside. No run. if I'm not mistaken, probably time for one of Adrian's updates as well. Oh, there won't be one.
No, it's footy time.
Oh, it's footy time.
Rugby in our case, so we both have half-time updates to do, but they're a good 15 minutes or so away.
Oh, okay. Patel in, offers flight to forward. Gets an outer edge that runs along the ground pass. Second slip, they'll come through for a single. Tier keeps strike. End of the over, 2 runs from it. Sussex are 247 for 5.
Yeah, we don't talk about football on Radio Leicester anymore. They've had a disastrous year. The footballing Foxes, League One. Here they go. Here they come. Funny, really. Most of my time watching Leicestershire, the footballing Foxes have been sort of top of the tree. And it's now the cricketing Foxes who are in the first division, the top division, while the footballing Foxes are down in division, what we used to call Division 3. And is now League One. Sounds better, same thing, essentially. So, Green as the new batsman to bowl at. Tier, who's faced 5 deliveries for his single. 2 slips behind the relatively diminutive Tier as Green is in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump, and will no doubt be relieved to be able to do so. Scotland international Charlie Tier, Chris Adams, a protege of Chris Adams at Seaford College. Represented Scotland at the 2022 Under-19 World Cup and made his full Scotland debut as in goes Green and bowls to him outside off stump, punched away very pleasantly into the gap between Messrs Tattersall and Weatherald. Weatherald wins the race up towards deep extra cover. Tier, who's quick between the wickets, turned and made 2 into 3. Simpson, who is the best part probably of 20 years his senior, did not lose anything in comparison as they ran between the wickets there. 250 up, bonus point time for Sussex.
According to the rotor in front of me, it's time for me to bid you farewell.
Fair enough.
I shall
See you again after tea.
We shall meet again.
We have 6.4 overs to go as Green is in until tea and is on driven, off driven I should say, between Green and the stumps by Simpson for a beautiful 4. Lovely shot from Simpson, who he's only faced 18 balls for his 23, but he's looked in as good touch as anybody. As once Adrian has sorted himself out, I will ask him about John Simpson's 205 not out. I have in mind, Adrian, that it was against Leicestershire at Grace Road.
Yes, it was.
It was.
In that first season that John took over as skipper.
I remember it. Green staying round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls straight. Simpson covers up, pushes to mid-wicket. Tattersall fields.
I mean, Leicestershire have fought back here. I think Sussex are disappointed. I think leaning to an extent Daniel Hughes and certainly James Coles will feel that they've rather given it away. I mean, Daniel Hughes batted beautifully. I think James Coles will be disappointed with the shot he played, and Jack Leading having got to 50, holding out to mid-on. But Leicestershire have stuck to their task here, Richard.
Green in. Simpson again gets a straight delivery that he leans forward this time and blocks to mid-on.
I mean, the Sussex lower order have come to the side's rescue on numerous occasions this season, not least at the Oval last week, where they were 92 for 7 and finished up with 358. Carson and Robinson both making 100. So there's plenty of batting to come. Charlie Tier made 61 at the Oval, but Sussex won't want to miss out on what's been on a good start here. But let's just check their progress a little.
They've stuck at it. In goes Green and bowls and beats Simpson with a beauty that lifts and leaves him, and Simpson turned his head to one side and wanders down and prods at the pitch.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this one. Just a little bit, yeah. Straightened a touch and lifted a touch. Simpson's reaction was one of a man who had exploded. It didn't really do that, but Certainly was unexpected.
Yes.
So Charlie Tier is still only 9. No, he's not. He's 21.
Yes.
Coming up on. Only just. He's coming up on 22.
I interviewed Charlie. I said hello to him last week at the Oval. His mother is Scottish, I understand, which is how he qualifies to play for Scotland, but batted nicely and gets good bowling at the Oval last week, and he'll be keen to cement his place in the side with a score here. In comes Patel, bowls to Tier, who's forward, plays defensively to backward point, and there is no run. Talking about John Simpson, I mean, he is as fit as a fiddle. And very, very quick between the wickets as well.
Charlie's played 20 one-day internationals.
Yes, he has.
So he's an experienced international.
I mean, he's played more international cricket than he has domestic cricket, really.
Yes, it's just his 5th first-class game.
It is. 2 slips and a short leg in place. Patel is in bowls. Terry's back steers that into the offside. There is no run. John Simpson leans on his bat at the non-strikers end. He's moved very quickly on to 23. Patel waits and then is in and bowls, and Tier plays stylishly through the offside, picks up a single. There's a misfield actually in the covers, and Tier's going back for a second. Was that Tom Helm who misfielded that? I think it was. Either way, Tier goes to 6. And the total to 256 for 5. Beautiful afternoon here on the south coast. Now there is a change in the field. That second slip is coming into extra cover, I think. There's a fielder gone back on the leg on the offside boundary, and a short extra cover has been put in place. So in comes Patel, bowls, and Tier is forward, ball of good length, plays into the offside. John Simpson was looking for a single. He's at the non-striker's end, and Charlie Tier sent him back, which was the right decision because it was played straight to the fielder at backward point. Patel again. In and bowls down the leg side. It's a good bit of keeping by Ben Cox, who's across smartish to take the ball. Charlie Tier probably a bit disappointed he missed out there. That was down the leg side from Patel, who's in again. Bowl gives that plenty of air. Tier is forward, plays him into a wicket, no run. End of the over, just 2 runs off the over. Charlie Tier is on 6, John Simpson on 23. Sussex at the end of the over, 256 for 5. The new ball now just 16 overs away. Certainly at one stage it looked as if Sussex might get to that new ball, maybe 3 or 4 down. They're 5 down now, and Leicestershire deserves some credit here for plugging away. And Ben Green is getting a round of applause from his fan club.
He's being taken out of the attack though. 16 overs and just the 1 wicket. Tom Helm, who's also bowled 16 overs, is being brought back in for a couple of overs. A short burst before tea. I was just looking up when the last time Helm played a first-class game, and it was it was the first game of Middlesex's season. No, it wasn't the first game. 17th of April, so that would have been the 3rd game. But he's only played 1 game of first-class cricket this season before this one. So he will, as racehorse even trainers say, be sort of in need of a gallop.
Yeah.
Didn't know whether he wanted to be galloping quite as much as he's being asked to gallop, but well, they've put square leg back and they're saying to John Simpson, have a hook if you want. Round the wicket goes Helm and bowls, a little bit short of a length, but not particularly short, and he's going to pick up 2 runs because Tattersall has to run in from deep square to sort of halfway towards mid-wicket to field. Simpson takes 2, moves on to 25.
Well, John Simpson will know Tom Helm very well from his Middlesex days, and vice versa.
Yeah.
He's had a strange season, John, really. I mean, the first game at Leicestershire, he made 17 and 5.
Waiting now in that slightly crabby stance as in goes Helm, bowls to him. plays it straight back down the wicket to Helm, who side foots the ball to Weatherald.
Against Warwickshire he made 5 and 1, so he wasn't in great form before Sussex headed up to Yorkshire, where he made 136, so he knew a score was just around the corner. Only 4 in the second innings. At the Oval last week he was out for 0 in the first innings and 13 in the second.
And he comes and bowls to Simpson, Helm that is, and it's pushed out to Weatherald in the covers.
But he's one of these players you just feel that if he hits a couple of low scores, then a decent score is just around the corner. We've got very used to him scoring hundreds down here at Hove since he moved from Middlesex.
Obviously wants to keep playing as long as possible. Hasn't talked about post-cricket at all, do you?
No.
In goes Helm and bowls to him, and he
Good
pulls
delivery.
the bat back inside the line. I think after he might have had a little play at it, we'll have a look at the replay. Bounce and carry for Helm. That extra bit of pace makes such a bit of difference. Let's have a look.
Well
Yes,
played.
he did have a play at it.
He did, yeah. Well, he'll be 38 in July. My understanding is that John is out of contract at the end of this season. And as with so many of the Sussex players who are out of contract, it remains to be seen what's going to happen next season.
Yeah, because one assumes as Helm is in, bowls down the leg side to Simpson, who gestures at the ball, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox, that he'll be reasonably well remunerated.
Yes.
In comparison to the younger members of the side.
Yep.
Persuade him to come down as captain from Lords.
No, most definitely. So it's highly unlikely that similar sums of money will be available next season.
Exactly. Helm is in. Simpson on the back foot cleverly deflects it down through the vacant gully area down towards Ben Green at third man, who normally would get a cheer for any sort of fielding, but the stag party is.
Yes,
The cricketers have moved on.
they have,
The
haven't they?
blue-capped cricketers have moved on. The umpires are still there, but they're dozing in the sun a little bit at the moment.
Yes. Yes, I mean, it's clearly the end of season scenario that Sussex supporters don't really want to talk about, Richard, to be honest, because nobody quite knows what's going to happen. Obviously, those who are still under contract, that's fine, but there are a number of players who are out of contract, and I believe John is one of those. In comes Patel, bowls to Simpson, who defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. Slip and a short leg of the close fielders. There's a deep square leg, slightly back of the square, deep mid-wicket and a long on, so plenty of protection on the leg side boundary as Patel is in bowl. Simpson defends stoutly and solidly out into the offside. Again, there is no run. But Patel does rattle through his overs.
We're not going to be too far off
No, we're not.
the proper tea time.
3 more overs after this until tea. Patel in bowls wide, and Simpson carves that one away down to deep backward point. Picks up his 27th run of the innings, and Sussex to 260 for 5.
Well, it'll be about 5-4, which is, by our standards, by county championship standards, reasonably good.
Yeah, so what have we had? We've had 135 runs since lunch. But Leicestershire have picked up 3 wickets. Patel in bowls. Tier clips that onto the onside. Now they've taken one. There'll definitely be 2. Tom Scriven is after the ball down to the clock tower scoreboard, but Tier comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 8, and the total to 262 for 5. Leicestershire making 328 yesterday, so Sussex closing in on that total. But just been put in check by Leicestershire in the last half hour or so as Patel is in bowls, gives that plenty of flight and beautifully driven. That's probably one of the shots of the day actually from Charlie Tier. Gave that a bit of air, did Patel, and Charlie Tier onto the front foot and just drove it. Lovely timing through extra cover for 4. That was a nice shot. He goes to 12. And Sussex to 200 and... I'll just wait for the score to come up on our screen here actually, because the light is such that it's quite difficult to see the score. We're 266 for 5. Nicely played by Tier. Towel in again, bowls. Gives that plenty of air. Tier flicks that on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Another over drifts by. AJ Patel's bowled. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 59. So it's been a bit expensive as the spinner.
Yes, he has.
But the pick of the bowlers for me has been Tom Helm. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 55. And he has caused consistently problems to the Sussex batters. I think Ben Green's bowled a tidy line. He never gives much away, Ben Green. 3 overs until tea.
It will be Helm who'll bowl the first of them, and one presumes the third of them as well. That extra little bit of pace and bounce gets that extra little bit from the pitch. Round the wicket he comes and bowls. Simpson on drives, checks the drive slightly, controls it, steers it as much as drives it wide of Eskenazi at mid-on. Takes 1.
Well, these two will be very keen to make sure they're there after tea. After which 32 overs, if Sussex could score at 3 or 4 and over, they could be 40 or 50 ahead.
But well ahead by the close potentially.
But new ball available at some stage this evening.
Helm back over the wicket, bowls. Tier on the back foot, gets up on his toes and steers it away towards backward point, but there is a backward point. John Tattersall makes the stop on the bounce.
Yeah, I mean, so this new ball will be available 11 overs after tea. You would think that Tom Helm would take it.
He would, but
he's got a lot of overs.
He has. This is the problem, really. He's update coming for BBC Radio Sussex as Helm is in and bowls. Tier again, slightly short of a length. He plays it off the back foot out into the offside. Weatherald is the fielder, and there is no run.
Or maybe not.
Possibly not, no. In comes Helm and bowls. Tier drives him out to mid-wicket. Should pick up 1. Holland is going to drag it back. It's going to make 2, actually. Holland had a bit further to go. So Tier moves on to 14. 269 for 5.
Yes, as you could probably see, Robin, it's a glorious afternoon here on the South Coach. The Sussex are going along nicely, although not as nicely as they were. At one stage, Daniel Hughes was going on very nicely with Jack Leaning, but Jack Leaning got out for 50, holding out, having got to his half-century. Daniel Hughes made 136 before he holed out for cover, and then James Coles continued his indifferent form when he was caught behind by Cox off the bowling of Ben Green for 19. So Sussex now are 273 for 5. Charlie Tier is on 18. John Simpson is on 25. That in reply to the Leicestershire total yesterday of 328.
Well, Tier is being just as positive as...
Was that a 6?
As Coles, no, 4.
Oh.
As Coles before him. 18 off 20 to him. Helm. Figures don't look quite as good as they did this morning. Is in and bowls. Forward goes Tier. Thick inside edge. The ball runs down towards deep backward square. Budinger comes into field. 1 is taken. End of Helm's over. His 18th, 2 for 63 for Helm, who at one stage had 2 for 6. 2 overs to go until tea. I'll get this one in from Patel, and then I'll have to go and do an update as well.
I think this is the total partnership between Hughes and Leaning was worth 164. It wasn't, wasn't it? That was my maths.
164 I've got for the third wicket.
Yes, I think it's more. I think that was my fault. In goes Patel and bowls. Turns outside the off stump, let go by Tier, goes through to the keeper. There is no run. If the guys in the studio could turn the feed off, that would be helpful. I think the partnership was actually worth more than that. I think it was worth 178. So that was my maths, Richard, as Patel comes in, played out into the offside, and there is no run.
Correct. Where did 164 come from then?
I think I got it because I went it from the miss stumping, which is on 182. In comes Patel, and Tier defends into the offside, and there is no run. See if I can get this feed turned off. Comes Patel again. In the bowls, there's a howl as Tier plays out to the onside. I don't know where that turned a little bit, Richard.
It was a good length ball. He went back and it sort of skidded on a little bit, and he just shoveled it off from in front of his pad. It almost snuck onto the pad.
In comes Patel again, cut away by Tier.
Width again.
Yeah, through point, picks up a single. Richard's got to go. Have you got an update to do, Richard? One more to go in this over, then one more, and then it'll be tea. Patel coming over the wicket, in and bowl. Simpson plays without timing, down to mid-off. There is no run. End of the over. 275 for 5. Simpson 28. Tier is on 20. Listen to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Holmes, Richard Gray, and Nicky Chowdhury. Just one over until tea. Which is going to be bowled by, is it going to be Tom Helm? Yes, it is going to be Helm, who was bowled 18 overs, 3 maidens, taken 2 for 63. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Charlie Tier. Running in from the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls, and Tier shoulders arms, lets that one go through to keeper Cox, and there is no run. 275 for 5. So the arrears now 53 for Sussex, but with plenty of batting to come. Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, the latter two who both made hundreds at the Oval last week, and Henry Crocombe, who can bat as well. And comes Helm bowls. Oh, Tier is beaten outside the off stump. I think that's a definite player miss. We'll see if we can get an action replay of that one. Possibly he pulled the bat inside the line, did Charlie Tier. And there is no run. 2 slips, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as Helm motors in again over the wicket. Bowls down the leg side. He'll be disappointed that will Tom Helm, and Charlie Tier attempting to glance the ball, but the ball disappears down the leg side, taken by Ben Cox, and there is no run. So tea will be taken in the next of the next 3 balls. Oh, I can see someone going up onto the block of flats away to our right hand side, just putting a chair on the roof and settling down to watch the cricket in the sunshine. Very pleasant too, as in comes Helm and bowls, and Tier is solidly fought a ball of good length, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So 32 overs will be bowled in the evening session. After 11 of those overs, the new ball would be available, which will be, I see no reason why Leicestershire wouldn't take that new ball. Just a change in the field for a couple of balls before tea. Looks to me as if Leicestershire are cover a fielder across to square leg. There's Jake Weatherald, who's got the pads on under his trousers, the protective pads, as in comes on down the leg side. There's an appeal, a strangled appeal from Ben Cox, suggesting that maybe Charlie Terry gloved that through to the keeper. Turned down though by umpire Goff, and there is no run. So one more ball to go here until the tea break. Very briefly running through the scores in the other games in the First Division. Essex 240 for 9, now leading Hampshire by 5. Glamorgan 189 for 8, trailing Somerset by 165. Surrey 115 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Dom Sibley on 53, another half century. As in comes Helm Bowles, Tear lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. And there is no run. So, good session of cricket. That saw 150 runs exactly scored, 3 wickets going down. Sussex in the ascendancy because the arrears are just 53, but that being said, Leicestershire fought back in that session, picking up 3 wickets, and they'll know that a new ball is going to be available shortly after tea. Just briefly those other games, Surrey 115 for 1 against Notts. And in the game at Edgbaston, a lot more runs second time around. Warwickshire 142 for 1, leading Yorkshire by 137. Rob Yates is 80 not out. So we're going to have a breather and a cup of tea. Thank you very much for your company. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time.
If you are coming on, so you can go through the drink, please. And if you're going to go to small games of cricket, only softballs are limited, so please, softballs limited to playing cricket. No food or drink anywhere on the outfield. Please pay attention to the square. Take any direction from mysteriously will guide you whether you're encroaching or not encroaching on the square. But please, before you can kick off the square at all times.
Yeah. Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the final session of the day. The umpires are out in the middle. The Leicestershire fielders are in a huddle in front of the pavilion. We had an impromptu game of cricket here at tea time with the stag do. I think there's a couple of stag do's. There's one in particular where the guys are all dressed in umpires' coats. We're having a ball out on the outfield. I found out that the stag is called Seb, so I hope you have a great day, Seb. And he's got 23 mates who have all come along to the stag do, so he must be very popular. He said, I don't know where they've gone now. Perhaps they've gone to the bar to get another beer, but...
That would be my guess. Always helps to turn the microphone on.
Yeah. Anyway, they've had a...
I did enjoy watching them play their little game of mushy during the tea interval on the outfield. I was sat on the top deck above the media centre, and it was quite entertaining, I can tell you that.
Well, I was just chatting to one of the stewards, and he said, they've been pretty well behaved, really. I mean, there was one or two bits of bad language, he said, and they were just asked to tone it down a bit, and they did. So, I don't think anyone is. They've brought a bit of atmosphere to the game. I don't think anyone's been offended, and hopefully they've had a good day. Sussex have had a decent day, 275 for 5. I feel it could have been slightly better. Those 3 wickets that went down between lunch and tea. Certainly, I think the Jack Leaning shot and the James Cole shot will be disappointed with the way they got out. But Leicestershire have fought back, and Ajaz Patel is coming in. Bowls to John Simpson, who drills the ball down the ground too long on to get his score underway after tea. He goes to 29, and Sussex to 276 for 5. I guess the next point really will be the new ball, Nicky, that's due in 11 overs time, and you'd have thought Tom Helm will certainly take that because he's looked very threatening for Leicestershire today. As in comes Patel around the wicket, bowls, and Tier just props forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
Just going back to this stag do, did you find out if they're here to actually support maybe a pal of theirs who's playing in the...
No, I don't think there is. I think they've just chosen a game and decided to come out, watch some cricket, and
wow.
have a couple of beers, and Patel in bowls to Tier. Now that led to Charlie Tier. He played it well to backward point, and there is no run. Still a little bit in this picture now. A slip and a short leg are the close fielders. Patel, who is in bowls, and Charlie Tier steers that one through the gap on the offside and picks up a single. I can see Ian Holland is warming up, the Leicestershire skipper, down in front of us. 277 for 5. Leicestershire yesterday making 328, so the arrears now are 51. As in comes Patel over the wicket, bowls. Simpson drives down the ground and picks up another single. He's a great accumulator, is John Simpson. So 3 singles coming off the opening over after tea. 1 more ball to go. And that'll be 70 overs gone in the innings. Patel again in bowls, and Charlie Tier just defends from the crease out into the offside. There is no run, so 3 off the over, 278 for 5. So the arrears are exactly 50 runs with 31 overs left to go in the day. So if Sussex were to score at 3 and over from here, roughly, Nicky, that's another 100 runs. They would be ahead by 50 runs or so going into day 3. I guess conversely, from a Leicestershire point of view, they might feel, well, if they can pick up 2 or 3 wickets with the new ball, the sides could be about parity at stumps. We shall have to see. Either way, Tom Scriven is going to get us underway after tea, and he's going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
Yep, just did a mock run through of his run up now as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. Sun is shining now after tea as he rolls his arm over to mid-on. Sussex 278, trailing by 50. Seemed like a long way off earlier this morning when play resumed, but thanks to a great partnership between Jack Leaning and Daniel Hughes of over 150. They're here now as Scrivens is in to Simpson. And this one goes through to Ben Cox with the gloves. Just donning one of those, what's the correct term for a cap like that Ben Cox is wearing? The one that has the ring hats.
Bucket hat?
No, it's not a bucket hat. It's
Well,
like,
that is, I don't know.
it's like one of
I'd
those
just call it a
proper
floppy hat, but that's
like
probably better.
Scrivens into as the umpire runs to get into the right position for this left-hand, right-hand combination. Definitely getting steps in after tea, burning off the cake. Cricket must be the only sport that actually breaks for like a tea break, where players can go and get a sweet bite, don't you think? As Scrivens is in, right arm over now.
Shot.
This one's beautifully driven by Charlie Tier, back past Scrivens, down the ground, and the ball will go all the way for 4. Tremendous shot from him, and he moves on to 25, Sussex 283 for 5.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Just for a moment, I think Charlie here was thinking that's not going to go for 4, and he just sort of started to run a little faster, but it rolled over the rope. Lovely shot from Charlie too, who's carrying on where he finished last week. He made a very good 61 at the Oval last week, which wasn't easy against the Surrey attack. 61 or 62, let me just check what it was, but he batted really nicely.
Scrivens to Tier, back of a length, pushed into the offside softly. Enough for them to come through for a single.
61. But he batted very nicely last weekend, and he's, as I said with the Sussex batters throughout, actually, that you know it's a lovely day to be batting. It's a good pitch. It's a quick outfit. It's a lovely sunny day, and a real chance for Charlie Tier to make a name for himself here. You know, book yourself in the side for the next game as well.
Scrivens round the wicket. This one's left alone, and it passes through to Ben Cox's gloves. 6 runs from this over so far. Sussex flag is just withering. Scrivens makes a long walk back to the top of his mark. Turns around and is ready to set off yet again. As the seagulls fly above his head, he's in now. This is Simpson, and this one's just tucked into the leg side for a quick single.
He's really struggled, Tom Scriven, hasn't he? Looking at his figures.
End of the over, 285 for 5. Sussex. Simpson with 32, Tier with 26.
7 overs, no maidens, 1 for, is that 53? So he's going up at 7 and over. As Tom Scriven been during this innings, and he's just, one of the problems Ian Holland had has just been getting some control of the run rate, but he'll know just how important this new ball will be for Leicestershire when it becomes available, and you would think that it'll be the danger man Helm who will take it. But for the time being, it's going to be Ajaz Patel who's going to carry on. He's bowled a long spell here. He's going to go in for his 16th over. Bowls to Simpson, who drives down the ground to long on. Picks up a single to Simpson. He goes to 33. The Sussex to 286 for 5. These two coming together when James Coles was out on 245, so this partnership now worth 41 between this pair. Patel again, bowls, Tier is forward. Got a slip and a short leg for company, backward point, short extra cover, cover mid-off. Sweeper on the cover boundary. Ben Green is going through some warm-up exercises as Patel is in, bowls, Tier again, solidly forward, plays that into the offside. And again, there is no run. Look around the other scores after tea in a moment, as in comes Patel, bowls, played onto the onside by Tier, there is no run. Some last wicket partnership at Chelmsford, where Essex are now 273 for 9. Silent Harmer, 80 not out. Jamie Porter is on 12. Battalion bowls, turned by Tier to mid-wicket, and there is no run. At one stage, Essex were 192 for 9. Now 273 for 9, so punch of about 80 there for the last wicket. Battalion bowls, Tier lets that one go outside of the off stump. There is no run. He does rattle through his overs, does Ajaz Patel, just the one run coming off of it. 286 for 5, 72 overs gone. This partnership worth 41 between John Simpson and Charlie Tier. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 191 for 8, so now trailing Somerset by 163. Kellaway making 59 for Glamorgan, Chris Cook making 39. At Trent Bridge, Surrey going along very nicely, 123 for 1. The Dominic Sibley fan club will again be saying, well, why isn't he picked for England? I agree, he should be. 55 not out, made an excellent 100 last week. Surrey 123 for 1.
Scriven in now, and this one beats the outer edge of John Simpson's bat, goes through to Ben Cox. Well, I think England will need to find someone to open the batting for them this summer. Zach Crawley's not in form.
Well, it's not going to be Zach Crawley. I mean, it's just the way that England pick their sides, which I think everyone in the game disagrees with, but they seem adamant they have to have attacking players at the top of the order. But if you want somebody who scores stacks of runs, then Dominic Sibley is the man, really.
Surely you're also after a bit of consistency as well.
Well, you'd have thought so.
Scriven's in. This one's left alone outside the off stump, and it jags back into the hands of Ben Cox after it passes John Simpson.
A couple of wickets have gone down at Edgbaston. Warwickshire now 148 for 2. Robbie Yates making 81. Davis 38. Dan Molesley is 20 not out, so Warwickshire now leading Yorkshire by 143. In the second division, Derbyshire made 604 for 7 against Northamptonshire.
Scriven's in outside the off stump. Simpson forward, watches it pass by.
Martin Anderson, formerly of Middlesex, made 106. Brooke Guest making 141. And in reply, Northamptonshire in a bit of a pickle, 68 for 3. So Derbyshire very much on top in that one. At Bristol, just break off.
Scriven's in now, and Simpson just tucks this to mid-wicket.
Well fielded.
And there's a little bit of confusion. Charlie Tier at non-strikers and thought there was enough to come through for a single, and John Simpson clearly sends him back after a loud no.
He did. Gloucestershire made 325. Kent in reply 214 for 6. Ben Dawkins making 65. That's Amanda Wiaye making 90. Chris Benjamin currently 29 not out for Kent.
This one just defended into the offside by Simpson.
Old Trafford, they've been on and off for rain today. Lancashire making 201 yesterday. Middlesex 142 for 7. Lewis de Ployce 57 not out. And finally down at Worcester. Worcester making 308. Durham in reply are 75 for 2. Emilio Gay still going along very nicely. He's on 22. Perhaps in line for his first call-up to the England squad.
Scriven's in now. This one defended solidly by Simpson. That will conclude the end of a maiden over. Sussex 286 for 5. Sussex women in action tomorrow as well against Northamptonshire in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2. That's a fixture that's away. And then the international summer officially kicks off tomorrow as well, Adrian. England women taking on New Zealand women up in Durham.
Well, let's hope there's some decent weather for that, I think.
That I can tell you is not on the forecast, but it all kicks off at 11 o'clock in the morning, an ODI against New Zealand before their T20 series against the reigning World Cup champions.
In comes Patel, bowls to Charlie Tier, who drives handsomely into the covers, but there is no run. That was a maiden over from Tom Scriven. That was his first maiden. And they've just got a bit of a check on things here, Leicestershire, since tea. As they bowl towards this new ball. Patel in his 16th over. Around the wicket. Oh, Tier is forward. That was in the air, and Patel almost, well, it wasn't a chance, but he got tangled up with John Simpson on his follow through. Yes, let's hope for some decent weather in Durham tomorrow. I think there's possibly a bit of rain here tomorrow later on.
There is.
Battalion bowls, tier forward, plays out into the offside. Again, there is no run. Patel back to his mark. Comes in around the wicket. Bowls, tier defends into the offside.
There's
Again,
also
it is a dot ball.
there's also an international fixture here at Hove at the end of the month.
There is New Zealand here.
Yeah, New Zealand against England in a T20 international on the bank holiday Monday.
Battalion again, bowls to tier. Tier is 4. That's 11 dot balls on the spin from Leicestershire. In fact, since tea, we've had 5 overs and 11 runs. In comes Patel again, bowls. Tier defends down onto the offside. There is no run. So I think Ian Holland will be pretty pleased with the way things are going here for Leicestershire since tea, because they'll be no doubt be thinking about the new ball. 6 overs to go until that happens. Patel 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 64. Oh.
Oh, now there's a bit of... Is it happy birthday I'm hearing on the effect?
Yes, I think they're saying happy birthday to Tom Helm. I don't know whether someone's noticed that it's his birthday, or maybe it isn't. Let's have a look. I'll find out.
7th of May?
All right, so it was yesterday.
A couple of
Thursday.
days ago. Belated birthday wishes for Tom Helm as he's fielding right in front of the Shark stand.
Yes.
Scrivens returning from the Cromwell Road end.
He was 32.
And he runs to Simpson, who is forward and lets this one pass by outside the off stump.
Yeah. Yes, I haven't seen an updated forecast. I mean, I saw a forecast this morning that suggested there might be some rain about, Nicky, so I might just have a quick look at that and see. I mean, last week at the Oval they kept on saying it was going to rain and it didn't, and at Leeds the week before they said it was going to rain and it didn't, so I don't know how reliable these forecasts are, to be honest.
I don't trust the forecast. It's never right. Scrivens is in, Simpson forward, this time solid in defence, straight to mid-off. Yeah. They're never always accurate, so
No, I would
it
agree.
starts to question my trust.
Well, you certainly feel like you can't plan too much, can you?
No.
If you see a weather forecast, says, oh, it's going to rain. So, well, they're saying here for tomorrow, Hove, rain.
I think it's definitely more inaccurate when it comes to rain as opposed when it comes to maybe sunnier spells, as this one is played to mid-wicket off the front foot.
Well, it certainly looks, the weather forecast here for Hove tomorrow says light rain and a fresh breeze. You know, bits and pieces of sort of drizzle and low cloud by the looks of it. But how accurate that's going to be, goodness only knows. Monday's forecast is good. You never know.
What's the forecast for Monday?
Monday's good.
Nice.
Yeah, Monday's forecast to be a nice day.
Scrivens in. And Simpson forward, solid in defence. Head over his ball.
This is good from Leicestershire since tea.
It is.
I'll be very pleased.
Been on the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scrivens in. This one down
Nice
the
shot.
leg side. Has he got a little bit of bat on it, John
I
Simpson?
think he did.
He's got a very fine touch. That will run away for 4.
Poor old Ben Green's got to trudge down. It looks a bit like Travis Head with that moustache, doesn't he? Ben Green. Yeah, it's come all the way down here, Ben, I think. He's got it, he says. There's all sorts of groundsman's paraphernalia down below us here, the covers and various other bits and pieces. But every time the ball rolls down the hill, it sort of hits the rope, then bounces over the advertising hoarding. They need to be a little taller, don't they? Or perhaps someone here just to retrieve the ball every time it comes down in this direction. Either way, yeah, it's incredible to think that if it is going to be cloudy tomorrow, 'cause it's the most glorious day today. And who knows, weather forecasters might have got it wrong.
Scrivens in again. Runs Down the slope.
Shot.
And this one is driven through the offside by Simpson. That will run away for 4. It's a beautiful shot. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over. 8 runs from it. Sussex 294 for 5.
Yeah, we're disappointed about that, Tom Scriven, because he bowled that maiden over before and he bowled 4 dot balls and then a loose delivery down the leg side that John Simpson clips away for a boundary and tries to overcompensate, bowls a half volley outside off stump, and that's meat and drink to John Simpson, who just drills it through the covers effortlessly for 4. He goes to 41, 294 for 5. So the lead now is 6 plus 28, whatever that is, 34. Or the lead for Leicestershire or the deficit for Sussex, whichever way you want to look at it. Patel's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's bowling to Charlie Tier with a slip and a short leg. And a short extra cover in place as well. As Patel is on his way. Bowls, Tier is forward. Plays that to mid-on, fielded in front of us by Ian Holland, the skipper for Leicestershire, who fields. And there is no run. In comes Patel, bowls and clips onto the leg side by Charlie Tier. There's probably 3 runs here for Charlie Tier. That's if it doesn't go all the way to the boundary. In hot pursuit down to the boundary edge, they've taken those 3 runs. Charlie Tier goes to 29 and Sussex to 297 for 5. So 3 more runs needed for a second batting bonus point. And the 50 partnership comes up between these two in 87 balls in 51 minutes. Ben Green keeps on getting a roar of approval from the Stag party, who are high up in the southwest corner stand. He's playing along, so well done to Ben Green. As Patel comes in over the wicket. Bowls, Simpson drives beautifully. That's a lovely shot by John Simpson. Just over to pitch by himself. The other ball bounces over the boundary ropes again. 4 more. Lovely shot from John Simpson. You know, when he's had a couple of innings where he hasn't made runs, you just sort of know another innings is just around the corner from John Simpson. He really is a beautiful player to watch.
Really is. That's a lovely shot that he just played against Patel through the offside.
And 300 up for Sussex. 301 for 5. Simpson to 45. Patel in bowls. Cut away by Simpson. A single on this occasion. Down to 3rd man. He goes to 47. 302 for 5. And having had some quiet overs since tea, Sussex suddenly stepping on the accelerator again. As Charlie Tier waits. Still the slip and a short leg in for the young right-hander. Patel in bowls and Patel. Tier defends into the offside. Patel fields off his own bowling, and again there is no run.
Trailing by 26 runs here, Sussex.
Yeah. Patel back to his mark. In again. Bowl. Charlie Tier drives down the ground. 4 more. Good shot by Charlie Tier. Again the ball hits the rope and bounces over the advertising hoardings, retrieved by a young spectator there. Throws it to Ben Green, who gets a cheer from the Stag party. But 4 more expensive over that from Ajaz Patel. 4, 8, 9, 12 runs coming off of it. 306 for 5. Charlie Tier with a lovely shot takes him to 33, and the arrears now are just 25. But they're less than that, sorry. 22.
22.
New ball is 4 overs away, so suddenly Sussex have upped the ante.
Trying to make the most of the conditions right now until that new ball comes in. Simpson on 46, a shot away from a half century. As Scriven sets off towards him. Oh, this one beats the outer edge of John Simpson's bat, carries through to Ben Cox. I believe this will be 1 more over from me before I make way for Richard Ray.
I thought that kept a little low, actually.
It did. We've seen a few of those deliveries actually throughout the course of the day. They just suddenly die as they make their way through to the keeper. Comes out of nowhere. Did leave a little bit puff of dust. Scrivens is ready to go again. Simpson forward, drives through the offside down towards deep cover. Will take the single. He moves on to 47. Sussex 307 for 5, trailing by 21 now.
Well, Sussex will certainly want these two to be there when the new ball is taken in a few overs' time. But as I say, that, I mean, it's a lovely afternoon. The light's excellent. It's it's a decent pitch. And, sometimes the new ball takes wickets. Sometimes it disappears around the ground. We'll see which of those it's going to be.
Scriven's right arm over to Tier, who's forward, drops us into the offside, and raises his bat to say no run.
Yes, he was thinking about a single there, wasn't he, Charlie Tier? There certainly wasn't one there.
Scriven's making his way back to the top of his mark. Gives the ball a shine on the back of his left thigh. Has a slip in place for the right-hander, who's on his toes in defence. Straight back down the line of the wicket. 1 run from this over so far. Leicestershire currently +3 on the over rate as well, as a flock of pigeons perch themselves down on the deep cover boundary. Slip, backward point, deep cover, extra cover and a mid-off. Scrivens is in. This one, back of a length and beats the bat of Charlie Tier, goes through to Ben Cox, and that's a good delivery. Mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg in play on the leg side. Decent crowd in as well, who've hung around. Scrivens to Tier, back of a length, cut through down towards deep cover. I'll take the single, and 1 it shall be. As Tier moves on to 34, Sussex 308 for 5 at the end of the over.
So the arrears now exactly 20. As Nikki takes her leave, and Richard will be back with us in a couple of moments' time. 3 overs until the new ball will be available. I see no reason why Ian Holland would delay in taking the new ball. I'm pretty certain it'll be Helm and probably Holland, or maybe even Ben Green, who take that new ball. Sussex equally will feel if they can keep these two together with a new ball, they won't want to expose the lower order, but Sussex do bat very deep with Hudson, Prentice, Carson, Robinson and Crocombe all still to come. As in comes Ajaz Patel, bowls to Charlie Tier, who lofts that beautifully over extra cover for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Charlie Tier. Beautifully executed, used his feet and lofted the ball over extra cover for 4. Nicely played. He goes to 38. That's a classy shot by Charlie Tier.
It is. And it's been, as I say, an impressively positive approach by the Sussex batters, even after losing those 3 wickets in the space of sort of 49 runs. That they've kept going for their shots. It's paying off now.
Patel in and bowls, swept by Tier. I don't know if you got anything on that, whether there'll be buys. It's running up towards the boundary edge. It's not going to go for 4, I don't think. Yes, it is. An impressive attempt. Is that Rishi Patel who's chasing that?
It is.
Well, 10 out of 10. In fact, he must have got something on that, because that's been given as runs. So it was down the leg side, so maybe a bit of a bottom edge or something on that. But 4 marks to Patel for chasing it down. What it does do is take Charlie Tier to 42. And having had a little quiet spell immediately after tea, Sussex have really stepped on the accelerator in the last 2 or 3 overs. Tier waits again, still the slip and a short leg in place. Patel bowls, Tier is back and cuts through backward point, picks up another single. He goes to 43. Total 317 for 5. So the arrears down to 11.
You could be 100 ahead by the close here, Sussex.
Yes, I mean, I was thinking they may be sort of 50 ahead, but certainly runs have come very quickly in the last 3 or 4 overs. You never know with a new ball. I mean, wickets can be taken, runs can can come very quickly. We'll have to see which of the two it's going to be, but there's a lot of overs still left to be bowled tonight. 23 after this. In comes Patel, bowls to Simpson, who slams that one away through extra cover. They've taken one. That's a good bit of fielding down in front of us. Tom Scriven. The quality of ground fielding these days is just off the scale, really, isn't it? I mean, I think even 5 years ago, that's probably 4 runs. But you can see where Scriven sort of almost if he plotted where the ball was going to go, and he slid and he stopped the ball. Good bit of fielding, but Simpson goes to 49. Tell again, bowls. Simpson, bat and pad close together, just plays it defensively out in the offside. There is no run.
Helps a lot when the outfields are like this, though.
Well,
You would think.
No, it does. Yeah, absolutely,
Beautiful.
it does. Yeah, no excuses really. Patel bowls. Simpson drives through the offside, and there we are. That's a half century for John Simpson. Another half century. 50 in 58 balls in 78 minutes, 6 fours and a big 6 down the ground for John Simpson, who yet again is in the runs for Sussex. He really has been tremendous throughout his time down here on the south coast. And he's taken Sussex into a good position here. 320 for 5, so the arrears are 8. 2 overs to go until a new ball might be available. You feel if Sussex can negotiate that new ball, then they could build up a healthy lead, but they won't be taking anything for granted.
It's a punishing partnership. What they've done really well is the strike rate is 75% for the 75 runs or so. They've got the general run rate up over 4s now, and they've taken full advantage of ordinary bowling with a very old ball. Outside off stump, fullish from Scriven. Almost too full, really, and Simpson slightly overreached himself looking to drive that one away and rather jammed it into the ground out towards wideish. Mid-off. Breeze has got up a bit. I'm guessing the tide as such might have come in, but it's still gorgeous out there. It's a lovely warm wind. It's swung round a little bit to the south. In goes Scriven again, very full, and driving is Simpson, driving for 4. It just had to get bat on ball really there. It was absolutely in the slot, stepped out and punched it away through the covers for 4.
Well, they'll be streaming out of the Amex soon in good mood because the Albion are leading Wolverhampton by 3-0. So I don't know if anyone might think, I might get a move, I might be able to get in the last sort of 15 overs or something down at Hove.
If they do, they can come in.
They can come in for free. Yeah, they
Packing.
can. Yeah. Well, it's all here in Brighton, isn't it? You've got the football club, you've got the cricket ground, you've got a race course, you've got the sea.
What's the transport like up to the football ground? I assume on match days it's
It's pretty busy.
Yeah,
it's pretty busy. I mean, people go by train, which does get pretty busy.
Scriven is in and bowls again, fullish on driven this time
Shot.
for 4 more. Lovely shot from Simpson, who is timing the pants off everything at the moment.
He is.
58 off 61 now, 3-2-8. The scores are level.
Yeah. As you say, actually, with 20 odd overs to go in the day, Sussex could have a decent lead, provided they don't lose wickets here.
The last 10 overs must have produced 70 runs.
Yeah, I mean, since tea, actually they were a little slow straight after tea. At tea it was 275, so they've added 53 since tea.
Scriven is in again, fullish outside off stump. Simpson this time lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through.
Yes, this is the 11th over since tea, so they're going about 5 and over. Someone's getting very noisy out there.
The last 3 or 4 have been very productive. Ben Green signing the autographs for 3 young men in Sussex T20 shirts, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
Scriven is in. Bowles walking down slightly is Simpson. Scriven sees him coming, adjusts his length accordingly. Simpson covers up, pushes it out to Patel at point. Seven balls remaining that have to be bowled with this ball.
I see no reason why delay, do you, Richard?
Well, no, nothing. It's not exactly that they're struggling to get it away, is it? This old ball, that is. In goes Scriven, bowls, pulled by Simpson, out to mid-wicket 4, scattering the pigeons 4. No chance for Tattersall sprinting up the rope. Little short-armed pull of dismissive power from Simpson. And he is pretty much up to a run a ball now. 62 off 64. Tier 43 off 60. And the Sussex lead begins to build. 3-3-2 for 5, and the scoreboard tells us Sussex lead by 4 in big old letters.
Yes, 10 overs since tea have bought 57 runs. And in fact, the first 3 or 4 overs, I think the first 5 overs after tea, they only got 11 runs, because we were saying, oh, Leicestershire are doing a good job here.
So the last 4 or 5,
Of
40
really,
odd.
Yeah, they're going about
It feels that
10
way.
and over, something like that. Yeah.
Feels that way.
However, this,
Scriven 1 for 75 off 11. Patel 1 for 88 off 19. Tells you all you probably need to know.
so we think this will be the last over with this ball, as in comes Patel, round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Tier, plays it onto the onside, and that is no run. These two coming together when the score was 245, so they're not that far off. Well, a partnership of 87 now, which has come very quickly between these two. Patel in again, bowls, Tier defensively forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Can he bowl 6 balls there? 2 in a row. Okay.
Tier has always gone unnoticed actually to 43. Waits. Tier drives back down the pitch. Patel fields off his own bowling, assisted by John Simpson, who very obligingly hands the ball back to Patel. Who waits. Is it again? Short, and Tier cuts firmly but straight to short extra. There is no run. Be a bit disappointed about that. Charlie Tier rather picked out the fielder. Loose delivery from Patel, but he got away with it. And he's in again. Oh, forward comes Tier. Could be a maiden over to finish off the 80 overs with this ball. It's his 20th over. Comes in around the wicket, bowls. Charlie Tier drives down the ground, picks up a single, fielded by Ben Green, who gets a nice round of applause from his friends in the stand. Well, they're already his friends. End of the over, 44 to Charlie Tier, 3-3-3 for 5. Sussex lead by 5. This partnership worth 88. A new ball is available, and I see no reason at all why Ian Holland would hesitate to take it, and indeed I can see the tall figure of Tom Helm is going to do exactly that, and he's going to be bowling down the hill, where he's already picked up a couple of wickets today. The wickets of Tom Clark for 9, Daniel Ibrahim without scoring at that stage. Sussex were in a bit of a pickle at 18 for 2, and Leicestershire will be hoping here that Helm can do something similar with this new ball, and if he does, Leicestershire will feel they're back in the game. If he doesn't, Sussex may feel they can get themselves a decent lead.
He's bowled 19 overs, 5 of which have been maidens, 2 for 63 for Helm. This will basically be his 5th spell if you include the 3 overs he bowled, the 3 maidens he bowled last night. They've all been from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, so down the slight slope. This lovely ground. Two slips behind Tier as Helm is in and bowls, and that's going to be leg before. He is on the back foot, stayed a little bit low, came back in, and the new ball has worked, and Helm points to his followers in the umpires' coats over there, who've been serenading him. It isn't his birthday, it was a couple of days ago, but they've been giving him the old birthday chants. Happy birthday, and well, he has replied with a 3rd wicket, and the new ball does the trick straight away. Didn't really get up too much on Charlie Tier, but he was on the back foot, perhaps anticipating a slightly short of a length delivery, and came back in, and it looked pretty adjacent.
Certainly did.
Well batted, Charlie Tier.
Yeah, batted nicely, didn't he? Partnership of 88 with John Simpson. But we said with the new ball, you never know. It's an opportunity for Leicester to force their way back into the game. You've got the new ball in hand against the Sussex lower order, who, you've got Finn Hudson-Prentice with a best score of 99, and Carson and Robinson, who have both made hundreds this season. But new ball. Helmer's asked questions the whole time, Richard. I've been extremely impressed with the way he's bowled.
I absolutely agree. And it'd be nice to think that he was going to be with Leicestershire for a while, but as things stand at the moment, just the 2 games, but he's certainly making a contribution.
Yeah, I was talking to a chap next door who's I'm not entirely sure who he's writing for, who knows a bit about Middlesex, and I was saying, how come Tom Helm can't get a game at Middlesex? He was saying apparently there's some good younger bowlers around the group and are keeping him out the side.
It must be pretty good. Left-hander, he's going to stay over the wicket to him. The sea breeze ruffles his shirt as he runs in and bowls. Simpson leaves outside off stump. The ball does very little as it goes through into the gloves of Ben Cox. Ian Holland looks like he's going to share the new ball, judging by the calisthenics going on at mid-off at the moment.
Ian Holland to take the new ball, do you think?
That's what I just said.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just sort of thinking about Ben Green, because he's I don't know. I just think he nips the ball around a bit.
I agree, but Holland, with this extra swing he gets, that's been the way of it. Outside very wide from Helm, and gets away with it. He pauses at the end of his follow through, and on the way back just stretches off a hamstring or two. He's 20 overs is a lot. And he's going to have to bowl quite a few more when you haven't bowled for. It's not like the nets, is it? I'm presuming he's been playing for the Middlesex twos, but
well, you'd have thought so. Yeah.
His last first-class game was, as I say, Northamptonshire. His only first-class game this season with Northants v Middlesex back in April. In he goes and bowls very wide again outside off stump. Simpson had to reach for it, managed to get the bottom of his bat on it, and the ball sort of dribbles towards the slips, and Simpson kicks at the ground in irritation. Yeah.
Well, you're right. You would know. It is going to be Ian Holland who's going to take the new ball. Up at Trent Bridge, Surrey 133 for 2. Dom Sibley's still there, 59 not out. I don't know what your views are, Richard. I watched Dom Sibley bat at the Oval last week. He made 180 odd match-winning innings, really. He's 59 not out today against a very good Nottinghamshire attack. I kind of wonder what else he has to do, to be honest.
Yeah, weight of runs should be a factor, shouldn't it? But
if the cry is that you have to make runs, and they're going to take notice of county cricket, then surely Sibley's nailed on, isn't he? I was talking to someone last week, a well-known journalist, I won't mention his name, and I said, well, Sibley should be in the team. He says, well, it's against McCullum. McCullum would leave if Sibley was picked. And I said, well, fine.
McCullum would leave?
I
bet he wouldn't.
Well, I bet he wouldn't either. In comes Holland, bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice is beaten outside the off stump. There is no run. Well,
bet he wouldn't.
No.
Because, I mean, money-wise, if nothing else, if you resign,
I think he was half joking. I think what the point he was trying to make was he's completely different to the way that McCullum wants to play. But Sibley's a good Test match opener, in my opinion. And here he's 61 not out, and it's against a good, good attack. O'Neill, Tongue, Stone, James. I mean, that's a good attack not to have.
It's a heck of an attack.
In comes Holland, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays the ball straight down the ground, fielded by Scriven, and there is no run.
And that's the attack they've put out, is it?
Yeah, Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, Josh Tongue, Stone, Ollie Stone, who you saw bowl last week and bowled really quickly at Grace Road, and Lyndon James. So it's
bowled really well.
Yeah, so it's a really good attack.
Patterson White gives nothing away as the spinner.
Yeah,
I think it is probably the best attack in the country.
Holland bowls. Hudson Prentice defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. So if you're making runs against that sort of an attack, he made runs last week against Sussex with Ollie Robinson on a difficult pitch initially at the Oval. Henry Crocombe, who's been in good form with the ball, so he's a fine player. 2 slips go down. There's a third man. Point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg as Holland is in. Bowls. Hudson Prentice works this one down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 2, 3:35 for 6. The lead is 7. I mean, Leicestershire just need to believe here, don't they, that if they with this new ball they can pick up a couple more wickets and they're right back in this game. Sussex, for their part, will we know they have got batting down the order, so this is an important time in the match.
Hugely. I mean, if they can keep the lead to 60 or 70, they'll be behind the 8 ball, as the Americans say. But as you said, Adrian, they'll very much still be in the game. If it gets into 3 figures or more, 140, 150, then it's a long way back for the Foxes.
Holland bowls. Simpson clips this one nicely through mid wicket, picks up a couple of runs for John Simpson, who, when he's batting, does seem to score his runs very quickly. John Simpson, he's on to 64. Is that 68 deliveries, Richard?
It is.
Yeah.
So run a ball.
Yeah. He's one of these players, John Simpson, who you're sort of watching, you turn your head for 10 minutes or get a cup of tea and he's got another 10 runs. He just picks up the singles. I guess there's a lot of experience in there from Simpson of keeping the scoreboard ticking along. Holland bowls. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox, and there is no run. So tidy enough from Ian Holland, but without being disrespectful, the man who just looks like he's going to take wickets is Tom Helm.
Absolutely.
3:37 for 6. The lead for Sussex is 9. And Helm has picked up 3 of those wickets, 3 for 64 in his 20 overs. But as you've been saying, Richard, it's just a case of how long they can keep him going for. Because he's bowled a lot of overs and hasn't played huge amounts of cricket.
I wonder if he came with that sort of a note from the Middlesex, please do not break this product to the Leicestershire. They won't mind. Well, one assumes that there's no conditions, there's no limit on the number of overs that he can bowl.
That's a good point. I was just thinking exactly the same. You wouldn't have thought so.
In he comes over the wicket and bowls a little bit short and wide and cuts away. Can Hill make the stop? He can. Really good work by Lewis Hill, scrambling away to his right down there at third man and keeps Hudson Prentice to a couple because it was a beautifully timed cut. Short and wide, and Hill scrambling up to his right managed to make the stop and get his throw away.
So that's good to see. Your 12th man is on and he's running around the boundary edge to prevent a boundary. Good bit of fielding. Looking at his fingers, actually.
Helm is in. Oh, that bounces a little bit on Hudson Prentice. Plays it well. Yeah. Took his bottom hand off the bat and managed to smother it back down the pitch on the on side.
Just coming back to Sibley, Surrey have lost another wicket actually, 137 for 3. You've got Burns out for 25, who's he hasn't played for England for a while. Jamie Smith, he's out. Ryan Patel is out, and Sibley's still there. So it's clearly not easy up at Trent. Anyway, we'll move on to another topic because it just irritates me.
Interesting. No, I think it's a fair point. Helm in, bowls outside off stump. Sometimes it just takes the new ball 4 or 5 overs to start to move, so to speak. Whatever they put on it, this sort of lacquer stuff needs to come off. And
yes.
And at the moment, it's not doing too much. I'm pretty sure it will. But it won't help that Helm has got 20 overs into him. Holland ditto plus. Helm is in and bowls, turned off middle and leg by Hudson Prentice to mid-wicket where Budinger is the fielder. Sibley had a couple of failures against Leicestershire. Looks back through his notes at the Oval. goes Helm, bowls, Fuller this time looking to drive Hudson Prentice but not timing the ball, and it's sort of half stopped and he's followed through by Tom Helm. Dom Sibley was leg before wicket to Josh Hull for 4. Full delivery, a little bit of late swing in the first innings. It was a bit of a road. And he was caught by Eskenazi off Ajaz Patel for 32 at short leg in the second. In goes Helm and bowls. Again a little bit of bounce and bottom hand off the bat for Hudson Prentice. Fends it into the vacant leg side. And it rolls gently out to Budinger at deep square and 1 is taken.
Still a bit in this picture, isn't there? If you get it in the right areas. The television screen shows the umpires. They're on their stag do. They've gone a little quieter now. Perhaps contemplating what events there's going to be in Brighton later on this evening.
Cricketers are back with their stripy caps, hoop
Yes.
caps.
What have they been
some of
watching
them.
from? Either way, another good day's cricket here at Hove, and it's going to be Ian Holland who's going to carry things on for Leicestershire.
Thought it might be like the sort of being Brighton, the Mods and the Rockers come about 5 o'clock if they'd both had a few, if they'd all had a few.
Holland in bowls. Oh, he beats Hudson Prentice outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Ian Holland.
Umpires v cricketers.
Yes, down on the seafront.
Could have been.
Coming along on their Lambrettas or whatever.
Lambrettas
Yeah.
and the
Parkers.
I think Quadrophenia is on telly at the moment.
Is it?
Oh boy.
2 slips go down. And running away from us is Ian Holland. He's in the bowls and Hudson Prentice is forward.
Simpson
Well,
wants one.
he did want one. I mean, there was probably one there actually. He played it to backward point. I think Hudson Prentice had no intention of going, and John Simpson presumed there was a single. I mean, I guess it was probably Simpson's call in that the ball was slightly backward of square, but there was a complete breakdown of communication there. In the end, John Simpson got back comfortably enough, but Hudson Prentice is surveying his bat. But these are the Leicestershire backroom staff walking around the pitch as in comes Holland bowls. Hudson Prentice, who plays nicely away through backward square leg. They've taken a couple. They'll look for 3, but I don't think there's going to be a third dag. That's a good bit of fielding down there at fine leg. Who's that all the way down
Hilly.
there? Very good indeed. Good chase
Lewis
round.
Hill.
So who's this down here? This is James Taylor.
James Taylor, and yes, as you say, all the backroom staff. Dave Whitmore, the fitness and conditioning coach, the analyst, and well, there's sort of 2 fitness coaches really.
Holland in bowls, and he beats Hudson Prentice. He's got behind, and Hudson Prentice goes, and a breakthrough from Ian Holland, and the new ball has done the trick here for Leicestershire. They've picked up the wickets of Finn Hudson Prentice and Charlie Tier, and Leicestershire will feel they're right back in this now. Nicking behind, let's see this delivery. He was forward, he's edged it through to the keeper, well taken by Ben Cox, and a 7th wicket goes down. And this game is far from done, you know. That's Leicestershire fighting back.
So the lead at the moment is just 14.
Yeah.
3 second innings wickets, first innings wickets even in hand. Saying 40 or 50, let's all feel that's okay. It gets up to 3 figures, not so good. So well, there's a lot of low 5s going on out there. They've stuck at it.
Well, they
been on a
have.
pump really. I mean, the run rate 4.09. Simpson is still there. So a job to do for the Sussex tail. Stay with Simpson.
Well, 196 for 2 has become 342 for 7. So I think Sussex will feel that they've perhaps missed an opportunity here.
Not quite yet.
No, but Jack's a very fine batter, as we know. Made a very good 100 last week. I mean, there's a few saying that Jack Carson should be batting higher than 9 for Sussex. Made 100 at the Oval. He made Why did he make 80 odd?
298 runs this season.
Yeah,
at
I mean,
42 and a half.
Right, so there we are. He's
Third in the batting averages.
he made 85 at Leicester. Came in as night watchman. Jack Carson. So he's in form with the bat. But he's got to face the new ball here. And Leicestershire will just be buoyed. I just feel they've stuck at it, Leicester, and they've sort of got themselves back into the game. And the new ball has certainly done the trick. Jack Carson just adjusts his gloves. I mean, certainly in terms of runs scored, he deserves to be batting probably an 8, Jack Carson. Either way, he's got his opportunity now. As Ian Holland runs away from us in bowls, and Carson defends into the offside, and there is no run. You think about that, the Jack leading shot just after he'd got to 50, he clipped a mid-on, which, you know, I'd be disappointed to have played that shot. Then James Cole's missing out. Those sort of 3 wickets fell fairly quickly, but then good partnership between Tier and Simpson. But every time Sussex have looked like they're going to get away, they just haven't quite done it. They've just been checked by Leicestershire. Two slips and a gully in place now for Jack Carson as Ian Holland runs away from us as the shadows begin to lengthen here at Hove. Over the wicket bowls, Carson plays to backward point. There is no run. So that's a nice tidy over from Ian Holland, who picks up the wicket of Finn Hudson-Prentice, caught behind by Ben Cox for 7. Sussex 342 for 7. It means their lead is 14. And we've got another 17 overs to be bowled tonight. So there's a fair bit of cricket to be played tonight yet, Richard. We have another bit of overtime. I think we're not going to be done much before 6:30, I don't think.
No. Interesting. John Mallett and I sort of compared notes of what we thought the position would be at the end of play. John had Sussex on 400 for, I think, 400 for 7. So well, it could yet happen. I thought 380 odd all out.
Yeah, well, I heard you say that.
And then Leicestershire might lose a wicket before the close. But well, we're both still in that game.
You are. Yeah, absolutely you are.
Tom Helm around the wicket. Bowls to Simpson, who leaves outside off stump, as you said, Adrian. Old friends, presumably.
Yeah, they'd have played a lot of cricket together. I mean, Eskenazi, Helm and Simpson would have played a lot of cricket together down the years.
I suppose it doesn't automatically follow that they're all the closest of friends.
No.
But we were hearing that Helm and Eskenazi might be. I'll ask him about that.
Yeah.
Simpson seems an amiable man.
No, I'm sure.
So I'm sure.
Hasn't it?
It has.
Ball was taken actually, which was a little sloppy of me.
Nor I. You lean upon a broken reed, my friend. In goes Helm and bowls outside off stump, pushed away off the back foot by Simpson through the gap in the covers out to Budinger, sweeping on the cover boundary.
I think as well as Jack Carson's played this season, Leicestershire will certainly feel they want to attack the new Sussex batter. Well, not particularly, they've got the 2 slips in place.
Can Helm lift himself?
Good game though, Richard. I mean, this is
Potentially.
it's in the balance. We said we thought this session would be very important in determining, you know, the way this game is going, and I don't think we're far wrong, you know.
Helm back over the wicket to the right-handed Carson, slightly short of a length, waits for it, the tall right hand, and blocks it back down the pitch to Tom Helm. They have their noses in front though, Sussex, and
Yes, they have.
Power
Yeah.
to
Power to ahead.
get
Yeah.
ahead,
Yeah. I mean,
stretch away a little bit.
certainly John Simpson is still there. He looks in good nick. Jack Carson's in good form all season. So Sussex just need to rebuild a little here and to see off the danger of the new ball.
Helm trots in now. Bowls outside off stump. Carson tries to flay it away. An extra little bit of nip though is still there from Helm. It just adds that little bit of something extra that the medium pacers don't have. He's medium sharpish, Helm, when he gets it to a decent lick. He's not stone or tongue or that sort of pace, but he is a step up from the likes of Green and Holland with respect to them. In he goes and bowls, and on the back foot Carson defends this time. Out into the offside. End of Helm's 22nd over, 3 for 68. His wholly admirable figures. 343 for 7. Sussex lead now by 15. Still with those 3 first innings wickets in hand. Adrian is going to take a short break. Nicky's coming back alongside. Holland will continue from the C end. 16 overs, 1 for 59 for Ian Holland.
Holland ready to go. His shadow standing tall beside him. Into Simpson, who's on 65. Quite a swift innings from him. 2 slips in place now, and this one driven to point. No run. He's actually got on with things, John Simpson, given the situation and wickets tumbling at the other end. He just had his head down and is focused on keeping the scoreboard ticking. Leading by 15 now, Sussex.
Well, he and Tia took apart really the
They
last
did.
sort of 5 or 6 overs with the old ball. They must have taken best part of 40 runs off those overs.
This one left alone outside the off stump, and that's died as it's gone through to Ben Cox as well. Lovely, glorious evening now as the skies have completely cleared up. The sun is shining. We've lost our stags though. They've disappeared. No longer on the shark stand. Can't see them, can't hear them, more
Is that the
importantly.
official name of the stand? The Sharks
Yeah, the
stand.
Shark stand.
Shark stand.
I spoke too soon. As Holland is in now, and this one's left alone by Simpson, but it passes very close to the off stump as he watches it by.
Say to Adrian, I still think of it as a new stand, but it's been there 10 years plus.
Time flies, doesn't it? I remember when that stand came up as though it was just maybe a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, but it's definitely
been a
even
fair
longer
old
than
time.
that.
It's a good stand, I like it.
It is. I guess on a really good sunny day, that's ideal. As Holland is in wide of the crease to the left-handed Simpson, who's forward in defence. I guess when it's perhaps on the chillier side of things, and you might be here on a maybe an evening game watching the blast, it could get a bit cold, and then I'd say you'd probably want to pack your layers. I think this is the first time I'm down at Hove actually, where I'm not walking around with my shoulders shrugged, because it's always really windy whenever I'm here. So it's nice to have this change as Holland is in. Simpson forward, slashes at this one. Goes through to Ben Cox, and a little bit out of character as well from John Simpson.
It's been the best over Holland's bowled for a while, this. A little bit of in-swing. It's off stump by very much.
Holland ready to go off again.
Field comes in because Helm wants to bowl at Carson.
Simpson forward, drops this into the offside, will come through for a single, which means he keeps strike. 1 run from the over, Sussex 344 for 7.
Umpires and cricketers interacting now. There aren't going to be the seafront
Look at them. They've
battles that we anticipated.
a ball being chucked around from the top of the shark stand down to spectators at the bottom of the shark stand. If you're watching on the stream, you know exactly what we're talking about. If you're listening elsewhere,
Oh, it's one of those soft balls that
it's just been chucked to Ben Green as well, who's on the outfield. He's thrown it back to the top of the stand, and the Stags are happy.
Tom Helm around the wicket to John Simpson, beaten with a beauty. Bounces, leaves him, beats the outside edge. Greener, we love you, is the chant. Remember this day, will Ben Green, I suspect, that interaction.
I wonder if anyone asks him about it at the end of the day. That'll be interesting
Remember
to
that
see.
day at Hove? Do you remember that day at Hove?
Your fan club, Ben. 23 of them.
Helm is in and bowls driven by Simpson. Nicely timed, but the sweeper is out there. Budinger now in the shade of the pavilion stand, or the two-tier stand. Oh, I thought we were getting a second cake there. But then they need to be returned. It's Margaret's cake, not tins, but sort of some sort of plastic cake containers. Sort of Tupperware. Is that what Tupperware is?
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
cake. Bit of cake Tupperware.
Back over the wicket goes Helm to Carson, who defends very correctly. Nice position. Head right over the ball.
Talking about cake, I was having a discussion with Jack, who operates the cameras in the room next door, and my phone actually this morning sprung up a memory saying this time last year there was a cake at Hove, and Jack's partner had kindly baked a cake for everyone, and it was the most delicious Victoria sponge cake, and it was such a pretty looking cake as well. And I came to Jack, I said, it's a year on, it's an anniversary, where's the cake?
In goes Helm and bowls. Again, a little bit short, bottom hand off the bat for Carson, but again, the defence is competent. Well, if Jack's partner's listening, do feel very free to repeat the...
I shall show you a picture of this cake as
No,
well,
don't.
Rich.
It'll just make me drool.
Do you know when something's just aesthetically pleasing as well as it's just being tasty?
Yeah. In goes Helm and bowls. Fuller this time, but again Carson just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. That really is a thing of beauty. Strawberries on top of whipped cream, sort of casing, on top of a cake. When you said Victoria sponge, I thought a fairly plain thing.
No,
with
this
sort of
was a
jam
very
in the middle and things, but
fancy
that's
Victoria sponge.
oh my word, that is a cake of...
So he disappointed me. There was no
Beauty.
cake, but he said he'll get me the recipe. So maybe I need to give it a go.
Helm is in, bowls outside off stump, width, and it's cut away through the pigeons, all of whom happily survive, and it will cross the ropes despite the impressive dive of John Tattersall. One of those dives where danger of losing your trousers. Happily, Tattersall's modesty was preserved. They stayed up. 349 for 7. And that's Carson off the mark. Nice way to get off the mark. He's been made to work for it. His 9th delivery. 349 for 7. Another batting bonus point. Hove's interview. I've never seen Jack down a treble.
Down. Yeah.
Don't do it, Jack, if you're listening.
Especially not if you're stood at the top of the shark stand, please, Jack.
A treble? That sounds like, intoxicating stuff.
Holland with ball in hand into Simpson. 2 slips in play from the C end. Here we go. This time it's defended straight into the offside. It's interesting. They're really loud at certain moments and then they suddenly go pin drop silence.
You ever met people who've had quite a bit to drink? It can happen.
Whoever I've met who's had a bit to drink, they just stay loud.
Oh, right.
Yeah, just at a constant level. As Holland runs away from us, Simpson forward in defence into the offside. 349 for 7 here, Sussex, with a lead of 21. 13.4 overs remain in the day. So I'd say, what, another hour?
Yeah. Might get a couple of overs from AJ Patel towards the end of the day. I can see Ben Green warming up now, but I would imagine the seamers will bowl most of them, but Helm must be exhausted.
Holland in, Simpson leaves this one outside the off stump.
And unfortunately, Scriven has been so expensive that Patel might have to be the sort of fourth bowler, the second change rather than the third change.
Two slips, backward point, extra cover, mid off as Johnson looks up at Holland. Full delivery, driven through the offside, and that is a beautiful shot. Won't go all the way, but that's come out the middle of the bat and it sounded beautiful. That brings up the 350 on the board for Sussex, 351 for 7. Simpson moves on to 69. And you can hear the excitement from the crowd.
It sounded like Yorkshire, didn't it? It was.
Holland in, this one left alone outside the off stump. Simpson watches it by and takes a wonder towards square leg.
There's one Yorkshireman out there, John Tattersall. Don't think if there are any others. Michael Goffrel. Leaning isn't a Yorkshireman, despite being brought up in Yorkshire and playing for Yorkshire.
Holland in, straighter line. Simpson clips this behind. Square down towards long leg for a single. That should conclude the end of the over, and it does. 352 for 7. Simpson on 70, Carson on 4.
A nigh on perfect early summer's evening, really. I think we can say that. I know it's still early May, so it's late spring, of course it is, but you know what I mean.
When is it officially
warmth?
summer?
21st of, it's June, isn't it? So June, July, August, and a bit of September.
Let's have a look at the
At
official.
the equinox. 21st of March is the first day of spring. I think it's 21st of June is...
Yep, 21st June to 23rd September is summer.
There you go, to 23rd. That's
Yeah.
interesting. Delay. Why? Carson has shed his clobber, bat, helmet, gloves, and out comes the Sussex 12th man, and behind him another Sussex 12th man. I thought it might be the physio, but it's basically drinks for both sides. It's big Alex Green with a drink for the Leicestershire, some of the Leicestershire fielders. Carson, he's got an issue of some kind with his hand, possibly. Josh Hull's out there as well. More drinks for the Leicestershire players.
Can't really make out what's wrong, but
Something with Carson.
some medications being brought out.
He's got a headache or something. He's looking to see. Oh, it's contact lenses.
That would be helpful.
There you go. Well, he's presumably he's lost one, or perhaps he wants a shaded one or something. So new contact lenses or change of contact lenses or.
Sorry, I don't know
something.
much about contact. Can you get shaded contact lenses? Can
I
they
don't-
just
I don't
fly
know.
out? Can you lose a contact lens once it's stuck in your eye?
I think so. I think these days they're not the sort of horrible big glass things that I remember caused my sister so much grief when they first went in. They're much slimmer, sort of plasticky, sort of bendy things now. And they're much easier to pop in and out. And cause much less irritation.
I know you get coloured contact lenses now that people wear.
So it
they
colours
want-
your pupils, does
Yeah,
it?
so
So it
they
makes
want to
you look
change.
that
Yeah,
way.
if you want pink eyes today, blue eyes on Monday, just
You can
get
do
some.
that.
Yeah.
Well, Brighton's the place to do that, isn't it? When you walk down the seafront, you see all sorts of coloured hair and coloured clothing, and who knows?
I can see. No one's shy in Brighton and Hove,
No,
are they?
it's brilliant.
They like to express their personality.
They're certainly not afraid so to do. So, Carson is sorted, and well, Tom Helm, I think he's just basically exhausted, so Green is taking over from him at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's coming in and bowling to John Simpson on 70. Simpson is forward, steering it out towards wide third man. The lively Tattersall picks up, throws, lovely sort of sidearm throw, straight into the gloves of Cox next to the stumps. Simpson takes one. For once, the scoreboard is half a beat slow. 71 to him. Green over the wicket is in, outside off stump, and I've just realised I've potentially missed an update. So if you will excuse me for a moment, I shall crawl across to my Radio Leicester desk and just see if they're still waiting for me.
Sure, no worries. Green makes his way back to the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end. 2 slips in play for Jack Carson. He's on 4. And he's forward and lets this one pass through outside the off stump. Lots of spectators in sun hats this afternoon, or evening, should I say. It's past 5 o'clock. Carson does a little bit of gardening. There's Green. Heads down the slope towards him now. This is hit uppishly into the offside, just short of extra cover. So welcome back, Adrian Harms.
Hi.
Hello.
That was a bit uppish, wasn't it, actually? I just thought for a moment that was going to carry to cover Nicky, but he didn't. I didn't know Jack wore contact lenses. Jack Carson.
Nor did I.
But he looks okay now. Green is in, bowls to Carson, who plays down the ground, and there is no run. So, interesting stage of the game, Nicky, because the lead is only 25. Sussex will feel here if they can negotiate this new ball, maybe get through these final 12 overs of the day. You know, the lead will probably be around 50 if they could do that, and then power to add tomorrow morning. Conversely, Leicestershire will think if they could whip out these last 3 wickets, you know, they're right back in the game. With a relatively slender lead as in comes Green over the wicket bowls. Carson defends down the track. Green fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So, 3:53 for 7. John Simpson on 71, Jack Carson on 4. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Nicky Chowdhury, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team. A quick whisk around the grounds elsewhere. And starting in the first division, where Hampshire are in trouble at Chelmsford, not for the first time this season. 27 for 2 they are. Still trailing Essex by 11. Simon Harmer making runs for Essex down the order earlier on today. He made 80 not out, as the tail certainly wagged for Essex in that game. Taunton, that's Cardiff rather. Glamorgan bowled out for 229. Somerset batting again on 0 for 0, leading by 125. Sorry, I've pinched your ball there as Simpson plays into the offside and picks up a single.
I think you take this over because I continued from Rich's last one.
At Trent Bridge, Surrey 167 for 3. Don Sibley on 67. Dan Lawrence on 25. In reply to Nottinghamshire's 415. So Surrey trailing by 248. Had a battle between the top two. Looks like a good game. Much easier batting second time around at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 209 for 2 against Yorkshire, leading by 204. Comes Holland bowls. Carson defends into the offside, no run. Rob Yates making 81. Dan Molesley 57, not out. In the second division, Northamptonshire 81 for 4 in reply to a mammoth Derbyshire total of 604 for 7. At Bristol, Kent 273 for 8 in reply to Gloucestershire's 325. Muyeye making 90 for Kent. Chris Benjamin 64, not out. Holland in bowls. Carson is back and clips this nicely away through mid-wicket. Couple of runs here for Jack Carson. He goes to 6, fielded by Tom Scriven. Gets in a good throw to Ben Cox. 2 more to the total. 356 for 7. At Old Trafford, Middlesex bowled out for 169 by Lancashire. How many wickets did Jimmy Anderson get? Let's have a look. 4 for 67 for Jimmy Anderson. Lancashire 2 without loss in their second innings. Holland in bowls, let go by Carson, taken low down by Cox. No runs to the lead there, just 34. And at Worcester, Worcestershire making 308. Durham in reply 154 for 4. Ben Stokes out for 14. So a lot of journalists are gathered down at Worcester for that game. And I think our commentator friend Dave Bradley has been keeping them entertained with his announcements from the commentary box. As in comes Holland over the wicket. Bowls. Carson lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. Bit of a lull in proceedings here, Nikki. Do you think it's?
Yeah, just a tad.
We're just we've still got 11 overs to be bowled in the day. I think Sussex will be quite happy to go in, with 3 wickets in the bank and a lead. They don't want to lose any more wickets tonight. 2 slips go down and Holland makes his way in from the C end of the ground. Bowls. Carson defends to backward point. And there is no run, so tidy enough from Ian Holland, just the 3 runs coming off of the over. 356 for 7, John Simpson on 72. Jack Carson is on 6, and here comes some more of the stag do crowd, making their way back into the ground, but I think they've all enjoyed themselves. Official attendance, there was about 1,200 here yesterday, and not far short of 900 here today, so not massive crowds, but consistent enough. And not quite sure what that song is, but anyway, the guys up there certainly enjoying themselves. So 11 overs to go in the day, and barely a cloud. Well, there's some cloud, isn't there? But it's all high-level wispy stuff. As Ben Green comes in from the Cromwell Road end.
Around the wicket he strides as this one is driven.
Shot.
Past mid-on and down the ground for 4. That's a lovely strike there from John Simpson. Straight down the ground off the middle of the bat. He moves on to 76 and Sussex 360 for 7. Mid-on does try to dive and does a full length dive, in fact, just not covering the distance, and it was a good stroke that deserved the reward that John Simpson got. Green gives the ball a shine on the back of his thigh.
Good shot, wasn't it? Beautifully played. Already got 100 to his name this season, John Simpson. To add to the 10 he's already made in Sussex colours.
Defended off the front foot. It's gone into the offside, and It's quickly making its way back towards the top of the mark of Ben Green.
Richard was saying that Lewis Hill is going to join us for commentary at some stage tomorrow, and I think we're also going to get Tom Alsop, who's going to come out of a natter, which will be good.
Green in, and Simpson opens the blade down towards deep cover. Comes through for a single. He moves on to 77. Sussex leading by 33 here at Hove.
Yes. Oh, we have an update, I think, to give to the radio in a minute.
I'll hand it over to you as soon as we get that cue.
Yeah, there's no rush.
2 slips in place for the right-handed Carson. This is flicked
Out.
and caught. Taken at mid-wicket. Jack Carson will have to go, and Leicestershire, they strike again. And of course, it is no other man than Ben Green taking that wicket. Carson looks to work that into the leg side, hits it up in the air and straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Watching the replay on the screen, not much control from Jack Carson in that shot himself. It was a good catch. And he departs with 6. And Sussex are 361 for 8.
Oh, the Stag do certainly enjoyed that wicket. Taken by Ben Green. Out comes Ollie Robinson, who's been in good form with the bat this season, averaging something like 71.
Yeah,
Ollie Robinson.
I was keeping tab of that innings at the Oval last week.
Here we go. I think we're going to go a quick update. As Ollie Robinson comes wandering out, 361 for 8. And there's another 10 overs to go today. Out come Ollie Robinson. Yes, thanks Robin. You joined us just as another wicket has gone down for Sussex. Now 361 for 8. Jack Carson, who's been in good form with the bat, out for 6. And since Leicestershire have taken the new ball, they've picked up 3 wickets. Charlie Tier for 44, Finn Hudson-Prentice for 7, and Jack Carson for 6. John Simpson is still there. He's on 77. Sussex now 361 for 8. They lead by 33. Ollie Robinson has just come into bat. He's averaging something like 70 with the bat this season. But Sussex want a bigger lead, so they lead by 33. Earlier on in the day, the innings of the day, coming from the Australian Daniel Hughes, who batted beautifully. He made 136. Still 10 overs to go in the day, Robin. Sussex 361 for 8. The noise you can hear in the background is a Stag group who have had a great day here singing their songs, and they've certainly enjoyed their day here in the sunshine at Hove. Well, you'll recognise them, Robin, because they've all got umpires' coats on. So if you see a group of about 30 lads with umpires' coats on, they've been at the cricket all day. Green is in. Robinson lets it go outside the off stump. 361 for 8. And Ben Green is now getting the acclaim of the.
Ben Green is getting the feel of what it is like to be famous.
He is. He is. You might just have to slightly pull the headset out, Nicky, and then you can. There we go. That's it. This is why the lads turn off the live stream. So, well, we've got 10 overs to go in the day. My sort of feeling is that Leicestershire will be reasonably pleased with how this has gone, because at one stage Sussex won 96 for 2. Just might feel they've just missed an opportunity here today to really build a big score.
Here's Holland from the sea end. Up the slope round the wicket. This one is defended off the back foot by John Simpson. He's on 77.
Yeah, we got slightly out of sync because Richard had to go and do his update, didn't he? So we'll keep going for a little longer. If Richard comes back, then I'll finish off with Richard, I guess.
Okay, we'll wait for him to
Yeah,
come back.
Does that make sense?
That's fine.
But we've still got a little bit to go. Got another 9 overs after this.
Holland in now. This is dropped into the offside by Simpson. He comes through for a single. Score moves to 362 for 8.
Yeah, I think Sussex will just feel that at 196 for 2, and Leicestershire will start to look a little weary. And that wicket of Jack Leaning, just a little run going down of 3 wickets with Leaning, Hughes and Coles out in relatively quick succession, just slightly took the wind out of Sussex's sails. Charlie Tier and John Simpson then batting nicely with that partnership of 88, but I just think from 196 for 2, Sussex might feel that they should have gone on and really made a big score. But they haven't, and credit to Leicestershire.
Holland back over the wicket to Ollie Robinson, who's forward in defence. He takes a few strides down the wicket to play that shot.
He does. And he'll feel he's got a responsibility here, Ollie Robinson. He's batted well all season.
Well, he definitely had responsibility last week at the Oval. When I
but
tuned in to check what the score was, I believe it was 92 for 7.
It was.
And then when I looked back, and I was like, what's gone on here?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That was an incredible knock. Pure grit as Holland is in now, and Robinson on his toes, tucks this behind square, down towards long leg.
They were just 5 runs short, Nicky, of the all-time 9th wicket record for Sussex.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were they?
Ollie Robinson already holds the 10th wicket record for Sussex with the, sadly no longer with us, Matt Hobden. That was up at Durham in 2015. But we understand, unless no one's come back and said this is wrong, it's the first time in the history of the county championship that a number 9 and a number 10 in the same innings have made 100.
Wow.
So it was some stat last week at the Oval.
And what a ground as well to do
yeah,
it
amazing.
as well.
Yeah, and Ollie did it with a 6.
I saw that clip, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he just hammered the ball over mid-wicket for 6.
And then it was the declaration,
and then he declared, well, he'd hurt his hand. Yeah.
Yes, Holland into Simpson now. Who's forward in defence, drops this into the offside, quickly scampers through, comfortably. Sussex move on.
Yeah, they have. So if you goes out a little bit,
Okay.
You should still be able to hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was hearing all sorts coming through from the radio.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget to do that, but they've had a long day.
2 slips in place for Robinson. Holland in, short delivery. This is defended off the back foot into the offside. Dot ball to end the over. 3 runs from it. And Sussex are 364 for 8.
Well, the new ball has certainly done the trick as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Just 5 wickets down when the new ball was taken, but they've picked up those 3 wickets. Charlie Tier with the first ball with the new ball. In fact, that's when the new ball was taken, wasn't it? 333 for 6, because that's when the wicket fell. So since the new ball was taken, Sussex have added 31 runs. Is that right? Yeah, 31, and they lost 3 wickets. So it's certainly been a good effort by the Leicestershire bowlers. Ben Cox wants something brought out, which is back with us, and Ben Green is in the shadows. Bowls to Simpson, lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Richard is back with us. I think, Richard, that Leicestershire might be, I'm not saying I've had a great day, but it could have been a lot worse, for Leicestershire. From 196 for 2.
Yeah, agreed. But Ollie Robinson on the back of a century.
Yeah. In comes Green bowls. Let go outside the off stump, taken by Cox and there is no run. I just feel from a Sussex point of view that they might feel that they just let a good opportunity slip away to build a really big score. Would that be? Would you agree? I mean, 196
at
for
the
two.
moment, yes. I mean, we're both naturally sort of slightly pessimistic, probably,
Yeah.
about our respective counties. 36 the lead, but if these two can put together a 50 partnership.
Green in bowl. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump. No run. You were saying we might get Lewis Hill on commentary tomorrow.
Yes,
we have
he
got
promised.
Yeah, we have got.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, Tom Alsop is going to come and have a natter as well.
We can let them get on with it. Can't we?
Yeah. Let me just, so Tom's going to come up at 12 o'clock tomorrow for half an hour. So he's going to have a natter, and then he's in for some batting practice. He's been injured, Tom, so we can find out about his injury and how he's getting on.
Good. Well, this is good for listeners. They're going to
Yeah.
get some proper insight.
They are.
Proper people
Yeah.
involved with cricket.
Here comes Green and bowls. Oh, Simpson's beaten outside the off stump. Well, he probes away, doesn't he, Ben Green?
He does, and now the sort of lacquer's off the new ball. There is that little bit of movement and swing and bounce, and Simpson might just. His body language suggests he played at.
Oh, he definitely did. Yeah, he most definitely played at that, no question.
The applause that Ben Green got when he picked up that
Wasn't it
wicket
great,
from out there was.
Yeah, at least
I was up on the, and I could hear it all in full.
And to be fair, he's played along Ben Green,
He has.
hasn't he? He's waved to them, and yeah. He's in again. Bowls. Simpson lets that go, taken by Cox, and again there is no run.
He's thrown the soft ball back to them when they've thrown it to him.
Oh, have they? Right, I
Yeah,
missed
one
that.
of those pink and sort of yellow, like
Yeah,
tennis
yeah.
ball things, very soft.
Yeah.
And he's interacted
Yes.
and enjoyed it.
I think that they might struggle to get into a nightclub tonight, the lads, the umpires' coats. I mean, maybe they're in some accommodation somewhere. They're going to go get changed, but either way, they've had a good day. Green in bowl. Simpson again lets it go outside of the offside. That was a little weary, I thought, from Ben Green, who's bowled. Is that 19 overs?
Yep.
3 maidens. Sorry. Yes, 19 overs, 4 maidens now. 2 for 50. So,
Should be right to get into the cricketers' pub, though, shouldn't they?
oh, I'm sure they'll let him in there.
In umpires' coats.
Yeah, I reckon they'll let them in there. A few people just starting to drift away. They've enjoyed their day's cricket. The forecast for tomorrow that I looked at, did hint that there's a bit of rain around. I mean, just the trouble is, it seems to change all the time. You almost feel like giving up looking, don't you? But it's a suggestion. It may not be a lovely sunny day like today. Now we've got a bit of a break in play here.
Our colleague Mr. Bracegirdle is very cynical about the meteorological office, a little unfairly. Bringing Ajaz Patel on for
That's
a
interesting.
couple of overs before the close of play. I say a couple of overs, there are still 8 overs remaining, so he might, if he bowls well, get 4. Well, he'll have a hard ball, so it should be a bit bouncier. And Robinson might be tempted to biff a couple.
Yeah.
This could be fun. And the field is in at the moment. And they're going to Ollie Robinson. Go on, then hit straight. In goes Patel. Bowls to Robinson, but it's probably short and a little bit wide. And Robinson, at this stage of his innings, is content just to go back and poke.
Well, I mean, you know, we all know Wally Robinson can bat. It's just the last few seasons he just hasn't batted well and has come in off and sort of paid a couple of shots and got out.
Patel is in. Back goes Simpson, chopping it in hard into the offside, but a good diving stop in the covers by Eskenazi.
But it was just a highly responsible innings. He did the same at Headingley, where he played sensibly. And when he went to his 100 with a big 6 last week over mid-wicket, he'd hurt his hand, clubbed it over mid-wicket and marched off and declared. But another break in play here, maybe for a fielding change. But he's a very useful performer with the bat, Ollie Robinson. It's just we haven't seen it in the last few years. But maybe that's the additional responsibility of captaincy has brought that about.
I would suggest he's wearing it well at the moment.
He is, yeah.
Patel over the wicket to Simpson, who is down the track. He is going to be not run out because he called immediately. The ball ran straight to Holland at mid-off. Holland picked up, and I think for show as much as anything, threw the ball at the stumps, missed them. Tattersall backed up and Simpson had made his ground anyway, but more than happy to take singles. That one takes him on to 80. Robinson awaits as Patel bowls to him, and he stretches forward and just pushes the ball back down the pitch to the New Zealander. Bowling in sunglasses, blows even on his left hand, grasps the ball in, forward goes Robinson, back goes the ball. Just checked with BBC Radio Leicester, any updates tomorrow? No, there are no local programmes at all.
Wow.
Tomorrow. In goes Patel and bowls. Oh, that's a decent shout for leg before. Bit of inside edge from me onto the pad. We've lost the stream, so I'm not going to see a replay. He was only sort of half forward and the ball didn't do too much, but it just sounded to me like two noises. We shall never know.
No. Robinson and Simpson have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. So Sussex leading by 38, and I guess the chat between Simpson and Robinson is, well, let's just keep nudging this along. I don't think there's probably anything more than that. They just want to get Ben Cox's hat, because he's got his big wicket. The two slips go down. There's a fine leg, a mid-wicket who's going a little deeper now. Mid-wicket's going out to the clock tower scoreboard. There's a mid-on, mid-off, cover. There's a fielder on the cover boundary. And a third man, as in comes Ben Green, the crowd's favourite today. Bowls, and Simpson carves that one away. Out to that fielder who's patrolling the offside boundary. One more to Simpson. He goes to 81. Sussex to 367 for 8. The important stat is the lead is now 39. Ollie Robinson takes his guard.
They're staying to the very end, aren't they? I think they must be in Hove or Brighton tonight.
Yeah, I think the guy I
out.
spoke to at tea time said a lot of them, there's a big group of them, many of them have come down from London. In comes Green and bowls, and Robinson is steadfastly forward, punches into the offside. There is no run. But it has been seriously good from Ollie Robinson. You know, the fact that he's come in and he's assumed this mantle, and he's played some important little knocks for Sussex. As I say, he averages something like 71 this season.
Well, he's got the best part of 2,800 first-class runs to his name now.
And this season, he's scored 286 runs. Green in bowls, and Robinson defends down the offside of the track. Green wearily picks the ball up. He's into his 20th over, is Ben Green. So Sussex with their noses ahead.
For sure.
I think it's fair to say, leading by 39, but it's not a big lead. There's still a bit in this pitch for the seamers, particularly with the new ball. And, I would sing the praises of Ben Gibson and his ground staff, but generally at Hove, apart from the Via Mulder game with Colin Ackerman, the pitches here, have been good pitches. What I mean by that, Green is in, bowls to Robinson, who flicks this away, not where he intended. He's probably going to get 4 runs, Ollie Robinson. No, he gets a couple down to backward square leg, not quite where he intended it to go, but he goes to 4, total to 369 for 8. There's a bit in it for the bowlers, and not the roads that we've seen, some other places around the country. I know there's a lot of talk about it's been very difficult for groundsmen, but you can still water pitches, can't you? I mean, you can get water on, and
I suppose they get a little bit nervous about doing that too close to the
they
time
do.
in which they're going to be used.
I think that's the problem, and the worry is then the game's over in 2 days, and the pitch inspector's involved. As in comes Green, that's a good delivery. That's a that was a quicker delivery from Ben Green. He really threw himself into that delivery, and Robinson was beaten outside the off stump. If he gets another wicket here, I think our friends in the stand will be
maybe a pitch invasion.
Well, it might be.
He'll be chaired off.
Yeah.
He's going to be an honorary member of their society tonight, though.
Yeah, he might vote to the stag do. Green is in bowls. Robinson cuts firmly down to third man, fielded down below us by Ben Scriven, who gets him the throw. The sunshine is a little watery now, with just 6 overs to go. 370 for 8.
High cloud. I noticed that the wind had changed a bit when I was up top. It's coming a little bit more from the north than than the East as it has been earlier. You can see the flags now going in slightly different direction. And it's got brisker.
Yes.
Still very, very pleasant.
Excuse me. Yeah, so we've got a couple of guests tomorrow. Tom Alsop coming in at 12. At some stage in the afternoon, Keith Ridge, who is the curator of the museum here, is going to come for a quick chat just about some exhibitions and various stuff that's going on in the museum over the next few weeks. And we may get Lewis Hill as well. So,
Indeed.
So we might have an easier day tomorrow.
That is if one of these, if Sussex are bowled out. Patel is in bowling, and Robinson has succumbed to temptation and lofted it over the infield out towards deep mid wicket. Holland pounds across, picks up around about a yard inside the ropes in front of one of the corporate, well, I say marquees, but they've been permanent structures really. They've been there for a good, well, since I can remember.
No, well,
frankly.
me too. I mean, one of the plans with 100 money, etc., is that that's all going to be, there's plans for redevelopment of parts of the ground here at Hove, but that's going to be a little way off yet.
I'm sure there'll be likewise at Gracie.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Rahan calls it. In goes Patel, bowls. Simpson is carefully forward.
He's playing in the IPL, isn't he?
Yes.
Is he
I don't
playing,
think he's
or?
actually playing. He's got a contract, 60,000 Delhi Capitals. Is that what they're
Right,
called? I
yeah.
can't remember. Have brought him in. I think he's played a couple of games. Ajaz Patel is in. Simpson again forward. Green, the fielder, in the covers. So yes, unfortunately for Leicestershire, they lost the services of Rahan, who had such a wonderful start to last season, 5 centuries. In goes Ajaz Patel, a little bit of turn as Simpson goes back and looks to work it out into the onside, thick inside part of the bat. Weatherald makes the stop, running back from short leg. 373 for 8, the lead 45 as Ajaz Patel is in. Back goes Simpson, plays it firmly down into the ground. It bounces all the way back to Ajaz Patel. Takes a bit of sweat off his brow, blows on his left hand, grips the ball very carefully. It's 22nd over going down. In he goes, bowls. Simpson is forward, pushing it firmly past Green. That's a long old chase for Scriven. He's young and strong and fit. Will get there and pick it up and get it in before the batters can turn for a third. End of Patel's over. That's 96 overs in the innings, not in the day. So 5 more in the day, and 14 overs left for Leicestershire to pick up this wicket they need for a third bowling bonus point. 25 more runs for another batting bonus point for Sussex, a 4th batting bonus point.
I always think, Richard, people say, well, what does a point here or a point there matter? Well, it kind of matters a lot. At the end of the season, you'd be surprised. You think last year with Hampshire staying up and Durham going down, that was a matter of a point here and a point there. And through the course of a season, it does make a huge difference. Ben Green comes in down the hill, bowls to Ollie Robinson, who drives in the air. There was a cry of catch, which you probably heard on the effects microphone. It wasn't anywhere near Tom Helm, but it was in the air as it went towards the tall fast bowler. And there is no run. Very economic is Ben Green, isn't he? 20 overs, 2 for 54, so he's only going at 2.5 and over.
Yeah, it is what he did last season, really.
And he did in that game at Grace Road as well. I was mighty impressed with the way he just kept on coming. He's in bowled. Robbins takes a step down the wicket and clips it away through square leg. It run away for 4 runs. That's a nice shot by Ollie Robinson. No, it's fielded on the boundary edge. In fact, well fielded, and it's a couple of runs. Good chase around the boundary late in the day. Who was that, Richard?
Eskenazi.
Well done. 2 Leicestershire fielders converging on the ball. Robinson goes into double figures. He's on 10. Sussex 377 for 8.
They would love to break this partnership before the close. I would imagine Robinson now doesn't want to come out and have to bowl a couple of overs, probably. Although Croker might fancy it.
Green bowls. Robinson plays into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Ollie Robinson and John Simpson want to be batting first thing in the morning, and I mean, the lead is 49. It's not huge, but it's not insignificant.
Now, once it gets over, as I say, the sort of 60, 70, it becomes
Yes.
a factor, doesn't it?
And then if you can whip a couple out, all of a sudden it's putting Leicestershire under pressure. However, Green in again, bowls, and Robinson plays an expansive drive, fielded by Weatherald in the covers. And there is no run. Robinson rehearses the shot. 4 overs to go in the day after this. Till the 2 slips in place, because Holland will know if they can just induce a snick and pick up another, say, couple of wickets this evening. The sun is back with us now, and Green is on his way. Bowls. Robinson is forward to ball. He just kept a little low, and Robinson plays it into the offside, fielded there by Tattersall. And again, there is no run. A little scoot around and see what's going elsewhere. Crumbs down at Cardiff. Somerset 13 for 3 in their second innings against Glamorgan. So that's interesting. I think James Rue missing out again. Yeah, in fact, he made a duck. In comes Green, bowls to Robinson, who pulls a short delivery down to square leg and picks up a single. It's the end of the over, 378 for 8.
I can report that our correspondents say that although there have been the occasional issues with the stream freezing, the commentary, interestingly, continues. So it is worth our continuing when, for those watching and listening on the stream. Obviously, we continue anyway because
was it the
it's not
live
just the
stream or the
yes.
BBC stream? No, the live stream.
The live stream, I believe.
Okay.
They're getting occasion. Once, a couple of times today, the pictures have frozen in it. They've had to relaunch it, so to speak.
But I think there might have been a hat trick down at Cardiff.
Ajaz Patel around the wicket to Ollie Robinson bowls. Robinson is forward. Ball runs out to Tattersall in their covers.
Yeah, an 18-year-old for Glamorgan, Tom Norton.
Has got a hat trick.
Got a hat trick.
Eddie Bevan will be beside himself.
Archie Vaughan becomes the debutant's 3rd casualty in as many bowls.
Patel is in and back on his stumps. Robinson defends.
So there we go.
I wonder what he bowls. Spin perhaps. In goes Patel and bowls. Oh, it stays very low and
Oh my goodness me.
hit him on the toe almost. Ollie Robinson's right toe in wide of the stumps, I think.
Oh dear. I think
Did he chop it onto his foot?
I think he might have done it every time a Sussex
Oh
bowl.
no, it just stayed very low and he managed just to get down on it in time and chop it out towards the slips.
He might respond by getting down the wicket here.
Patel is in and back up the pitch. Robinson pushes the ball. That was an interesting one. That did really skid through low.
Yes.
Food for thought on days 3 and 4. Patel is in and that one is drifting towards middle and leg. It's still pushed back up the pitch on the offside by Robinson. 3 overs to go after this delivery, so it'll be around about 20 past, 25 past. Patel is in and bowls, and again Robinson defends. End of the over. 378 for 8, the lead exactly 50. A maiden from Ajaz Patel. He's coming on for a final burst from the sea end. Nicely balanced day really, but probably again sort of 55, 60, 45, 40 in favour of Sussex.
Tom Scriven to come back from the Cromwell Road end. I thought I'd come and do the final 3 overs with you.
He'll have the 2 overs.
According to Simpson, he's on 83.
Unless the wicket falls. Well, actually, that'll be it, won't it? If the wicket falls, that's it now, essentially. Because we lose 2 for the chip and the over that they're in. So Leicestershire will not. The Leicestershire openers will not have to face 1 over or something horrible like that tonight.
Scriven's got one slip in play. He's down to the top of his mark. He's just sent Ben Green slightly wider at long leg as he sets off to the left-handed Simpson, who cuts this away past point, who gets a hand on it. So he's taken the impact, goes through the other end for a single, 84. I'm pretty sure John Simpson, though, will not want to go home in the 90s tonight.
But he's experienced, isn't
He's
he? He won't be
experienced,
worried.
but
He's got Robinson at the other end. I don't think he'll throw the bat or anything.
No,
but
I don't think so, but it's just...
I'm sure he'd love to get there
Yeah.
before the close, but he won't be uppermost.
2 slips in place for Robinson. Back over the wicket. Scriven sets off. Robinson on the back foot. Cuts to point. There is no run. Leading by 51. You planning to go for a swim?
Not
today?
tonight.
No?
Maybe. Well, the sun is blazing tomorrow.
It's meant to be a bit of a dodgy one with the weather tomorrow.
Yeah. The outdoor swimming has started at Rutland Water on my doorstep, more or less.
Scriven in, full delivery. Robinson drives down the ground. And that's just cut off by mid-on. I didn't think he was actually going to cover ground.
He'll be weary, will Tom Helm. But he's a tall man.
He had a long way down as well.
He showed willing. Put in the dive. Saved a couple of runs.
Doesn't get the reward for that shot, does Ollie Robinson. Scored a century last week at the Oval. Sussex were 92 for 7. Scriven's in. Robinson defends straight back down the line of the wicket. When I came in this morning, there was a huge selection of biscuits in the room next door. Then I went in maybe 10 minutes ago,
They're all gone.
and when I mean huge selection, you would have thought that would last you 4 days. But clearly not. And Scriven makes his way in. This one's flicked uppishly into the leg side, and Robinson comes through for a single, and he will be coming back for another as well. So he adds 2 to his total. He moves on to 13. Sussex 381 for 8.
He's a solid old figure, is Ollie Robinson, isn't he? That's not a euphemism. I mean, he's just a big man, and yeah, just seeing Ben Cox there next to him, I realise how big and tall a man Robinson is.
Scriven in. Robinson defends into the offside to conclude the over. 3 runs from it. 381 for 8 Sussex. 2 overs remain in the day.
No wonder he gets a lot of action on the ball. He's powerful as well, you know, when he bowls. And he's talking to John Simpson now, and he's full head. Taller. Must be 6'4", 6'5", Robinson.
Adrian knows he's got his little book.
Has he got these play fair? Let's have a look. Oh, I gotta be bigger than that. I've got to be bigger than that. You've seen him grow up, essentially, yes. Ben Green in front of us. He's got his hands on his knees. It's been a long old day. 6'5", yeah.
I was going to say that's a sign of someone who's tired, when you put your hands on your knees.
Ajaz Patel then over the wicket to John Simpson, who drives down into the ground. It bounces off Holland at extra cover back towards Patel, who's quickly onto the ball to prevent Simpson pinching a cheeky single. He remains 84
Green does look rather stiff.
as Patel is in. Simpson is forward. Weatherald picks up at short leg.
He's taken a few strides to his left and right, and he's, yeah.
Ice bath, do you think? Or ice what do they use? Sometimes they use these sort of wheelie bins full of iced water. In goes Patel, bowls. Simpson jams it out into the covers Holland fields.
Definitely. There'll be a lot of recovery.
Short leg and a slip as Ajaz Patel is in. Back goes Simpson. This time punches it past Holland. Scriven runs from in front of the electronic scoreboard, picks up and throws. Good throw. To Cox. Simpson settles for his single, moves on to 85. Prods at the pitch. Patel summons his field, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Robinson. 2 balls to go in this over. In he goes. Robinson is forward, using all that 6'5" height. Green trots back to long on because they quite like Robinson to take a single here and face the bowling in the last over. Patel is in. Robinson has no intention of so doing because he just defends that one out into the offside. Ajaz Patel's work with the ball is done for the day. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 97 for the New Zealand spinner. He got a little bit better as the day went on, but it's hard to put that little period when Simpson and Charlie Tier were laying waste the bowling out of one's mind from a Leicestershire point of view. They did lose control then. Yes, it was the old ball, but even so. Field spreads for the final over. They're saying to Ollie Robinson, have a single. Or not to Robinson, to Simpson I should say.
Scriven for the final over. Simpson on his toes, defends to Patel, who is at extra cover.
The fan club has rather lost track rather. Come on, Greenie, he's not bowling, he's at long leg. It's Tom Scriven now.
But they seem to be watching the game with lots of concentration.
I'm impressed.
I
yeah,
know.
They've been absorbed throughout. They've had a good day's county cricket.
Scriven's in. This one's watched by Simpson as it passes by outside the off stump.
I think they were here at the very start, weren't they? So they've watched every ball. I wonder if they'll be back tomorrow. Nursing hangovers. Might be quieter in the morning.
Scrivens makes his way from the Cromwell Road end down the slope. Simpson edged and it will run away for 4. Wide of slip.
Did he get his hands on it? Patel flung himself to his left. He gets a pat on the head from Cox. How close was it? Oh, it didn't quite get his fingers, but it was in the air as it went past him. Second slip. Would have been about knee height, maybe just below. Patel, he's standing quite wide, so between second and third slip it went through in the air.
That boundary takes Simpson to 89. As he's forward in defence now. Ball is fielded by Ajaz Patel at extra cover.
I'd love to have taken that catch. Leicestershire that would have ended the day and final bowling bonus point.
Scrivens in and Simpson forward. This one's got a bit of bounce. He takes his bottom hand off the bat as he makes contact with that one. The ball dribbles towards Ollie Robinson, who flicks the ball back. He comes down to have a natter in the middle of the wicket. Final ball of the day. Simpson on 89. Scrivens in, short ball, and Simpson on his toes, defends to mid-on, and that will be time on day 2 here at Hove. Sussex lead Leicestershire by 58. Simpson on 89. Ollie Robinson, skipper, with 13 to his name. And Sussex,
Ben Green greets the his faithful fan club. He ought to go over there and sign some autographs, I would suggest.
I think he should go sign the umpire coats, so they'll all go home from the stag do with a memento.
So 386 for 8, as you say, Nikki, and a lead of 58. That is useful, and especially with Robinson and Simpson still at the crease. So I think Sussex overall will be reasonably satisfied with their day. Certainly they will be if they can get past 400, pick up another batting bonus point, and extend that lead upwards of 70, 80. Another good day's cricket though at Hove.
Absolutely. As Leicestershire walk off the field, it's been a long day for them.
Well, Nikki, Adrian and I will be back with you tomorrow at 5 to 11, and we're hoping to have more company, a player from each camp, so to speak, plus a gentleman from the museum is coming to come and have a chat about interesting developments therein. So we will bring you every ball, as we do throughout the season, and look forward to your company then. But for now, from a sun-drenched Hove, from Nikki, Adrian and myself, it's a very good night to you all.